what Jiro decks can do this weekend.
Yeah, but for this first round, we're not going to be looking at any five-handers. We're going to be looking at two big, beefy six-handers throwing down an almost infamous matchup, right? Mr. Endeavor versus Mr. All Might number one and number two throwing it down. But speaking of, number ones, tell me a little bit about what the players are going into this match, Jesse,
All
because
right,
you dropped
so
the knowledge on me this morning.
so this morning for round one we will have Nathan James, who is the EU national champion. He will be on Earth Endeavor 2, and he is taking on Ben Motin on All Might 3 on All. And these decks are kind of like, the characters have been on the like especially Endeavor 2 has been on the cusp of like, is he the next? He's one of those characters like, is he the next Earth character? Is he the next X character to rise to the top here? And
Right. So
seeing a
that's
national champion decide, I'm going to play Endeavor 2 this weekend. Maybe that's a sign.
Yeah, I think that is, obviously we just said, right, Florida, the whole, and even, oceanic regionals as well. Ojiro was that boogeyman, and he continued to boogie harder and harder. But a lot of people attribute his success not just to the power of his character, but the strength of the Earth symbol as a whole. And a lot of people, I think, have been posing that question of who is the next best character to take that Earth deck and try to make it a problem, right? Or we have let Earth live another day. Is it about to be our problem? The combination of the back alleys, the one with natures, the snack times, the chivalrous, all these very, very powerful pieces coming together. We're just looking for the next character to really bring out the power. I think Endeavor 2 is absolutely on that line, and I'm really glad to see Nathan James in a similar mindset here. I think he's on to something real strong.
Exactly. Like there's a definite possibility here today. We're going to see some I want to see some. I think we're going to see some innovation on what is available in the format today. I think we're going to see some. They're on the other side of the world, and you don't know what tech could be coming from that side of the world. Sometimes somebody figures something out, and you just don't see it till it happens.
Yeah, but All Might 3 is certainly no slouch either, right? This character also kind of has the same vibes as, right, as, not a five-hander, but still 30 health. Was a little bit harder for, Ojiro to be doing back in the day. Now it's a lot harder for anyone to be doing in this current day and age, and still just one of the, most stable and consistent characters around, just between being an 8-hand size style 30 health character. He just gets the job done in all of those, and honestly in all three of his symbols. He's got fantastic packages that he can have access to with those keywords that he wants. Character all around is just a powerhouse, and he is going in right now.
Yeah.
Fully committing out post a red guard breaker 1 block, but at the same time, you have to. We've all been there, right?
Yep.
You send your first swing in, you send your second one, you check bad, but it's okay because it's going to finally get there. They just squeak that breaker block by, and you're like, man, I don't care if I have to fully commit out for this bad boy. I got to get that damage in.
Yeah. Like there's definitely the situation where if you've got an Endeavor who has like tapped their board out to your line, our Endeavor still hasn't used his like -2 for his -1, his -1 for -2 damage, or -2s for -4 damage, or -2 -4 speed.
That nice little +2 health exchange, essentially.
Yeah, those abilities are very strong, and people have to remember that like those can help that deck go in any direction really quick.
Yeah, and now we're just, we're gonna be right back on our good stuff Earth plays, right? We've got this rapid punches coming in. We're gonna pump it up a little bit with some one with nature action, its own enhance. It's gonna get that damage through. We're gonna get that draw. Just all of the good things going on right now for Nathan. And he doesn't have a massive stage here, but he's got the resources. And the thing about the Earth symbol, right, is always that ability to just keep going in despite what your resources tell you that you should or should not be able to do.
The one thing about the Endeavor Earth line is there's no there's no freebie line here. Like you're playing all of your attacks. Like there's no like, oh, I can get this attack in like or like you get like something that ignores progressive. You have no line like that happening. You're pretty much just, you have to pressure. You have to play a semi-fair game. You're not like, you don't have that blow up potential with Jiro. Your card advantage like you're not playing. It looks like he's like not. We saw rapid punches, but we don't see a lot of the other like we don't see like a Missouri or something like that where he's like trying to get that extra card advantage to get keep pushing through with a one with nature. So this might be like a match where we're gonna see that turn 4, turn 5 happening, and it's gonna be interesting today.
Yeah, we're definitely not playing, a lot of people say, right, like they're going to take the Ojiro deck, copy and paste a new character on it. We're not quite seeing that. We're seeing a lot of interesting things going on. We've got a prehensile tail on board. We're looking at some resistances. We've seen, ignited arrows and red guards get thrown out, right? This is, a little bit of a different type of, good stuff Earth deck. And he's definitely going to be, not necessarily pulling his punches per se, but looking to play a little bit more of a long game and really take advantage of that really impressive, surprisingly impressive level of stability that Endeavor 2 grants you. It's almost funny looking at these two characters right across from each other in Endeavor 2 and All Might 3 is they feel so similar in so many ways, just providing really, really, really good chunky health pools and extremely efficient stat exchanges.
Yeah, like so far on the board for this All Might, we're seeing we got like so many spams in the like on this board. Like you got, but they're all like float around my babies for like 1 damage. Like it's like little incrementals on the boards currently, and like sometimes those little incrementals those are the ones that get you the long way. Like when you're like, all right, I have All Might, so I'm an 8-hand size. You're playing Valiance for additional card advantage for
So much
refills.
card advantage.
Like this is where like I'm waiting for like a Pro to Dry Eyes to appear and be like, okay, here's the line.
That's definitely so. Like, All Might 3 is a really interesting character as of late because being an 8-hand size character with also Valiant Assaults in your deck became so much better the moment we realized that we could play those things alongside like stuff like One with Nature. I think the biggest thing when we saw One with Nature was like, holy cow, All Might 3 is now not an 8-hand size character, but a 6-hand size character that says +2 speed, +1 damage on top of his other stats every attack. When you can convert those cards in hand to those really insane stat exchanges, that's so powerful. And obviously, that's a good symbol, All Might 3 example. But then
Yeah.
over on the All symbol, we have access to Snack Time, which is sometimes better, One with Nature. And we have access to, like you just said, Jesse, Prone to Dry Eyes, just really turning that. I mean, look, we're 3 attacks deep in our pool, and we have like more than our printed hand size in our hand still.
One of the other cards that like really makes the all build of All Might 3 strong is Chivalrous Competitor, because giving your opponent +1 card means +1 to your stat bonus.
Yeah, and then you get to draw a card and you discard it for Snack Time, and then your Chivalrous Competitor actually said flip for +2 speed and stun 1 because you put a card in their hand as well, and then it was free because you didn't have to. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. These stat exchanges that the way that, one of the biggest things in this game, right, is people really, really preach a lot about cards like, like self-sacrifice, right? Things cards that just can say, hey, are you frozen, or the new Shigaraki 3 foundation, the Mastermind's Apprentice, the one that's like remove a foundation for make them
Oh
check, yada. Yeah, that one, right? Cards that in general just weaponize your stage really well. Feeling Cute, right? Another big one the Tokoyami decks love. Those cards that just let you take all of your useless resources since they're already committed and you're trying to win the game that turn, right? Those being able to weaponize them. Weaponizing your stage has been a big thing since day one of this game. And the way that this All Might deck gets to play alongside all these things like Snack Time and One with Nature on these other symbols or Prone to Dry Eyes, you get to weaponize your hand instead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a line that we are like that's what all does. That's one of the things that I think all is becoming very efficient on is I weaponize every resource possible and being like I could use my hand to like go like good luck.
It's really funny because as a newer player and then to an older player, right, when I came in and I was like, man, I really love playing this all symbol a ton. What's it like actually all about? What do I have to look for? And everyone's like, yeah, it's the card draw symbol. And then I waited and I waited and I waited and it just never came to fruition. And then we started getting a lot of these newer pieces and it finally felt like, okay, yeah, this is, I'm picking up what you're laying down now. You guys are starting to preach the truth to me. Because we're starting to see all of those things come together. And you mentioned it a little bit earlier, Jesse, but all of the zeros too. All of the zeros have been a big thing in our game for a while now. Being able to play so many zeros in a ton of decks and then just like build out really, really aggressively to be super aggressive early on. All does that really well too. We've seen Can't Be Fixed, Floating Babies, and Easily Excited. Those are three extremely, extremely powerful zero difficulty foundations.
Right now, it looks like we are on the prominence burn battle here.
We are full sending a prominence burn right now.
Which, like, everybody, there's some people who, like, when they see somebody playing prominence burn, like, you get kind of side-eye. You get like, you gotta play it on a 7. You gotta do, like, you gotta, like, it's like you're playing this on a 7. You're like, what does this really do for you? And I'm like, it kills people. That's what prominence burn does. Like,
Prominence Burn is such a wicked card, man. When this card got revealed, I was like, this is the most hype. I was like, don't even show me the set 3. This is it right here. This is the most hype card you guys will ever make whatsoever. I'm like such a sucker for just jamming Prominence Burn engines into like every deck on those 3 symbols. The card is just wicked cool. And it has like some surprisingly strong synergy with a lot of the Earth symbol punch decks, right? Rapid Punches is a Punch Fury. Texas Smash is a Punch Fury. Hardened Uppercut is a Punch Fury. It's actually surprisingly easy to find a lot of these Fury moves within this lineup. Back Alley Haymaker coming in here, not the Punch Fury, but it is going to be the move that gets it done once it comes in with all of that super powerful stun, and then we put that stat exchange on it, and that's just going to be all she wrote. A real quick wrap up. It's really funny. We did just preach about how Prominence Burn kills people. It didn't do that right there, but it did certainly set up that back alley to be a very lethal move.
Oh yeah, I definitely can agree there. It's one of the lineups of with Earth is, like I said, we've seen like kind of more like this Endeavor is definitely more of the almost mid-range level. Like it's playing for the mid-range. You can see like what his lineup so far. We saw Resistance is a big thing. Prehensile, if you're playing like Resistance and Prehensile Tail, that's like telling me
you're here for a long time.
you're here for the long game. It sounds like yeah, your stun hates on this, but I mean, if you're like this Endeavor's like I'm like the Endeavor's list is just like I am here for the long game, and you're gonna play at my speed. That's sometimes a line you have to take.
I really like Resistance is a card that I think like people back in set 1 jammed into like every deck just kind of as like a, yeah, you can put in a couple of these, don't even think about it type of card. Now with how much the quality of the card pool has increased, it's become a little more niche, but man, when a deck that can really use it well can find its way into that deck, it feels so sick. Being able to get like a couple Resistance on board, then going like your next one's -4. If you play it, I'll pay 2 health -4. How do you feel about that? It's so churlish.
That's true. Like there is that possibility here of we're gonna just go and take advantage. Just like you gotta pressure. Yeah, I think it's a really a pressure situation we're looking at here. You're just trying to initiate pressure, and then like you're able to go like activate your resistances, activate Endeavor. You're just like, okay, -4 to this first, -4 to your first attack, -4 to your next.
Yeah. I think what you said there, right, about, this Endeavor feeling very mid-range, that's what I feel about both of these decks right now. I mean, are at least like as mid-range as you can get in like our very aggressively slanted card pool /game/format/meta, right? Obviously these decks are able to do very, 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 very aggressive things. There's nothing initially, right, feels mid-range about like an 8 speed for like 6 or 7 damage with +2 to your block mod Rapid Punches opener, right? That feels like a very aggro deck type of thing, but in reality the aggro decks are honestly doing some much crazier things just without access to as many resource abusing type of cards. But I think this is what mid-range really, really, really looks like in the format right now. Just these big, chunky health characters who are really, really good at playing with that health total like it's a resource, and then just playing really, really efficient attacks that either draw them cards or give them stats without having to commit to it, right? Does that make sense? It's all about like, hey, I'm All Might, right? My stat, it just happens, right? Endeavor, I'll pay a singular little measly 1 of my 31 health for 2 speed, 2 damage. Nothing about the way these characters aggress into you is particularly expensive. It doesn't like, when Tokoyami plays his second Summon Dark Shadow, right? You're like, okay, he's like really putting the resources in now. He's going in. He's going in. The most expensive play that I think that this Earth Endeavor can make is discarding a card for one with nature.
Yeah, I mean, there's you're on the low end of card advantage. You're just like, all right, these are my 6 cards. Like you have one attack, you have 2 attacks that have some cantrip capability of like with back alley and rapids, but like I think it's just kind of like the idea that you could just pressure with Providence Burn. Like that's just like play 1 attack, don't care what happens. All right, that play Prominence Burn. Burn you for remove this. Burn you for 3. Remove the top card +2 speed. +2 speed the next. Like if this doesn't kill you, the next attack is gonna be the one that kills you.
Yeah, this deck is very good at when your rival has a lot of resources available to them. This deck is really good at burning through them with a really committed Prominence Burn play. And when they don't have resources, it's very good at just making sure a Prominence Burn does the damage that it has on its face. 6 speed is no joke. Endeavor can put 2 more on it. One with nature can put 2 more on it, and it just starts getting real scary real fast. And 8 high with +2 to your block mod. It's not the easiest thing in the world. No, you must be joking. No.
He did a mulligan, shuffled up, and
no, don't show us. No.
So we got an update from the line judge, who's handling the stream, and we were actually surprised. These gentlemen are both in the same play group.
Oh.
So they are like it's a locals battle happening. They're from the Sheffield group. So these guys are kind of they probably have played against each other more than a few times. They even play tested against each other.
This poor man. Ben has me crying in the club right now, Jesse.
Oh yeah.
He has me crying in the club right now. The Rapid Punches is full send, but now we don't even get to draw 2 cards, which, I mean, with 1 foundation, like, it doesn't sound very appealing to commit your only foundation just to draw 2. But at the same time, you're really, really, really needing to get yourself some more foundations in your hand. We had our 1 review and we drew 2. How much do we actually have available to us now to build? Because holy cow, do we need to build? Oh, no way.
Don't have.
There are only attacks. There are no foundations in this deck. They're not real.
He passed with double. Wow, he flashed the hand for a second there.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 capture evildoers and then all attacks.
Yeah.
Man, absolutely tragic start for Ben here, especially being a game down. This must not feel like a great way to start this bad boy off. The chivalrous simultaneous draw is going to feel super duper disrespectful when we know that our rival has like next to no blocking capability in their hand.
When your opponent is just like leading with hardened uppercuts, it's like, I'm just gonna I'm gonna play a hard uppercut to poke and then build 3. And it's like this is just watching the game. You're just watching the game get away from you. It's like
that's how it feels right now. We have 1 foundation to Nathan's 7, 6. Yep. 7 feels very, very rough. We're gonna get a really, really nice build turn here though, and this is right now we're really gonna see like the power of All Might 3 come out here as well, letting us get that build that almost catches us up to our rival, and at the same time not leave us down card advantage wise, because we're able to commit 2 of those resources to drawing 2 cards defensively if we so desire.
All right, so here comes the good old seizing into Rapid Punches line.
Yeah, this is I mean, we do have a Specialist of Sound available to us, so this is certainly not going to be outside the realm of blockable. We can definitely put the resources to stopping this one. Hopefully we have the low blocks. Something the all symbol is pretty notorious for is not having access to a lot of low blocks, especially when it comes to his attacks. I don't know if Ben has shown us a single attack with a low block on it. Not sure if he's done it. In general, all punches in general, right? That was like the big meme for a long time. Yep. Is we didn't have a low block smash attack for Smash All Might. But at the same, I mean, if you can't get the full block on this to stop the draw, it's probably not going to feel great either way. So I can see why he's just taking this one on the face. Didn't even try to draw the cards though to get the low block.
Yeah, it seems like the endeavor here is just kind of like I'm gonna just go. I'm gonna play this for the cycle, build an extra foundation, and like, all right, just don't do like he's doing the foundation count. When you're doing the foundation count, it's like, okay, you're just like not trying to mess up and go to deadlock because you don't like all all doesn't have crazy deadlock that you were like outside of like right now we've only seen so far a snack time visible. Like we haven't seen anything that's in like okay, that's a deadlock line.
The big one is pull no punches, right? That
Yeah.
is like the, snack time you can sometimes go into depending on the game state and what the rest of their cards are. If they don't have anything that makes drawing a million cards really busted, I can run into a snack time deadlock every now and then. But a pull no punches deadlock,
Mm.
I'm very rarely allowed to send more than 10 foundations into that card right there. But we have not seen that card come out from Ben whatsoever yet. So, possibly, prone to dry eyes, like we said earlier, maybe being our 3 diff of choice instead. Gonna make our late game pressure a little weak there. If Nathan just opts to really, really hammer down his advantage and kind of hunker down, right? And just say, yeah, I'm just gonna keep building, man. And you're just gonna struggle to catch up to me for a hot minute as I just slowly like dangle control of this game state in your face, and you have the illusion that you're ever gonna actually be able to grasp it from me.
Yeah, this the right now the line here is he's like, all right, we're gonna use the All Might, we're gonna card advantage off of that. We're just kind of poking with a karate here. We're just like, all right, I'm gonna commit one. You're gonna get your campy fix to fire off. The karate's gonna just come in for like minimal damage, and now you're just like, okay, what happens next? You're like, it's like this is where this endeavor can sit there and go like, all right, I'm gonna double resistance and endeavor this. Like, take one, go to the next attack.
Yeah, I could potentially see some resistances having had happened there, but we're also possibly just thinking, Texas is probably coming, and I've got the high block, so I'll just block it. And then if you can double resistance on the Texas, and then just say, hey, really don't play your next one yet, it's very, very, very punishing.
Yep.
The double resistance, man, it just is doing a really good job of Nathan being able to say, hey, Ben, as soon as I want you to stop, I'm going to tell you to stop, and you have to stop. That's really strong when you're trying to maintain a hold on the control you already have
Ooh,
in a game state.
there's
Ooh.
the face shield.
Yeah, the face shield block is going to be even bigger here. If, like I said, if anything is really telling him to stop, it's this
Like,
right here. It's this right here.
yeah,
Saying you're Texas into Texas, you're Texas into Valiant Assault. None of that is happening now. None of that is
yep.
happening now. You got another karate chop, buddy?
I mean, he's
Yeah.
also still got and then the endeavor as like literally an emergency button has the learning the standards there. It's like, okay, I gotta if you push me too much, this is my line.
Yeah, we have a lot of really, really good ways to interact with Ben right now on our turn. As far as like the second we feel threatened, we have a ton of safety nets to put up.
Yep.
And now we have to pass back in with I would say we have a reasonable defensive board if it wasn't for the fact that double one with nature is sitting on Endeavor stage.
Yeah. Double one with nature. I believe he just played a rapid punches. I saw that.
Yeah,
I
we
see a
I
little bit of the mustard there on the.
Yeah, a teeny bit of the yellow peeking out from the tippity top there of our camera view. The rapid punches is coming in, and Endeavor has so many tools available to him right now that like if Nathan wants this rapid punches to hit, it's gonna hit,
Yep. Yeah.
or it's
Like
gonna
it's like
eat
I'm gonna
an
lose a
absurd
life.
amount of resources.
It's like I'm gonna lose a life here. Give this 2 speed. Like we're just gonna make sure this connects.
Yeah, we're also just
Ooh,
gonna continue playing this game of like I'm gonna open with this low attack and just check you.
yep.
We've opened with a low attack every single turn so far this game because we've realized, this guy just ain't got lows in his deck, they're just not there, we get to just kind of keep checking him, especially with these really, really nice on-hit rapid punches. And if there was ever another one that we're really encouraged to not block, it's this ignited arrow coming in, followed
Ooh,
by
it does
another
feel
ignited
ignited.
arrow. With a nice 5 check rolling in as well. Yeah, this is a pretty beautiful attack string for Nathan. We have defensive resources available to us, but we're doing a very good job of convincing Ben that he does not want to use them. But I mean, they're are only so many ignited arrows you can take on the chin. So we're going to see the Specialist of Sound commit here and telegraph that we are going to actually be blocking this one.
Right.
And let's see what the top of Nathan's deck is going to provide to him now. Oh, this is a lot of foundations. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, there it is. There's our,
Is that a stomp?
yeah, spicy little Hellflame stomp coming in. Are we gonna jam that? I mean, we've pretty much already identified that Ben is not working with a low block in his arsenal, so I'm not surprised to see this one come in, especially to do a little bit of health recursion for us. You know, right now it's so hard to tell, right? Is that, has Nathan already put a lethal line together in his head, and that's why we're going so deep? Or are we just that confident in our stage to protect us from anything that Ben could do on the backswing?
Yeah. I think Hellfire. So Hellflame Stomp is one of those cards that I still think is one of my favorite cards from set 3. I just like stat. It's just statted well. It's like if you have any character that gives speed or damage, then you have an attack that gives the alternate of that speed and damage bonus. Like that's usually like I'm used to that card. Just like that's a 606 or that's a 408, and it's just that's a lot of damage on a 4-diff.
It's very pesky, right? It's just an incredibly pesky card, and it's very good at, you know, it's very good at taxing our rivals' resources. It's very good at block checking them, and then when it's in Endeavor and it has that really pesky on hit response as well, it's just even more of a pain to deal with, especially when your rival is going to be really convinced all the time to hold their low blocks for the rapid punches to stop that on hit draw. You really don't want to be committing that low block that you have, probably the only low block that you have, to something like a Hellflame Stomp. And then speaking of low blocks, it's also a +1 low. Yeah, this card's really good. This card's obviously, it's like superb in Endeavor, but this card in general just feels really good.
Now he never gets to gain 2. It's like,
So
all right, I
good.
just completely value this. Like, all right, here we go. Is that another stomp?
What's better than one Hellflame Stomp, Mr. Cervini?
A second stomp.
There it is.
Right.
There it is. Now we do apply -3 speed to this one. Hopefully we've found that, potentially found that low block, maybe in that chivalrous draw between both ourselves and our rival. But at the same time, once again, this is just going to be, you know, I'll pay 2 health. I'll +2 damage by the looks of it.
Yep.
Or no, +2 speed. The die is just still on the left because we got -3 speed. So we are pumping this back up. I mean, yeah, if you've put -3 speed onto me, you're clearly saying that you want to block this bad boy. I'm just going to make it a little bit harder for you to do that.
I think the line. I think he's just trying. It does like.
Ooh, we've also
I'm
just
not
won
sure
with Natured. We've just won with Natured.
Yeah, I think we're. I'm trying to think here. He's at 6 or I can't tell.
I believe Ben is at 5 health right now.
Yeah, so I think we're trying to just activate all the buttons and hope to close out. Like you go +3 speed. You go like I would think you go face for 2 speed, this for 2 speed, and then just activate one with nature twice and just be like, all right, you have this.
I do believe that's what's going on right here. It looks like we snack time deadlocked. Is
Yes.
Nathan in deadlock? Okay. So we're possibly digging for the nice block here. As you said, doing the math, it was 4 speed, right? We -3 to it for 1 speed. We +2'd for 3 speed, and now we won with Natured, so it's like effectively a 5 speed.
Okay, there it is. He made him pull the. He made him like commit out. They popped the You're So Obvious.
Okay.
Now
it looks like we reset the damage, or we reset the speed. But I think we've realized that reset or not, the damage, the damage came in, and the one with nature still caught up to us. Gonna lead into a very relatively swift 2-0 for Mr. Nathan, the UK national champion, defending his title here on stream versus the in-lore #1 hero.
Yeah, that was a great round 1. Like we got to see some. I think it's great. We got Nathan on stream. We got a little coverage and you got to see that awesome mat, that champion All Might mat, which looks
so amazing. Beautiful. It's so. How jealous do you think Ben is of that mat?
I mean, there's only 3 in the world. Like that's the feeling. So you're just like, man, there's only 3 of those.
Yeah, we were lining up this morning's matchup, and you said to me, Hey, Levi, my friend, look at that, buddy. We got the we got the EU national champion right here in our event. We've got to get him on round one, and thank you, Jesse, because they just provided
Yeah.
us to a super duper sick round one. But that's barely the beginning, guys, of our extremely exciting day one here. I think we're gonna have 7 rounds of Swiss, I believe,
Seven
based on our
rounds
number of
to
players.
top 16 is going
Yeah,
to be
set
the
around to top
breakdown.
16. So it's going to be an action-packed day. It's going to be an action-packed weekend. And Jesse, myself, and coming in on our next round, Nilmerg, the three of us are going to have a really, really, really action-packed series of rounds to deliver to you guys. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get something awesome lined up in the tank for our next round. And buckle in, because it's going to be an amazing, amazing day of not only regional license exam action, but just My Hero Academia collectible card game action. We'll be back soon.
See you soon, guys.
But definitely excited to commentate some games here. Round two, going into round two. This time we have Grant Padley versus Brent Pendragon. And then and this is going to be Mina 1 on Chaos versus Jiro on Air.
Yeah, so the very aptly named Jiro deck list, back to the OG. Certainly one of the most tried and true meta characters ever since day one, still pulling a ton of weight when it comes to our competitive scene. And speaking of competitive, being piloted by Grant Padley, who I've been informed is a former UK national champion. So two very, very, very familiar things going on here, right? No strangers on our left side of the table. And of course, same can be said to an extent on our right side, because Mr. Brett Pendragon, hashtag that Dobby guy himself, a very, very, very well-known entity, possibly the most well-known entity when it comes to the UK player base, certainly making a splash, a former HLC competitor, right? All the way moving into the HLC, really, really popularizing Dobby 1, really, really living up to the meme, and now going into a whole different sect for his memes this weekend, playing Mina 1, a relatively unregistered character, I think, when it comes to a lot of big events, but of course still on his tried and true chaos symbol. I'm looking forward to what both of these players are going to bring us in this match.
For sure. And seems like Mina won the dice roll here. Hey, really like to build first as a 7-hander.
Yeah, that's that's one of the coolest things about Mina, right? We won the dice roll, so we're not going to see it in game one, but in game two, her response is incredibly online when it comes to building foundation. So you can end up with some really, really weird and really, really wide builds when it comes to this character, no matter what side of the turn cycle you're on. And I think that's going to be that's the reason I think this match is going to be so exciting, because Mina 1 is just a very exciting character, right? Response, discard a card, play your checked card as your next form. That's the most wild ability in the whole wide world.
For sure. And building 5 here, not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, we almost got the 6 build. This is, the fabled chaos symbol, right? Building a bunch of its extremely relevant 0 diffs and going super duper wide. I'm eager to see what kind of attacks Brett is going to show us. We saw the ice slide tackle get checked, so we're going to see some lows. We're possibly going to see some other ranged. There's a lot of things really to be doing on the chaos symbol when it comes to attacks, right? Their charge packages are very popular. Their range packages are very popular. There's a lot of reasons to go a lot of different ways.
For sure. And going to go ahead and start with some aggression here. Putting an ice wall into the card pool, checking a 5. This is nice.
Wonderful start for our Chaos Mina turn here. We're gonna get to not exactly get a lot of pressure out from just this alone, but the stun 2 could lead to something a lot scarier, especially when, again, we just don't know what our checks are going to hold for us. There's a world where we get this block in, and then we randomly pop like a 1.3 or an ice storm, and maybe we really start taxing things when it comes to the low blocks from Jiro's end. We're seeing ice slide tackle, we're seeing giant ice wall. I have to imagine that it's looking like we're a chaos ranged package at this point. 1.3s have got to be in there. Ice storms have got to be in there. It's a lot of low attacks. It's certainly making combo low attack on this ice slide tackle begin to make a lot more sense.
For sure. And opting not to use the specialist of sound here might indicate we do not have a low block for this. It's quite speedy.
It's definitely a little frightening to be going into what looks like a chaos range deck, and we've seen a combo low attack checked. We have to know that there's 1.3 millions in there. To have gone and sent in our one low block on the first attack, it's a little bold. So
For
just
sure.
a little bold. I mean, granted, we've only got 4 foundations, so 1.3s could be 9 damage max. But it's also possible that we just don't have the zones anymore. Now, this is where things are going to get scary. We're doing some building. Oh, maybe pick up that graceful maneuvers. Yeah, pick up. We had the 1.3 as well. Just opted not to send it in.
We did. Jiro did get to kind of peek the top. Didn't want to risk checking a 3, needing a 7. I think building here was fine. Now, as Mina, we have, I believe, 2 cards in hand and a full ready stage. And given that we do play ice slide tackles, we might not feel too threatened if Jiro should start aggressing. We know that on the air package, Jiro likes to use cards like Zero Gravity Lift and this Electric Jolt to start putting that momentum or start trying to gather that momentum. Here we're going to target
Ooh.
down.
So it looks like we went a little bit out of order with the season happening second. They would actually have had first response, but it looks like Brett flipped an infinite potential to make this a high. Do you think we're going to see that ice slide tackle block come in now to make a jolt do 0 damage?
We've been seeing Jiro's on air go ahead and after they initiate with something like an electric jolt or a zero gravity lift, start pumping out instant explosive releases. So I would not be surprised if we do see an infinite potential to make this a high and blocking with a ice slide tackle so that we can just shut out that plan entirely.
Yeah, I think Ice Slide Tackle might end up being the secret MVP of this matchup. Where we are the one of Mina's 3 symbols that doesn't have access to a lot of the throw hate. The Faith Shields and the Wall Clings of the world. We haven't seen him put down anything like Villains Defeated, so it feels like we're a little defenseless. But that Ice Slide Tackle is gonna come in, man. What an awesome play. That's so sick. He's the little hand jam on the table there from Grant's end. He's like, I knew it was coming. The second you infinite potential, I knew it was coming. But do we have another ice slide tackle? That's the big question now, because this zero gravity lift is coming in. We baited out that play now expertly.
We did have another ice slide tackle, but
we sure did play it. We sure did play it last turn. Now, but again, this is still definitely the profitable route for Brett, because despite the fact that we're not going to be able to completely deny the momentum coming in for Jiro, we did stop the first attack from hitting, which, as you said, Nil, extremely important for any possible instant explosive release plays. But he's actually just a god. He's actually just a god. Had 3 ice slide tackles. Just as I would expect from Mr. Brett Pendragon. Actually, just God tier gamer pro plays coming out right here.
Just feel different.
Yep. Not only no instant explosive release, but no momentum as a whole. Your first one didn't hit. Your second one also didn't hit. Your turn is over. Good day. You get nothing. Good day, sir. But yeah, I think that's kind of the big thing that we've been. Oh my God.
We really want this momentum. This is determination. So bad.
This is pure raw determination coming in from Grant right now. But I mean, hey, we know that we have 2 5s on top, right? So like full send it, and we know that it's going to come in with +3 damage because we're Jiro, right? We're living and breathing, and we're going to force Brett to use a chivalrous to replace 1 card in his empty hand to have a chance at blocking this. But it looks like no block came in to save us. We took 9 right to the dome.
Yeah.
But so this is kind of the thing, right? that before the double ice slide tackle craziness ensued. As you were saying earlier, Neil, the instant explosive releases. I think since that was something that we saw float between Jiro lists quite a lot, but it really was Philip C's second place deck at the HLC that was just like hard jamming 4 of them and full sending that game plan. I feel like ever since then, every Jiro deck that we've seen is super all in on like that max greed game plan.
Yeah. Well, Jiro ends up finishing her turn with a momentum. However, one momentum, a bit, especially as a gravity lift, might be a bit, might make you a bit nervous, but it's not 3 momentum, so.
Whoop! Surprise 1.3 coming in off of our build 1. This is so hype. This is like we're actually just block check. We're just low block checking Jiro right now. That is our goal here. But yeah, I mean, you can't be that upset, right? As Brett, we denied 2 of the 3 momentum that Jiro was supposed to get that turn. Like, that is what we got to do, and that feels really, really good. And even if this gets blocked, right, the ability to the -3 is coming in. Now, what's really cool here is even if we don't have the low block, right, we can scout the top 2. And then Leighton's never mind. Leighton skill is gonna get super duper stuns now. After I'm -3. Because what I was thinking of is, right, we can like check top 2, see if there's a low block in there, and then filter our hand to go and grab it. That would be super duper sick. But
those foundations were for sure getting committed.
Yeah, like you could have unlocked that play if you didn't special sound. Well, no, because then it would have gone stun 1. I'll check top 2, see if there's a low block. Okay, I'll commit 1, you commit 1, then the latent skill gets committed. So they would have had to have bypassed the scout in the top 2. It would have been a lot of risks to have tried to take that line. And then you also have to get a good low block and check well on it because you're going to be all committed out and you didn't -3 speed. Yeah. Now that I think about it, that's a lot of asks. That's a lot of asks for that play to have come to fruition. Especially with Mina putting 1 speed on the 1.3 as well.
Yep. And if we do not have a low block here, where if we at least just have even a we're gonna have to block this.
Soundwave's block doesn't feel too bad. This should be 11 damage, right? So we're gonna take a hefty little chunk. Brett's also going to get to heal 1 via the Mina enhance. A little bit of little bit of blood transfer going on here. Feels really good.
As Mina, you feel really good about this because that means that's 1 less specialized sound waves in hand for that Jiro.
Yeah, we got the specialized sound waves out of hand. We got a big half damage through, and we healed 1 off of what was just going to be a build turn initially. That's really, really, really good. That's fantastic. We just have to be able to handle 1 sound waves play. But man, our defenses are going to get shredded up as rolling 3 checks come in on this build.
Committing the release? I guess we can ready it with requesting
assistance. We do have a requesting assistance sitting under our graceful maneuvers.
There are ways for Jiro to target that down, so
yeah, we've got to be a little wary because like if we open with a jolt and 0 gravity lift it, right? We'd still be able to requesting, but then it would just get pinned down. The release would still get pinned down on the next one if that kind of play comes in. Ooh, that's not a good start. Opening with an instant explosive release? What is he cooking?
All right, does that mean that there's no other attacks in hand?
It's possible, right? We did block with our sound waves. At the same time, we held that 1 other card, and I don't know. We got to going right away for the latent skill by the looks of it.
So possibly trying to dig for more for more attacks here. Yeah,
we see the requesting come in to ready the release right away, and so we're gonna be pretty safe when it comes in there. Still at the same time, even with all the buttons being pressed, this is not a fantastic opening
for sure
for Jiro. We're now going to get to come in and kind of take a little peeksies at our top 2, see what we might be able to draw. We've got the ways to find the cards right on hand if we want to go for that type of filter. At the same time, though, like we don't get to pin down this release anymore, and I think that's the biggest thing. We still have the chivalrous on board. Does Brett only have 1 card in hand?
Yeah.
Ye-
But we do have a chivalrous. Should we want to use that as like our emergency dig?
We do have a little bit of emergency dig. There's definitely a lot of back and forth going on between these possible defensive plays. I mean, Brett's playing the chaos symbol, right? He has options. He has a lot of options, and Grant in the meantime does not have a ton of options. We have a very very face down board at this point, but we've got one momentum, so there's always a world where Soundwaves could put together a really good string for us. Now, this Ice Storm block is a blessing and a curse, right? Because we got half damage through, meaning that another instant explosive comes in immediately to be able to give us even more momentum. However, the Breaker 2, the give and take of the Ice Storm is going to force us to commit down half of our board on this one.
Yeah. Let's see.
Ooh, okay. So Petty Squabble is coming in now. This is going to be the hand replenishment that Brett wanted, right? Committing our character to discard 2 cards, not as cost, and then draw 2 cards, effectively being a free draw 2 for Brett. However, we did just give our Jiro rival a nice cycle of 2. So let's see if that comes to bite us in the butt. And then we found, not only do we find the high block, we found the Breaker 1 high block. Although it's going to be a little bit back and forth. We Breaker 1, but our attack is going to leave the card pool. So it's going to feel like we're just back to square one when it comes to playing on our progressive difficulty. But man, can we find on a 4 checking a 2?
Yeah. I don't think we get very far in this turn, actually.
It's rough. I think there's just still too much defensive capability on Brett's end. It might just come down to the block zone tax, if anything. We can stack a home run comet and a 6, and it'll be pretty large. At the same time, though, like, we've got graceful maneuvers and we've got release up. It's super blockable. Soundwaves into sound. I mean, we do have 2 momentum now. Soundwaves into Soundwaves could be the move here. If we go into another Soundwaves and then we do Soundwaves into a home run comet and a 6 check, the home run would be on a 7, right? So it would be fine. It would work out okay for us.
And then the home run comet would be gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 speed, making it a 7 high. However, we do have speed hate on our board and release. Should we be able to find a high? Ooh.
So okay. Yeah. Brett has realized what's going on. So the issue here now is that we jam this other Soundwaves. We have to block this Soundwaves with our last card in hand, and then we can actually just Soundwaves into another Soundwaves as a flash. Chivalrous doesn't get to draw, and then we just go splat.
Yeah.
That was the line that Brett immediately identified there was, I'm not getting to draw a card anymore unless you give me an enhanced step. And Soundwaves into Soundwaves chaining is just going to completely deny that enhanced step. As well as I think the home run comet play also would have worked out potentially as well, simply based on, as you said, the home run being too fast and us needing double high block. Right, because we now had to block the lethal Soundwaves because the power of Soundwaves, right, being this card that lets you do all of these crazy daisy insane chains, but at the end of the day, it's just a little measly 4 high for 3, just a little 3 damage move. But in Jiro, that's never the case. Never just a little 3 damage move. That thing's killing you.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we're gonna be seeing a Ball Might here from the sideboard. Huh.
Now this is spicy right here. This is spicy. He says, hey, that whole having 20 health thing against Jiro, I'm not a fan. We're going to be going into All Might 7, otherwise known as Ball Might, or I guess vice versa if you want to be official about it. But this is going to be quite the change up here. We're going to be able to really, really take advantage of our range package here, putting 2 speed instead onto all of our super cool 1.3 millions and the like, going to make our deck a little more threatening. Our responses are also going to be fairly relevant, depending on how well we can posture our defense. A world where Brett gets to get his 3rd block off and then commit Grant's character and say, okay, play your home run now. No buffs though. No buffs.
Yep. One thing also that's nice about Ball Might is should we be able to deal 6 or more damage with an attack, we get to draw 2. Jiro might have to play some tight defense here to respect to that response. Should she kind of We don't want to disrespect a draw 2.
No, definitely not under the chaos symbol, right? That is one of like chaos's underlying issues historically throughout this format so far, MHA format as a whole, is that it struggles to find a lot of the card draw. If you're not playing a Frigid Heatwave deck, chaos really struggles to find that card draw. That's why things like, Petty Squabble, even in decks that can't really afford to commit their character, it sees play just to get that extra push, that extra reach. And then Chivalrous Competitors, it's the almighty, right? It's the almighty on every single deck on its symbols.
For sure. And taking a peek here, not many people bring out the Ball Might, especially as a sideboard.
I mean, as far as like our big official events go, this is for all intents and purposes a brand new character. Only just barely becoming legal, coming in like literally hot off the heels of his legality. All Might 7 / Ball Might 1. It's a lot of syllables, a lot of phonics going on here with this character. But yeah, I think this is going to be really, really interesting, man. This is going to, kind of technically the first big like competitive showcase for this character.
Sure.
It's you can kind of make it out. But obviously, if you've seen him posting about it on the socials, Brett is literally wearing a jersey that he custom made with the numbers on it and with Ball Might on it. It's literally a custom baseball jersey. You can see like just barely from the pinstripes on the stream, but it literally says like Ball Might on it, and it's the most hilarious thing ever. And he told me that this was like a direct reason he really wanted to play. He was like, I want to play Chaos, and just something that is able to main or side into Ball Might. He's here to have a good time. This man has already packed his Nationals invite. He's here to show his love of baseball to the world right now.
For sure. And if we manage to bring home this game 2 with Ball Might, that'll be a pretty nice showing for the character, for sure.
Yeah,
especially against Jiro.
One thing I really like too to see here is the cool double synergy between our characters of Award the Victor, being a card that, with Mina, right? We get to hit with our attack, stack it on top, play our next one. Oh, hey, look, I checked the attack I want to play. You play it again. Ball Might gets a similar interaction where if we get to hit with a 6 or more damage move, we get to respond to Award the Victor, put it on top, and then we get to respond Ball Might and draw our cards to get to redraw that attack. It's going to feel really good if we start sending in things like 1.3s getting their damage through, or frigid heat waves that might get to pump themselves up, stuff like that.
For sure. And given that Jiro is on air, and the attacks that we were seeing didn't have any low blocks. We didn't see 1.3 million on her side. We don't have too many cards that block low.
Yeah, we do have a wall cling right on our board, so I'm feeling a little less afraid than I was before. But yeah, we definitely built like half the low blocks already, right, in our deck. We built Specialist of Sound, and we built double Arrogant Disposition. Our low blocks are they're all on the board. But I mean, at the same time,
you kind of don't want those Arrogant Dispositions in your stage, at least 2 of them as Jiro early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, it's turn 1, right? It's hard to think that critically about what I want on my stage and what zones I want to keep in my hand, because the goal is just put things on the board.
Yeah. Beggars can't be choosers turn 1, for sure, but that's just 6 or 2 less 6 checks in our deck. I would feel a bit bad about that.
Yeah, and so Icewall is going to come in here, going to come down and put in the work.
We did have the one low block, though. Hopefully there's not more coming.
Yeah, I mean, we still have our wall cling up, so things aren't too bad. However, if a 1.3 million comes in, we're going to have to make the choice of -3 speed or getting to use our wall cling. So it's going to be a rough spot still.
Given the fact we have a mid block.
Yeah, given the fact that we have either a low or a mid to be able to block in the first place. But thankfully, it looks like the aggression is what? We played a decoy duplicate into a 1.3 million volts.
Yes,
Oh,
just
okay.
in case.
We're trying to play around the gamer knowledge of Jiro
Yeah,
putting a 3 on top.
yeah.
Okay, I see you. I see you, Brett Pendragon. I see you, man.
I
That's
guess committing 2 versus potentially 3 is
yeah.
better.
Yeah, and then the end, like the only time it doesn't pay off is if Jiro thought about that, if Grant thought about that and tried to like double mind game, like reverse psychology, which you kind of have to doubt happened, or the other world where it, spells doom is if there are 2 3s on top.
I think we are going to deal 6 or more damage.
Yeah. Oh, we're absolutely gonna. Oh my God. Are we about to just double 1.3 right now? Because we're drawing it with the award the victor play. We're drawing it. Our
Oh,
next check has +2. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm freaking out now. No, I'm
oh
freaking out.
my god.
Oh my God. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. There it is. There it is.
Oh,
It's coming back down. It's coming back
3,
down.
4, 5.
This is absolutely amazing.
Hey,
This is
Jiro has no
absolutely amazing.
momentum. I'm down.
Yeah, man. And like we're gonna get a decoy duplicate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm so down to just full send this right back. We're gonna have our decoy duplicate live on board still coming
Oh,
back
and
around.
we even have a requesting assistance.
Yeah,
This is
no, I
amazing.
think there's like no reason not to jam that there. It's gonna put you so far ahead. And like you've got cards to spare and you're building and requesting assistance. Like, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Jiro, if she plays an attack, you're requesting assistance to the release. And should the attack be something like a throw or electric jolt, you can just use the decoy duplicate, say, I absolutely do not want to deal with this. Yeah.
Yeah, like we haven't left ourselves defenseless by any means. We have a reasonable amount. If we really feel threatened, we can requesting our release back up and then start, popping our stage to
Yeah.
get ahead defensively. No, I think all of that lined up to make a really good turn. They said, hey, look, you just gave me your 1 low block. I'm off to the races now.
Award the victor. Oh my goodness.
And once again, open you with an instant explosive release. Definitely not the strongest suit. In Grant's mind right now, you've got to be thinking, okay, well, he just put a ton of pressure on me. I'm really behind in health total. He's committed a lot of his resources to make that play. I've got to get some damage in. I've got to start bringing this back around to a favorable game state for me. I've got to start getting some momentum. But if this is the only thing you have to throw out, it's not great. We're certainly seeing the low roll of the 4 instant explosive release Jiro builds right now.
Hey, what are the chances we have another 2 isolate attack rules?
If we have more, if we got to draw that faster with ice Brett might just be built different.
Oh goodness.
Brett very well might just be different, Nilmerg, and I don't know if there's anything Grant can do about it.
Huh. Well, we're gonna have. Okay. Well, this is a high block, and going ahead and
high
checking a 5
and
off of the
sending
release.
the breaker 1, man. Oh
Yeah.
Oh, I think one of the double jab pummel though, gonna come in and make that a little less punishing. Oh, we checked a 6, which was actually a 5 because of breaker. Epic moves. Polite and well spoken is not one that we've seen a lot of the Jiros adopt, but when we were looking at these lists, you kind of identified the technology there. Tell me a little bit about what's going on with Polite and well spoken here, Nil.
So, Polite and Well Spoken has a static effect that says if it's in the remove from game pile, you can or you can play it from the remove from game pile. So let's say you build it into the stage and you want to add it to your momentum with a home run comment. And then you want to use that momentum to pay for the cost of a specialized sound waves. Well, fancy ability on the card, after it's removed, you can just play it back into the card pool should you want to go ahead and build a few foundations after attacking.
Yeah, normally not a particularly relevant aspect of sound waves, removing the momentum, but in this case, actually just gives you, even more plussing, right? And
it's another 6 check,
Ain't nothing wrong with some 6 checks in there. We've already got arrogant dispositions too. Nothing wrong with 6 checks, especially in a deck that just gets to scout its checks nonstop.
For sure. And hey,
speaking of polite and well spoken, speaking of the Shadow Man here, so not a terrible turn for Jiro. Got a little bit of damage in. Grant has secured himself at least 1 momentum, which, as we saw last game, can be all you need to really get things churning.
for sure. And the fortunate thing, though, is that our defense we do have a wall cling and a specialist of sound. Aside from that, though, these other cards aren't really going to help us in this matchup.
No, especially as all of this stun comes down. This Ice Wall is going to stun 2. We're going to put stun 2 onto our next one. We've only got 6 foundations, and that is stun 4. We're going to be, if we're able to, if Brett is able to maneuver Grant into a position here where another 1.3, could really, really come down, it could easily find itself in some very lethal territory very fast and potentially be unblockable. Ball Mike putting 2 speed on 1.3 million? That's like no joke.
Oh, yeah. And we can only block up to 2 attacks. We have 2 in hand. Should we have 3? And the last one is for 6. This could be a win for Ball Mite, but checking a 3 on the first attack is kind of rough.
Yeah, we have to check really hot now, I think, for the rest of the turn to really come together. At the same time, we also have 1 with nature, right? So even with our 2 cards in hand, between all of this stun and 1 with nature on board, there might not even be a world where 2 blocks can happen. We might just be able to sneak 1 in there. And we don't have to block this right now. I think even especially if you only have a singular low block available to you, this is not the one that you spend it on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is for 5 damage. If it was for 6 damage, then I would be a bit concerned because we don't want to let this character deal 6.
No, most certainly not. Most certainly not. Especially when 2 cards in hand becomes crazy fuel for 1.
Oh, no, it's 6,
Yep.
But speaking of 1 with nature.
Yep. And so, we've flipped wall.
Mid block. We have a mid block. We don't have a low block, I don't think. Maybe. I think odds are we have a mid and a low, and we're gonna do the wall cling play here, just so that we can conserve our low for the 1.3. Because the thing is, if we wait to keep wall cling for 1.3, it's probably gonna stun it down before we can actually get that full use out of it, right? Yeah. So this is gonna be the attack so a specialist of sound has to be used here.
This might be unblockable. It's going to go to 0 speed post specialist. It'll combo itself back up to 2. We can 1 with nature to effectively make it a 4 speed. We've got 1 thing in our pool. I think we have to have.
Oh, there's
Yep. Because we had to have a 1 low and check well on that one. He might have just known that there was already a bad check on top. We did Jiro. Either way, Grant identifies, there was not a victorious defensive line for me there. I was not getting another turn no matter what things came to fruition. Once again, right there, we just got to see the power of Chaos's really strong aggression coming in. The Chaos symbol has really made a name for itself, and I think obviously Tokoyami's been doing it for a while now, but I think the versatility of it in all the decks on all of its symbols came down to it just being a matter of Chaos is really good at playing these massive dunks. And I think we really saw it come to fruition with Broberg's, HLC winning Midnight deck, where, man, any deck that's able to just put speed on Dark Shadow Ruins, on 1.3 million volts, on Frigid Heat Waves, just these massive bombs that Chaos gets to drop nonstop, while also applying really good stat buffs with its stage, having 1 with nature. It's just a very, very simple mathematics recipe, is that you can only block so many 5 speed 1.3s with +2 to your block mod.
Yeah, and the strength of 1 with nature. So discarding a card is a real cost. However, Chaos very well mitigates that cost because it can just draw so many cards, as with Chivalrous, with Petty Squabble, with
Ball Knight himself,
yeah.
Right? And then if we're a ranged deck, right, we don't think we've seen it yet, but if Heat Wave comes down, that just says free 1 with nature activations for your next couple move. moves, it's just so strong. It's very,
Yeah.
very, very, very good, especially with all of these, with the way we're playing this attack lineup. We've kind of identified that, hey man, this Jiro here has been really struggling to block all of these lows coming their way nonstop. I think that's another really powerful aspect of those big chaos dunks, man. One, it's been like a truth. It's been like a truth since day one, right? That double 1.3 million volts most of the time just closes a game.
Yeah. And the nice thing to note about our attacks for Ball Might is the base damage on a lot of these attacks is 5. So with that one with nature, bringing it up to 6 makes Jiro have to really stand on her toes to mitigate that response. But Jiro does get to go first in game 3. Don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, it's definitely going to put us in a better position to do Jiro things, right? Getting to be on the play as this character, obviously, getting ahead and build, getting that first poke turn in, securing that momentum for your second turn onslaught, right? It's really hard to block crazy Soundwave strings when you've only had 2 turns of building to do it. That's like where the might of this character getting to go first really comes in. I love that you pointed out how good one with nature interacts with like Ball Might wanted to see that 6 damage move. Like Ice Light Tackle and Ice Wall, those are both 5 damage moves. And one with nature is what really, really turns on their power when it comes to trying to secure the threat, the constant threat of that Ball Might response.
Mm-hmm. And
literally the most defensive build in the world. If we would have played Release as our 5th one there, that would have actually been the most defensive build in the whole world.
Yeah.
Literally premium chaos symbol defense right here. Double graceful maneuvers is going to feel super good. Double struggling.
At least one infinite potential, I think, would have been nice, just because we know that electric jolt.
Electric jolt, man. Yep. Seeing itself, seeing the infinite potential ice slide tackle plays to stop the jolts in game 1, man. That made my heart sing. That was so cool to watch. It is noteworthy though that struggling with studies sitting there with a pair of them in our board is going to make Grant have to think a lot when it comes to swinging. If that ice slide tackle does come down, you do not want to let your rival pick up another ice slide tackle block to throw down.
Yeah. For sure.
Same goes for any of our other threatening blocks, right? Our Ice Storm Breaker 2 block, our Ice Wall Breaker 1 block, especially as a high block. Chaos defense is just something that's really... Chaos defense feels like it's been a thing since day 1. It just never had like the aggressive pieces to round itself out, right? Like ranged, it's like best attack package. We came out the gate with a Breaker 2 and a Breaker 1 block. How are we not blocking like crazy? And the answer is those chaos decks they just didn't have those pieces now that they have like stuff like one with nature to really, really punish on the aggressive side of things too.
And reducing the speed on this electric jolt, I was anticipating a Ice Storm Breaker 2 block. So now should we play something like an instant explosive release, it would be on a 4. If we check a 3, it's actually a 2 or a 1, sorry.
Yeah, and I think we did Jiro, right? We did Scout on that attack, so we know that we're not going to get hardcore punished by a Breaker 2 coming in here, but still just, forcing Jiro to commit down any amount of foundations here feels a little good.
Especially when you're playing stuns and into 1.3.
Yeah, most certainly. They're not gonna be able to stop things like requesting assistance from going off now, which is very, very, very good for Grant here. Kind of has all the leeway in the world to aggress greedily, especially when we know there's a 6 check on the top of the deck. Oh my goodness. 6 check masters. 6 check masters singing loud and proud right now.
Huh. Well, this is a high attack. Maybe, it'd be nice if we had an ice slide tackle.
Show me the ice slide tackle, baby. I want to see the ice slide tackle come in so bad here. On this, 8 damage, 0 gravity lift? Oh, please. That would be so succulent. But I mean,
we would be able to pick the Ice Storm back up if we wanted to as well.
We could also go for just another Breaker 2 block play. I mean, we have to, the best that we're going to get anyway is half blocking that. Yeah, no, there it is. Called it right out the gate. called it right out of the gate right there, picking up our Ice Storm. So we don't have an Ice Slide tackle by the sound of it. Ooh. Ooh, okay, picking up the Ice Storm and securing that attack for next turn, and then opting to block with something else instead. I also don't hate that at all.
Not bad at all.
A little bit of Scholes. Ooh, I do hate that though. If I'm Brett Pendragon, I hate that right there. The cheerleader coming in as ooh, but we hate that. We hate that.
Oh, we see the hand, the elbows go onto the table.
Actually in shambles. He's actually in shambles. The posture here is hilarious.
You for sure don't want to check it too on the.
I love the posture here. It's so funny. But I mean, we get 2 pass with still 3 ready foundations and a million momentum. We got to secure 3 off of that turn. Man, it's a spooky spot. It's a spooky spot for Brett to be in here. It's
Checking
really
3 on this 5 is rough.
Yeah, things are not spelling well for us to put any real aggression on the board during this turn. If we can at least get a poke off, maybe get a cheerleader out the way, maybe get a release activation, we're gonna be able to go through a little bit of things resource wise.
Cheerleadering this, ha ha ha.
Yeah, but man, we still have to pass now into Grant's turn with him having 2 momentum. Gosh, if he draws the sound waves, it's gonna start getting real gross real fast. We're gonna see the premium Jiro plays come out the gate.
And you would ideally want to be able to use the requesting assistance to ready that to ready the
we sure would want to
before
if we
going
didn't
to Jiro's turn.
Yeah, but we're gonna get stopped in our tracks. Ooh, Ice Storm block coming out. Oh my god.
Okay.
Ooh,
This isn't spelling a good future.
Yeah. Now, if there's any blessing in disguise right here, it's that Jiro is. I mean, Grant's just managed to check every sound waves in the world. So we've been checking sound waves like crazy. However, if we still just draw that first one, checking all of those sound waves is actually a blessing in disguise because they now are in our toolbox when it comes to grabbing them with our sound waves. But we've got to draw that first one to kick the chain off, and that's going to be the biggest thing here.
We get to build a release here, but if we just find a seizing the advantage.
Yeah, if we open with the season here, yeah, but we do have a jolt in our momentum, right? So our first enhance is commit down your release. So it's it's looking like a real simple count to what 23 here for Jiro, or no, for 19, right? I think Jiro's at 23. And Ball Might is at 19. Yeah, this is looking really spooky. If we just have any actual respectable offense whatsoever, we might. We committed. Award the victor.
We can stun one and then target something with an electric jolt, but I guess we opted to stun one first before jolting the release.
Okay. Yeah.
But both of these are going to get committed anyway. I mean, the optimal route is to just commit the release first and then award the victor, right?
Right, especially because then we allowed Brett, as we just saw right here, to use the release on this attack. It's possible our hand is so gas it just doesn't even matter. Like we're just not even worried about it. We also got to scout the top 2 now, so if we have an attack there, Destined is gonna pick it up, no questions asked. But it looks like, I mean, I guess we have rolling 5s on top then because we didn't use Destined at all. Or maybe we're gonna go into our 5 check.
We didn't commit the release.
Yeah, we just didn't commit the release. Maybe we have nothing else, and this is just a jolt poke turn.
Huh.
I think that's the only reason that we would have. No, we got a double jab pummel.
I would have. So if this was just a jolt, or if this was only a jolt poke turn.
I mean, it's clearly not, right? We have double jab now, and we're going to get to do a bunch of filtering here. We know what our next card is as well, so we're going to be able to react to that accordingly. Breaker 1 is only going to punish us a little tiny bit here. But yeah, it's super duper strange. It's super duper strange.
Yeah. Oh, it's possible that Jolt was committed during the last turn. We just can't see whether or not the Jolt was flipped in the momentum.
Oh, yeah, we definitely can't see that. We definitely can't see that. So it's super duper possible. You might be on the money there, Nilmerg. I do believe you're on the money there. But it looks like so double jab came in and we just took, it looks like we just took the double jab on the chin there, and that was the end of the turn. So definitely didn't find too much of a respectable aggression there, especially with Brett being able to afford to face tank the double jab. But now we do have another jolt loaded up inside of our momentum. And we've been given a new lease on life here, another opportunity to potentially try to close things out.
Yeah, I guess the indicator that the double jab was the end of the turn is the fact that we didn't gravity lift it into the momentum. Just to clear our card pool, should we have had more attacks to play?
Oh. Yeah, but it looks like this new lease on life is simply going to be that, right? It's going to be literally us trying to just extend our life, going into just a little build turn for Brett here, holding 3 cards in hand.
Decoy, though.
Decoy duplicate is really big here. On top of having all of these graceful maneuvers, we're going to be able to manipulate a lot of speed this turn. And if something gets too scary, we're going to be able to just get it out of here. We might see the jolt come in to bring down the decoy.
Nah, because we also have requesting assistance.
That is requesting under the award the victor. Yeah.
So if we're targeting anything, it has to be the requesting assistance.
Yeah, most certainly has to be. Going through the discard pile here is a scary tell. Sounds like we found that sound waves, and we're figuring out how to start that chain here. Leading in right in with it, potentially going into sound waves. We should have 3 momentum here, right? We should have our grab lift, our jolt, and our face down double jab. Yep. So the double jab is going to get cleared, so that way we can start chaining more sound waves here. What we're probably going to do here is draw that sound waves, put that 6 on top, slam something else that gives us an enhanced steps that we can use, possibly our jolt or our grab lift, because we don't really want to go sound waves into sound waves here, because then we'll lose the use of our jolt or our grab lift somewhere down that line.
Yeah. And so, okay, if this is the defensive plan here. We want to go ahead, look at the discards, see how many sound waves are in the discard, and then if there's any home run comments, and the possibility of a home run comment being in hand, and depending on how many high blocks we have in hand, we just want to use the decoy on a home run comment. That is what we want to use that on.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe we don't have any other attacks in hand, because we did go sound waves into sound waves here and just lost the use of our jolt by having to remove it, and we put another sound waves on top. So I actually think that we're just going, or no, we got rid of our face down jolt. Yeah, that is our, okay, so yeah, we did use our face down jolt, or I'm sorry, our face up jolt that we thought we had last turn did get used on that requesting earlier. I think you were totally right about that. And so the defensive game plan here is just block 3 things, right? And block 3 things and commit Jiro. That is what we have to do here as Brett.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, man, all of these flashes are committing down. We
seems
committed
like
ball might. Never mind.
Well, so if we are not able to, okay, yeah, it's a low block.
Yeah, he shows I only have the low block anyway. I know that sound is coming. Man, that is just the power of specialized sound waves there. Just the power of specialized sound waves. Literally, we went into that turn going, oh my God, he's got this decoy duplicate, this requesting assistance, this release, this double graceful maneuvers. Successive flash attack after flash attack is going to be what brings Grant all the way to a victory, bypassing all of those defensive options while just spamming flash attack after flash attack and damage pumping them like crazy with the power of those Jiro responses.
Wow.
Yeah, very, very, very textbook stuff coming from Grant there, just as we'd expect from one of our former UK champions. But Brett putting up a surprisingly amazing fight, given the relative, I would say, uniqueness of his characters, right? Mina one obviously not being a character we've seen a lot of in the competitive scene, and Ball Might being just now legal, also not a character we've seen a lot. But both of them just really, really flexing the power, the versatility of the chaos symbol and what it offers in the game right now. Very, very, very cool stuff coming from both of those players.
For sure. And I mean, this was a very nice showcase of All Might on the Chaos symbol with the ranged package. Seeing, as we mentioned before, one with nature pumping up that 1 damage it needs to make these 5 base damage moves go to 6, and going, you gotta at least half block this, or else I get to draw 2 cards, making me effectively an 8-hander.
Yep, and then we just get to fuel one with nature even more in tandem with our own, bats and balls enhanced to just say, hey, all of my moves have +4 speed. Crazy stuff. The stats that come out of the chaos symbol just continue to blow me away and surprise me through meta after meta, format after format, set after set, and event after event. But guys, there's so much left of this event today, this weekend as a whole to go through. So Nomu and I are going to take a short break, and we're going to get an awesome round 3 lined up for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
It is the One Punch special against All Might 3 on All. So we have the All versus All matchup, but they are doing completely different things with all different game plans. This is going to be a fun time.
Oh yeah. We are going to be seeing the All Might 3 going first, and we know that All Might 4 loves cremation. So
right there. There it is.
Well, look at that. When we check is that a cremation that we checked as well?
Sure, check cremation as well.
All right.
So All Might 3 here, we've seen a couple of interesting things. British Swagger was checked on this. We're seeing kind of the traditional All lineup, a little bit actually kind of aggressive lineup here. We got Baker, we have Destined, Celebrity Status. So we got a good lineup of pump here. And then now we're going to kind of see the All Might with its collection. I like to refer to as this foundation lineup is very much on my combo is my win condition. I have to protect my combo as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So things like constantly improving, to the rescue, and daunting message, and even public support. These are all cards that are kind of like equipped to make this deck get there.
Yeah.
I mean, +6 speed is +6 speed.
For
I can always
sure.
do that. To the rescue can just because you have the first response, like you be able to seal out something like say a sound a specialist of sound, and then having the first enhance to daunting something to commit something that could get you on top of anybody pretty quick. Some people have 1, 2, maybe 3 answers, but after you interact with those 3 answers and lock it, it's like, can you produce lethal?
For sure. Yeah. To the rescue, I think is so we know that All Might 3 loves to be pumping speed or damage on these attacks. And looks like we're gonna be 4 cards in hand. We're just gonna let this one go through. Should we start seeing like some threats and we need a block? To the rescue just says we don't have to care about progressive on a card, which is nice. Karate chop though.
Karate chop is, I think, for the attack for the All lineup. I think the karate chop is a good play here. Of just it as your second attack, it's stun 2, and make them kill and kick a momentum. And
yeah,
you're just like here's a mid. Just like we saw it kind of, and that's a card that's like maybe we're gonna start seeing here a little bit more play, like of just like the fake stun of it to get them out to feel pressure people.
This matchup for sure, keeping All Might 4's momentum in check, especially. You want to keep that momentum in check for sure. Capture evildoers.
Ooh, that's a risky decision there. So, True Form All Might is all about momentum, and obviously taking a momentum with a deck that for each momentum could be a step closer to lethal. it can be interesting. Of like, I go play. If you set up everything, play the Detroit Smash, and you're like, I'll activate all my effects, give powerful. I'm like, I'm gonna evildoers and take your momentum.
Yeah.
That's
But
a line it can take here.
doesn't look like we're going to attack here. If we do have any evildoers in hand, we'll have to wait until our opponent's turn to go ahead and utilize that. Just trying to set up our board state here.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely trying to have all the interactions covered. I mean, triple daunting message is a good one. Like, you're gonna like, it's like I'm gonna go to I'll get to 15 at some point. I'm good. Don't worry. Like,
this guy can.
there it is. There's a capture.
There it is. Ha ha ha.
Extra momentum.
Yoink.
Because once you have the number to get to power, your powerful is like, all right. If I have to only discard 2 to 3 momentum for the powerful, anything extra just goes to your EX to help make sure it connects. Like, that's where it's gonna do its work.
You don't like to see rapid punches in the opponent's hand.
I don't like to see rapid punches opponent's hand, but also, I won't lie. I'm kind of wanting to see. I wish we had a full deck list for this All Might deck, because we're seeing the Barrage, and Barrage has been a lot, kind of the talk of the Discords lately, with the crazy interactions with Award the Victor and draw effects, where like, if like, you play All Might, is it All Might's Mentorship?
Mm.
Is the new DLC Foundation, and Award the Victor, you can go like respond, put it on top of my deck, respond, unflip it, respond, draw that card back, and just one. And then you're just like sometimes Harder Barrage just keep coming in. You can't stop them.
For sure. I mean, we saw in the previous round, we saw Ball Might go, hey, this is a cool 1.3 million volts that just dealt damage on your with your entirely committed stage. Oh, I have an Award the Victor. That's crazy. Let's put it on the top. Oh, I can go ahead and draw back into it. Let's play it again.
Yep. All right, so we got a breaker block here. That's probably gonna. This All Might's gonna probably have to. They're gonna push.
Huh.
Ooh,
So we opted to block with the capture evildoers. I honestly would have kept that in hand, knowing that our opponent plays Karate Chop, because that's exactly what I was anticipating.
And now we have no momentum again.
Yep, that is hard.
Yeah. I think that's a nullify that was just checked by.
Ooh.
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 So we're gonna go. So here's the good thing is, True Form will go to 1 at the start of this turn, but his cremations are turned off. But also the fact that I believe on top of that discard pile is a nullify. Knowing that the All Mights are playing nullify is a scary thought too.
Well, we did get a capture evildoers in hand. We drew into 1. So if we just play something else, we can secure that momentum. We did block with a Detroit Smash though, so I'm not sure if we drew into 1.
Are we? Yep, we're gonna press the buttons here. Like,
okay.
This might be a desperation press the buttons. Like, I'm gonna.
I mean, we're at 1.
We're at 1. Like, all right, catch my smash.
We do have it. Okay.
All right, so we have some responses here. We're gonna get 1 speed. Everything's committed, so it's like you don't. We're just gonna +6 this. Like, I think we're just gonna be like, do you have nullify or plus ultra, or avoiding copy? Do you have one of the 3 answers? Otherwise, I'm gonna keep pressing buttons until this is good.
And then we still have that capture evildoers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
There that is. So we got there's the X momentum. All right. So now it's gonna come down to, I think that goes to +3. That's gonna be powerful 10, and then we're gonna replace up 2, 3. We're gonna go +30 damage. And it's like, do you have it or not? That would go to game 2. We go to game 2 either way at the end of this line. It's like, do you have the block or not?
Yeah, wow.
Yep, we're gonna go. That's
Huh.
that just shows how well A, resilient, and B, you can't take momentum against this deck. There,
Yeah, this deck, if it wants momentum, it is going to fight for its life, literally,
yeah.
to get that momentum.
hmm So game one goes to Hardiman here. This is this now the board. Like that All Might's gotta be looking at its board. I'm like, all right, we're gonna bring in some You're So Obvious, probably. We're probably gonna buy do I have more nullifies? Those are probably gonna come in. Do I have plus ultras? Mike looks like he has all attacks in that sideboard of it.
It sure is a whole lot of orange.
And he's thinking about like how many attacks do I need to bring in? That's a valid choice here of like, hey, maybe like we always saw Detroit's in final smashes game one. Is that still what's necessary, or do we have to can we adjust some numbers here and figure it out? So
Even if we do manage, even if we do have plus ultras to side into, we have seen as well that all has access to reluctant retreat, which does say you can remove and discard a card, and your rival's just not allowed to use that plus ultra.
yeah, I have been playing this deck locally for a hot minute, and reluctant retreat has been. I have had to like I see somebody check a plus ultra, and I'm like, well, I am not going to try to kill you until I see a reluctant retreat. Unless I am in the desperate mode that Mike was probably in.
Yeah, for sure.
The other thing really about this true form deck is it's a really tight deck. It's like a 50
Oh yeah.
50 to 53 is like maybe the numbers people are playing around.
The key
Like
is the consistency for sure.
like this is a true like this is like the most close I would say to like combo you would consider in this form. Like it's like I'm playing one
Yeah.
attack, I am playing all these actions to interact to make the setup, and then you just play. You just like, all right, I combo off. Do you have an answer to this? And I think it really is developing. This deck existing is making people have to look at other cards they haven't looked at before.
For sure. Like I mean we've seen Detroit Smash since that one. People but we haven't seen it actually come into play in these tournaments and showing up. Cremation, just the introduction of cremation suddenly elevated that attack to just by miles. Just
Oh yeah,
wow.
like I am all for like I like looking at the future of where this could happen, and like there was a new a new foundation that's going to be in the starter deck for the billion, Humble
Mhm.
Hero, which is pretty much cremation on a foundation of in its own way. It's like at the start of your combat phase, if you have zero momentum, add this card to your play.
Yeah,
I'm like, now it makes this
on
deck
good.
playable on good, which
Yeah.
I think is great because I like all has a lot of answers, but good like has some it gives you different options. I think like
I think if choosing between those two, I would still go with the cremation just because pay one, I give this 3 speed.
true. I like the idea of it. You have it for the block. Like you can go, you can just have it a part of your build, and then you're just like, okay, I block, I commit it for blocks, and then like, all right, I'm ready to go off this. Because it started sort of combat, so you're like, draw my hand, and you're like, okay, it's time to we're gonna add this to momentum. I'm gonna try to kill you now.
Only building 2 on turn 1 for this All Might 3 is kind of rough.
Yeah, especially when True Might just goes lose 3, build 5.
So we're forced to continue build. Wow, I think the top of our deck was mostly attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go.
Like I found cremation.
I'd be surprised if we didn't. I mean, we have four cremation in a pretty tight deck.
We're gonna find it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Is that that's a plus Ultra Smash?
Yeah.
That is, you know what? That's a card that I could see in this
Just trying to
matchup.
get momentum, baby.
I know, yeah. I know where you get momentum. You are playing a lot of flip effects. It like you might just want to be like, all right, I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna Destin. All right, I'm gonna play one attack or like you Destin after a turn.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna. All right.
Detroit become All Might 1?
Yeah, this definitely might be it. We're just going in. Like, do you have the answer? Look, like he checks a 6. We're gonna steal the spooky.
Yep, we're like, we do not want that.
You don't want spooky here.
No shenanigans with it.
We are going, but like it looks like he has double chivalrous competitor.
Double
support. Like we're
gonna draw some cards.
All right, we're gonna steal your momentum.
Boopy.
Well, you're not like. Here's the thing: is like we still have, like here we go. We're gonna now go into. We are now battling over that singular momentum. Oh my god, we're gonna battle again. Here we go. We have and another one. We're just captured. Like, okay, you got it. Mike's like doing his check here. I'm like, okay. He's got all these draw effects. He's gonna pop a.
If the opponent managed to play 3 capture evildoers and we had a cremation hand, that could have also given us some momentum.
that is true.
But we'll be able to keep
here's
that.
A line. Here's a line that could occur if the All Might 3 blocks with a non-attack card, you can respond with cremation.
That is true.
So there is a line that he could get back into this, but like catch. You can just like block with a foundation. You're like respond cremation, and like try to kill you again.
Okay, wait. Let's see if it happens.
Nope, you failed the block.
Oh my gosh, it would have been so funny. Wait, we're gonna just
7. We're just smash it again. We are digging deep. We are now -3. If we draw again, we're -3. We're digging again.
How did we remove the? Oh, did we? How did we remove a cremation?
It was a momentum. It was a momentum generator.
Yeah.
So we're currently -3 hand size now. We're just hard -3.
Is that our hand?
It is his hand. He has activated. He has drawn 9 cards. 9 and 11. He's drawn 11 extra cards this turn.
Huh.
And we were trying to find another capture evildoer, but it looks like we didn't. So now we're like, oh, we're gonna Sugar Rush. 10? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
10. We got 10.
Then we make the check.
So +2, +4. Like it's not a lot here, but like we're just pressuring. Like this might just be like we pressure twice, and then we have to like use like final smashes to finish. All right.
It's gonna fail a block here.
Yep, fail block, and now we're building. We are.
I mean, we certainly did win game 1, didn't we?
Yep. I mean, you expect the first evildoer. You don't expect the second. And now we're just trying to. All right,
checking it.
Build 3. We get 2 momentum. So All Might gets removed from the game.
How many capture evildoers were used that we don't have to worry about anymore?
1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 were played total so far. 4 have been seen, but like 2 of Mike's have been seen, and 2 from All Might 3 have been seen. So this is about where this is the war that this deck is gonna have to play for you. People they're like, oh, All Might 4 deck. This All Might 4 deck's free. I'm like, you play a little bit of interaction. It's a tough deck to beat sometimes.
Yeah. We're gonna be able to stun 2 here, I believe. Off of this.
Stun 2, and Mike has be aware, this is all white 3, and Mike has like 8 cards in hand.
Yeah. Only 3 foundations though, and our character is committed, so that is a bit rough.
I think Mike might be. We might be going game 3 here.
Stun 1. What?
Or just boom.
Oh. Okay. Missouri Smash.
All right.
So, anticipating that we'll be able to deal damage with this one. Possibly to build a foundation.
Yeah, I expect it's like everything's to like lethal, right? Like everything's lethal now. You can't even dauntless anything because of the can't be fixed. So it's like really, there's like no good answers here.
Yeah, we're certainly making every move lethal here.
Yeah, which you should be doing. Like we're just gonna like activate stack time. Like we'll take you on the incremental, and you're just throwing stuff away. You're like,
ooh,
that blocked.
I think that's all of our Detroit smashes.
I think so. Because we played two, checked 1, but yeah. So we are now on the alternate line, which is you have to find final smashes and draw effects and just like play final smash, play stack 1, play another one, stack 1, and just like try to catch up with lacking amount of high blocks. I think that's his current line here.
Yeah. The funny thing is though, while all of these are hitting I'm not sure is this lethal anymore?
No, this isn't lethal. It's currently at 11. Yeah, it's currently 4 mid 11.
And the funny thing is, so we're gonna have to commit that down. We certainly have a lot of zero blocks, but
all right,
got to take that one. Do we have another?
Doing the peak set. That's probably gonna be enough.
Yeah. Unless we have some shenanigans. Nope, there's a scoop.
All right. Where's scoop? Go to game. Like, and that's, he went in for it, going second. Like, you never expect the double evildoers, but like that's a fight that you gotta. You guys are like, hey, this deck can lose, and do you know why? If you interact with it enough,
that was certainly a clip of all time that we got out of game 2 for sure. But letting All Might 4 being able to go first, kind of spooky.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Definitely the possibility here of this is gonna be. Now here's the one thing with the All Might 4 going first is it's with the all or nothing mulligan. If you draw your hand and it has all of your pieces but like too many actions, you have to send it back because you need to build some foundations. You can't just this deck can't just go off on no foundation line. So it needs unless Mike just wants to keep checking a 6 on his Detroit smashes because he keeps doing that.
Well, the thing is, so you're a 7-hander, you draw your 7. If you have at least 4 foundations, I think you're honestly pretty set. If you have a cremation and you can build 4, I think that's like the best you can hope for going first, or maybe even build 5, maybe if possible 6.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since you have a bunch of 6 checks in your deck.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the hope here. I think you're just trying to build.
We also have 2 checks though.
Yeah, we also have 2 checks. That's those Detroits are. You have to learn. You have to understand those 2 checks will count to something here.
But if we can build 4 at minimum, and have a cremation in hand, that would be quite nice. And I think we do have a cremation in hand. And Mike Hardiman says, "Okay, I'm down."
Yep. He didn't even have to think about it. He's just like, I'm just going to go to 27. Let's start counting. I think we've got cremation.
And we have a 0 diff foundation, I think. So
yeah, we have it excited. Usually excited just can help a lot of ways. I thought that was a Detroit for a
Oh
second.
my god. Oh, we don't care that we have twos.
Yep. We don't care. That you have to, I think you have to play like that.
Oh, we're just
5.
gonna play this on a. Okay.
Yep. Play this on a 4.
Okay.
There you go.
So
Built
he's
pot,
just built different.
just built different. We're gonna build the same. We're gonna build 3 that are hopefully safe-ish, and
I think I think we do also have that cremation. Oh.
I think we're doing. I think because 2 of the how Mike flips his chivalrouses, it puts them upside down, and when he did the shuffle up, they were upside down. So I think that the judge was checking the deck and putting everything in the correct order, and then giving it a shuffle.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a good stream judge right there. Like visual, like, hey, there's a thing here. Let's make sure everything's on the up and up.
Yep.
Obviously, just for safety. Oh, there's a good start though.
Okay, we like to see these for sure.
Yep. Spooky, you're so obvious. Snack time to push. There's the cremation.
Pop, boop, it.
Pop, boop. One interesting I learned yesterday that I didn't think of for a while was if I check a public support while playing actions during an attack, I get +1/+1, and I love that. Completely forgot about that interaction because it says after it enters your discard pile during the enhance step. Doesn't say how.
Yeah.
I definitely have put them. I've definitely hid them away from my Detroit smashes and like you're like, all right, I'll go for powerful and I'll respond with additional +2 speed, +2 damage. They're just like, okay, that was unnecessary, but I was like, but it was cool. So no pump here to All Might. We're gonna build out, we're gonna get the defenses online here. The charging for One for All is interesting. Because especially going first, I feel like you have to do a lot of work to get that thing to activate. Because you have to have less foundations than your rival to get the plus.
And there's no
5.
chance we're gonna be at less foundations this game. Oh, Pixies. Next one's gonna be a 3. And there we are.
There we are. Okay, so we have like essentially three foundations that have good, strong interaction into this. He's got 1 to the rescue on the board, so we'll see what happens here. He's doing. The thing is, he has the momentum. Is he ready for the Evildoer War? That's what it's like. It's like, it feels like that's what we're like. How many even if you could really keep track of like how many cards an opponent is holding turn to turn, you're like, all right, he's always holding those 2. Those have been there for a while. Like, those might be evildoers. He's just waiting for me to start. He's waiting for you to like fake the fire off. I mean, the one thing that might be a line here is like, we've seen Polno punches, but we haven't seen much else from Deadlock. So maybe just going deep into Deadlock might be a line here, and just be like, maybe I just gotta build a 15 and.
You also don't like. I mean, there's also snack time, which says I flip a foundation and draw a card. So
that's true. Can't doubt the snack time. He's at 19. He might be like, like eat the first, like let him snack time once, eat the first attack, go to 15.
Yeah, and I don't think we have much.
Yep, we're just gonna build one. Go.
Yeah, we don't really have stage destruction, or as that much stage destruction on the L symbol. So
that is true.
But hold it. Ooh, we're gonna have 6 against All Might 3 in hand.
Yeah, that's a situation that's a decision he had to make.
Huh. At least we certainly have a stage. But we're gonna give this speed. We're definitely.
That's a tell there to me of like, oh, we're putting speed on the brutish swagger. I'm like, maybe we're gonna start seeing like We're getting lots of speed and stun here. It's like we're gonna start pushing.
Yeah. Now the question is, if we have a capture evildoers in hand, we should be seeing it sometime this turn. I would assume.
I would assume also.
Do we have destroy smashes in hand? I thought I saw some.
Fails the block with a sugar time.
Hmm.
I feel like I would have just flipped one of the problems. I feel like the sugar rush there would have been a good for, like, instead of killing it as a block, just flip one of the problem guards and just tease it like, hey, what do you got?
Yeah, for sure. Because, like, I think if we do have Detroit Smashes in hand, I think the only reason we haven't played them is because of the spooky and the you're so obvious. But if we just flip one of them, suddenly that becomes a lot less of an issue.
Yeah, looks like we activated Dauntless Message, and we're getting the two problems off the committed out.
Ooh.
There's a smash. Smash is a thing here.
But we do have some. I did see a Detroit Smash in hand, so we do have a +0 high block.
Yep.
If we do see that, and
just
going to fail this formation.
Yep. I think he's just like trying to get cards out of his hand.
Yeah.
Like we're just like, all right, we're just gonna hit some cards, and it's if the All Might 3 activates the discard effect on Texas, then I'd be like, okay, I might be dead here.
Yeah, I mean, I did see that. If I am correct, those should be 2 Detroits. I could be wrong.
It might be double Detroit. Like, you might just need to block one. That might be the hope here. You can block one and block the first one, block this one, and or whatever. If it doesn't present lethal, I don't think you block this.
That too.
Like, because you're just like, yes, your cremations are turned off for speed pump, but you're just like, okay, what do you got?
Yeah. We are going to go ahead and block this though.
Yeah.
Did we discard a card? I don't believe we did. We might have.
Send a Valiant.
4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. We have 2 cards in hand? 3?
Yeah.
3. And we are at 11, is that? 11 or 13? Oh, we're going to call an attack. Ooh!
Why couldn't...
Yoink. I don't think we're attacking after this attack, so if we can't make this lethal, wait,
Yeah,
did we get our momentum captured?
It got discarded by the karate chop.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah. So now it's the bait play of like, okay, I see what
we have a capture evildoers in hand though.
Yeah. So it's gonna come down to, does the All Might take momentum again? And we go into we enter the war.
Only 2 ready foundations though, and both of our valuable defensive pieces are committed. 4 cards in the card pool.
I think we're making. Oh, we're gonna flip to remove it from regressive.
Okay. But it is a 7 mid, so if we do have a 0...
He has a character block in hand. He has a... I saw...
Yeah.
He has the All Might. So he's like, okay, do I not check a... It's like, he's just like trying to guarantee this block here.
Yeah.
All right. Block with the...
Ooh.
Didn't even like, oh, there's the All Might we were looking for.
It'll be pretty sad if we don't draw into one of those, because that was the only one in our hand. And there are 2 in the discard, I think. They're all in the discard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is rough.
It's almost hoping it was
We
almost
could have
hoping,
even
like,
half blocked this. No? Oh,
oh,
we're just.
gotta
Oh.
3. Nope. Check a 3.
Yeah, we could have half blocked this.
Yep. And now we're bound to the decision is do you it's like what hit and what didn't. Like blocked, and both dealt, and we are taking he's taking the momentum. Like maybe if you're like if the all the if he doesn't even check for the characters, so he's keeping track of the characters elsewhere. Like
Yeah, I mean, All Might 3, we've been seeing he hasn't really needed the momentum, right?
yeah.
So he's just like, well, you don't have any momentum? I don't need
Yeah.
this one either.
Yeah. He made the decision here. So now it's
Hey,
so now All Might is on. Can I? Oof. This is gonna be a tough line.
yeah. And we even used one of the Detroit Smashers to block, and so
Yep.
this is
I
rough.
think we're checking discard piles. We're trying to like do math.
There's certainly a lot of attacks in there.
Yep.
Yeah, if we just had All Might 1, this would, or it's just so hard now.
Yeah.
I guess the kryptonite to this All Might deck is not only being able to use momentum hate cards, but just playing characters and lineups that can sort of gain a lot of value and efficiency off of cards that don't necessarily require momentum. Which we've seen the alt symbol can both generate momentum very well and deny momentum very well.
Mm-hmm. I think Mike. I feel like Mike's in the writing on the wall situation where it's like, hey, can I go to deadlock? Can I do this? Can I do this?
Yeah, this is definitely. I couldn't be an optimist in this situation.
Like, we're just gonna play a Detroit Smash and see what happens. Like, all right, here's a Detroit Smash, 6-bit 6. We're gonna draw 3 cards. We're gonna put speed on it, and we'll draw 3.
Yeah.
Draw 3. Draw 3.
Draw 3 is draw 3.
White draws 2 here. Because he didn't touch his sideboard, which was a pile of attack. So he's just like he's got possibly between 8 and 9 attacks in his deck. So it's like Detroit's are hoping to do something. Like he just wants this Detroit. I think he just wants this Detroit to connect.
Yeah.
Oh, he just ate it, and like here's another smash.
6, 7.
We're gonna draw 3 more, but like, what's the end game?
Yeah, I mean, this is. I think Mike at this point is understanding that this is a game that has gone very downhill.
Yeah. Like he went off on the like he went off on the lower end of protection, and now it's like he just couldn't find all the pieces to go off in one altogether. So he's trying to kind of do a haphazard, like, all right, I got to poke with this, live for another turn, but you're also passing with 10 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Like you have to play every foundation possible. You just have to keep playing until you fail.
This All Might 3 is about to draw a lot of cards. if we survive a couple of attacks.
And the All Might cycles. So we're kind of in the, like, we're deep in deadlock. We're just like, we don't care. We're like, all right, we're in deadlock.
Oh.
2 characters. Two characters, two Detroits. Two characters, two Detroits, and a plus Ultra Smash. Those are
One of those was an All Might 3.
yeah. Okay, one of them was All Might 3. Okay, so that's not.
Yeah, so there was 2 All Might 1s and then 1 All Might 3.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're just gonna keep build. You just keep building until you have you fail at this point. That's the best you can do. Like yeah, it's like all right, I'm gonna play this and fail. I am so deep in deadlock. I have 2 momentum. I die to anything. I die to anything.
Breathe on me.
This is a
Just sneeze.
That's a good one.
Oh yeah.
There's one thing this deck doesn't have. It's great low blocks.
For sure. We're
Like,
certainly
like we're coming in with this like maybe a daunting message. It's like you just put speed on everything and just hope it's good. Like speed plus damage. We're at 6. We're at 5. We're gonna draw 2 cards. Like, can I draw one more? Is this enough? And then we're gonna start snack timing. We just like really want to get aggressive.
we just start snack timing our defensive pieces because we're trying to kill this turn.
Yeah. How close are they to winning? We're snack timing spookies. We are ready to go.
Yeah. Capture evildoers.
Log capture. Go to 1. Did you draw another attack? Okay. Brute's getting in there.
Yep.
Brute's got stun too. I think you.
We don't care about these defensive pieces. They don't draw us cards. They don't give us damage.
Yeah, Mike's just. I think this All Might 3 is moving to 3-0 here for the lunch towards going into the lunch break.
Certainly put up a fight.
Yeah, like the All Might deck did its thing. It just it had a go in turn that went sour off of double capture evildoer, and that's how you can interact with the stack. It's like you have enough evildoers to stop them.
And karate chop is also a good mention.
Yes. Karate chop was really good to go. Especially because he took the momentum and didn't like get to go immediately use it. So it's like, all right, I passed turn, karate chop. I'm like, all right, karate chop gets the momentum. Okay.
Certainly nice seeing how while there's a lot of cards that have been able to generate momentum that we've seen, we've also seen the introduction of cards that kind of keep momentum in check at a similar speed.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Looks
all
like
right. So the All Might 4 goes down to All Might 3 in this round. Great game, guys. Thanks for being on here for this round with Mike. But man, that shows it. Like people are saying, like, man, that deck's unbeatable. That's just you just lose when you paired it. I'm like, no, you have to just interact with it properly. That's what's important.
I mean, as I mentioned before, while the all symbol does generate momentum very efficiently now, especially with the introduction of cremation, it sort of is also its own check, where it has access to a lot of cards that keep momentum in check. So as we saw here, All Might 3 on all. We had the capture evildoers go back and forth. But both decks really showcasing what makes them so strong. And we usually see All Might 3 on good, so nice change of pace, seeing some wins here on the all symbol.
Agreed. This was an interesting. It was a matchup that you think, like I said, like the All Might deck is going to do its thing. It's going to produce it, and then when another deck can just be like, all right, I have enough interaction pieces that you don't have enough of yours, you're going to have control of this matchup win. And that's what happened here. And that's the situation this deck is going to evolve from. It's like, how many pieces of interaction does the deck need to be able to win these matches?
For sure. And it's also nice. The all symbol was kind of overshadowed by every other symbol, or a lot of other symbols for like 2 to 3 sets in a row. And so coming with set 4 and the introduction of cards like cremation, really seeing how just one card can really elevate an entire symbol and the cards before it.
Yeah, I think a lot of cards just brought this deck forward. The cremation was the big one. I think Final Smash, even though we didn't get to see it play, like when you see this deck interact with Final Smash, would be like, I'm gonna play this as a poke, but I'm gonna pick up my piece that gets me to my combo for next turn.
For sure.
That's a great thing about Final Smash. Like I don't collect XRs, and I have XR Final Smashes now in my possession. No, coming in my possession, and I'm like ready for that, ready to have that in my play. Because man, let me tell you, it's 1X starter foils. Well, they're still a thing right now, and they'll be changing up soon with the next set. But right now, you need to get multiples of those starters to get these Final Smashes.
Yeah, it is rough out here, but yeah, excellent games. We're gonna go ahead and cut to a break, and we will be seeing y'all in the next round.
Yep. So, just to advise that the players on site are going to lunch break. So at the end of the actual round, they have an additional hour. If we have anything to come back with at sometime between now and then, it's gonna be a while. So we'll be teach that back on the screen, have it on in the background while we're going. We may come back with some fun stuff to talk about. We might just be on break taking over because it's 5-6 hours ahead there currently for some of us. So they gotta eat now. I'll eat now, and we'll come back with the back 4 of this day 1.
We'll see y'all then.
All right, welcome back, heroes. I am back from my break, and all of our players and casters are back from our lunch break as a whole, and we've got something really, really sweet lined up, joined by Mr. Jesse Cervini. We're ready to show you guys. So last round, right, we had a little bit of an all-might mirror match action. Not quite exactly, but definitely 2 variants of our number 1 hero. Well, this time, Jesse and I are going to be showing off to you guys the number 1 villain in town in his OG form itself. We got a Shigaraki mirror match lined up, but that's not all that's going on with this matchup. Jesse, tell me a little bit, bring down that old head knowledge to me. You were spitting some history to me about one of these specific players going into this matchup.
So we have Ricky Gopaul, who has a couple of UK team Universus championships on the line from the previous times. He has been known to play some rough and tough characters. I think Shigaraki falls right into his play style. It's going to be an interesting matchup here. We got Shigaraki on death and Shigaraki on fire, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be really interesting. We've seen Fire Shigaraki, a deck that's had kind of a lot of traction lately. I think it's one of the things I've seen the most on a lot of the Wednesday webcam weeklies. Actually, a lot of people are on this prominence burn Shigaraki type thing because 6 speed is just really good when your character burns 5 on hit. A lot of really, really good stuff happening there. But this Fire Shigaraki deck in particular right here is showing us some real interesting things. Did we check 2 monster blasts?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right.
We are playing some spice here.
Something is certainly cooking right here. Low Fire Shigaraki. Rapid Punches is really good. We're just gonna have to wait and see. We don't have the Fire Shigaraki's list in front of us, so you guys are in the tank alongside us here. But over here on the Death side of things, Death is really gotten some crazy stuff going on. The big thing about Death is it's a symbol that Shigaraki kept throughout his iterations, meaning that all this new Shigaraki 3 support, our vile seasons, right? Our showdowns, right? Everything with those symbols, we're going to be packing some insane new utility when it comes to the Death variants. But Man, I'm excited to see what this fire deck breaks out this turn.
I know. Got some interesting foundations. We got Stare Down. Ooh.
Yeah,
I forgot that has fire.
Yeah, so a big thing about Death Shigaraki in the past, right? People are really hot on the whole float combo thing, right? It's a guaranteed 6 damage move. Well,
Yep.
Fire's finally got a float combo type ability of its very own in this here Muscle Rush.
That's true.
Oh, but we got an Evil Gaze cast coming in? Man, I'm actually surprised to see these guys throwing Evil Gazes. Honestly, I think a lot of people, out of fear of Chivalrous Competitor being everywhere, have really kind of, shirked Evil Gaze in support of some other action cards lately.
So it looks like we're gonna see. We got the block off with that nice uppercut. So we're gonna do some. We're gonna do some magic. Some little things. Some things are gonna happen here. There's a blow up. I'm assuming we're gonna get the next thing goes off. Respond to block.
Yeah, so this block is a blessing and a curse, right? There's a lot happening here that we like and don't like. The big thing is we're still going to take half damage because it was a half block, but we were going to take 1 or 2 no matter what because of how Muscle Rush operates. And then we're also going to take that burn damage coming in via Shigaraki as well. And then the other not so fantastic side of things is, yes, we do get to get our Evil Gaze destruction, but we're not going to get to use Shigaraki's response to destroy one, as he caught us without that very valuable low block.
It wasn't a complete here, but the line of like, all right, I got my 1 in, I got my bird. Let's rebuild the board here. Get an interview.
Check the fulfilled duties, and we've got more thrilled spectators. This is such an interesting deck. This is such an interesting Fire Shigaraki deck.
I mean, I think the thrilled spectator that's a card like in this matchup where it's like, okay, you decide to commit those foundations, you're not getting those back for the next turn. Like that's a nice way to like control the tempo of this matchup.
The thrilled spectator. That's the I'm not sure what card you're thinking.
Oh, Stare Down.
Yeah, you're thinking of Stare Down. Yeah, Stare Down is the other Endeavor Foundation. This one is the 6 check that gives a weapon -3 speed.
Oh, I must be confusing pictures here. Sorry,
it's okay. Guys. They look pretty similar. Well, Endeavor just kind of chilling there. He's always staring pretty hardcore. It's pretty intense guy.
Comparing the pictures, they look kind of the same to me. So I was like, oh.
Yeah, he's a pretty intense guy. But speaking of stare downs, right? I mean, that's basically every Shigaraki attack ever, but especially Turn to Dust, he's glaring extra hard at us and coming in with the spicy stun 2 opening. I would not be surprised if we find some Shigaraki burn damage on our rival, just like they did on their previous turn to us.
Oh yeah, like this is the like this Turn to Dust just bread and butter here. We're just going in. We are gonna poke around, and we're just gonna play the attrition game here. We're like, all right, I'm gonna make you destroy one or burn you, and we're just gonna hope everything connects here. But
beautiful block there. Just getting by on the exact 5 check we needed to both commit 1 foundation and commit our character, blowing up a ready foundation. But first day of class might be the thing that saves us right now with being able to play another move and get some damage through on a 5 and beautifully checking a big 7. Super duper textbook stuff here. This is a 3 high, so like there's a world where it could be blocked, but I think if we had a +1 high block, we would have used it on the Turn to Dust.
True. This might be coming in. This is one of those attacks that's just, man, this is skyrocketing in the good old value train, as they say right now.
Now, are we talking about what the card gives? Or are we talking about the wealthy aspirations?
I'm talking about there's value across the board. Let's talk about this card is like probably it's the money ultra rare out of League of Villains, and it's also just like it's just proving like here's what if I want a money ultra rare that can be played across multiple decks. It does what I want from it. It's like it has card value. It has a built-in damage pump. It has a breaker block on with a 1 high. Like it gives you everything.
It gives you everything. The only time that you are paying for vial seizing is when you're buying it from someone or paying for the pack that you opened it from. Those are the only times that card feels like it has an actual cost. So we got the damage through there, we got the burn through, and Excited for Blood went and healed us up as well. But the aggression is just not going to stop from Ricky over here because, man, we just can't stop drawing Muscle Rush.
Yep.
But we are going to get the full block this time. So thankfully, Shigaraki's response is going to go off, and we're just going to have to take only 6 damage, a measly 6 damage.
Take 6. I'm like, all right. Like this is very much what's that. It's an attrition game. We're going to be like a little poking, a little prodding, and we're just trying to find like a few good attacks here. I feel like that's what we're trying to aim for. It's like, all right, can I make a few of these, the right attacks connect? And sometimes you're just gonna poke, build a couple to refill your board, and then pass back.
Yeah, and man, we see Ricky checking an Evil Gaze as well. These guys are Evil Gazed up, absolute Evil Gaze gamers here, man. I definitely think it's going to be a vicious back and forth of just who keeps drawing their guaranteed 1 damage, guaranteed burn attacks back and forth, or who can just start forcing that burn through naturally, like we saw Declan do last turn.
Let's see what he got. Let's see what the lead up here is. Are we gonna? I want to see.
I mean, Ricky's got a healthy stage. I really hope that we have a float combo this turn to force our response through, but I think we would have jammed it if we had it already.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is another new attack that a lot of the Shigaraki players have delightfully picked up. Full Cowling Impact has that lovely Shigaraki text of if it's completely blocked, and you know what you got to do against Shigaraki 1? You got to completely block him.
Yeah, I'm 1 second here. I'm noticing something, some type of a. If the list that was provided us for Shiggy is something's not adding up. Because a card that he checked, a card that says I saw his discard, he only has it in his sideboard. I don't know. We'll get that checked. We'll get that checked out. Like, I have to let the stream judge know what's going on.
Yeah, get a little deck check going on. Yeah. For the time, yeah. I mean, it's possible that we have the wrong deck list. Regardless, I mean, bro, as I said, man, we are evil gazing it up this game. We're gonna see it coming in. I think just as a block, though, by the looks of it, as we also flipped our league interview to pump our block check. Going to be a half block, though, so we won't have to destroy a foundation by any means, but we are most certainly going to have to take that 5 burn damage. And now Ricky's just sitting at a very, very uneasy 5 damage. We've very, very quickly reached a critical point where next turn, a single float combo just ends the game on us.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, but we also might just be looking to push through on this turn itself. So maybe we won't even let Ricky get another turn. Sending in a cheerful uppercut is very frightening here. But I think like this attack makes sense, right? Because if we had a low block, we surely would have full blocked the full cowling. We destroy a foundation all day to not take 5 extra damage. So now we're gonna just send in this low attack that gets to 8 damage if we activate its own ability, meaning on a half block, he's going to take 4. If we still don't have that low block, that puts us to 1, right? There's a float combo in Declan's hand. Yep. Oh, but he shows I don't even have the partial, my friend. I don't even have the partial. I've just got this super duper cool ignited arrow, which means that we're just going to proceed all the way into a game 2 very, 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 very quickly. Man, Declan just absolutely burning through Ricky's health total there. That was that's what makes a matchup like this so interesting, right? Is there's the element of that war of attrition, but at the same time, if these guys just keep it was different reasons, right? Ricky successively drawing those muscle rushes, just constantly putting the pressure on Declan and getting those guaranteed responses. Meanwhile, Declan just saying, well, I haven't really found a float combo yet, but I am just going to low block check you like crazy.
Yeah. This is a situation where just like, yeah, I'm gonna come in like the full cowling. I'm happy to see it getting play because that card's just it's just a card you like. You block it, and you might just have it be in a bad situation. If you don't block it, you're just taking a ton of damage. Like it's just
Yeah,
it's just
it's just kind of one of those like really nice guaranteed value attacks, right? Feels very similar to a throw, right? You'll either half block it and you'll take damage, or you'll full block it and lose a foundation. Either way, it was a successful attack. You know, barring anything like a wall cling or a faith shield type of play, you know, it's going to result in some kind of value being attained.
So we did get confirmed from the stream judge. They are both players' decks are the deck check is being completed on both players, just due to deck lists that were supplied to us the broadcasters for the match. We're seeing some some inaccuracies from the list that was submitted, and we're trying to get that straightened out right now before we move forward. It's possible the player may have submitted one like the wrong link. Obviously, we only have access to the UBS link that the players are supplying when they submit online. But we're mainly because there's merciless rushes where we don't see merciless rushes on.
Yeah, I think that was the card that Mr. Eagle Eye Jesse Cervini spotted that according to our list is only in the sideboard as a one of, but we're seeing multiple of them right now. So
trying to get
definitely
we're gonna let this get straightened out. This has happened before at a competitive level where an incorrect link was submitted, or maybe the wrong version of his list was submitted. Then they can get this straightened out before the next round, and they're gonna go through this process. So let's give them a few minutes here and let them process this. It's kind of it sucks when this happens. But that's sometimes the difference between submitting your deck online and submitting an in-person physical list. Is physical list, usually you're going to go through that deck card by card and make sure you're writing it out correctly. When you submit them online, it could be a tough situation.
Yeah, it's possible that sending the wrong link or something like that, and maybe the physical deck list is correct. There's a reason why we do multiple variants of these things either way. But we've got our top men on the case as we should say while we get this deck error situation straightened out. In the meantime, last round, you guys got to talk about it, but man, I didn't get to join in on the action. How about that character breakdown, Mr. Cervini?
Oh yeah, the character breakdown we've got for this tournament is a little surprising, but not that surprising. We got Jiro. I expected Jiro to. I expected when the Jiro Max came, that Jiro was gonna probably rise back into prominence, and it sure has here. Eraserhead. Eraserhead is pretty good against some of these 5-hand sizers that have decided to make an appearance in the last.
Yeah, he's also, as provided they don't find like the absolute hot draw, right? He's quite good against the true form deck. If you can hard mulligan to open erase, even when they go first, if you can just have that initial erase, it's very, very, very strong. You can kind of lock out those super powerful character abilities that really make the Detroits so ridiculously lethal on turn 2, and then kind of stabilize from there. He gets to start the game with like Night Watches live, stuff like that. There's a lot of really, really good things going on for that character. I was so sad. I saw the picture and I was like, man, Eraserhead's the second most registered character, and I don't get to tell you guys about the character breakdown. Levi in shambles, absolutely in shambles. But we're definitely seeing those, those 5-handers come out past that, right? 4 Nomu, 4 fourth kinds. Those are some chunky guys.
Yeah. Then we got some Midoriya 2 in the higher counts. Midoriya 2 is actually one of those kind of like, hey, where does Earth go now? And
yeah.
Like maybe that's the Midoriya 2 is a good line for it.
Midoriya 2 is really good at it. Endeavor 2 we're also seeing. He's also very, very good at it. Having 3 Shigaraki 1s in here and the fact that 2 of them are mirror matching right now, I think is hilarious. I'm a little so you talked about how once Ojiro got hit, this Jiro is what you expected to rise up to prominence, which does make sense, right? We're effectively going back to like Nationals / HLC meta, just without the Kirishima part of Nationals, right? But that being said, what surprises me is not seeing Tokoyami's in a outside of the others category. Right? That means we had less than 3 since he's not even on here. That is super duper surprising for me. You know, like
Yeah.
that character, I mean, at the HLC was, you know, next to Jiro, right? Like one of the top dogs of that event. And so it's really, really shocking to me that we haven't really seen this guy come out to play. A lot of people, a lot of the best Tokoyami players really, really prospected him as a bad pick for the previous event because Ojiro was like a deck that really, really shut him down, right? It was hard for him to get the one turn kill in through like things like learning the standards, and then it was really, really easy for Ojiro to just swing his own one turn kill damage in. With Ojiro being gone, I would have expected to see a lot more of the bird returning, but looks like people are just kind of going down the, you know, the safer, I should say, route with Jiro.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Like, and the thing is, we're seeing air. I mean, air Giros. I've heard remnants of some good Jiro from the list that have been populated to us. We're kind of all over the list. Like, it's kind of we're in two types of situations. We're in the people are playing safety nets, and then we're also having the Earth power vacuum of a situation happening where it's like, all right, what's the Earth deck now? Who's the front runner for that? And people are kind of all over the place catching them. And then there's just like and then other people are going to I'm gonna play what I want, and I'm not gonna. I like maybe there's definitely some Earth decks in that 67 other characters. There's gonna
Most certainly,
but like there's just such a spread. Like that's insane. Like there's just so many people playing. Like I'm gonna play my one of, and like one or two ofs. And those one and two ofs are all gonna pile in, and we're gonna see what happens.
Yeah, what I'm really, really anxious to see, honestly, is not as much the character breakdown for when our top cuts after the day is done, but especially the symbol breakdown is what I'm really eager to see, right? Imagine a world where, like, you know, it looks like it's a super diverse top cuts. Maybe we get like, you know, two Nomus and a Midoriya and an Endeavor, right? And, you know, all of this. And then it's like, and then, you know, the random one of, right? Oh, here's the random Sato one. It's like, oh man, look at all these things going on. Then you look at the symbols and it's like, oh, they're actually all playing the exact same Earth deck. How do we feel about that? I feel like there could be so much to digest there. I'm really eager to see how the symbols come out on top by the end of the day.
Just to give players an update, the head judge and the stream judge are currently discussing what has transpired. Since the lists were made available to the commentators, we noticed that a Merciless Rush was checked during the game, and that was listed as a card that only existed in this player's sideboard. We're just looking to have everything straightened out here. We're gonna see. The most likely the situation is it's going to be the deck has to match what was submitted, and as long as the deck is above, I think it's like as long as the deck is above, it just has to match. I think that's the deck he matched the deck was submitted, and I'm not sure. I'm gonna wait for the official statement because there's some rules things that from old universes to MHA full rules that have changed, so I don't want to assume anything until I get the official word.
Hang on, guys. I got this. I'm calling Nilmerg right now to come get back on the stream. Hello, Officer Nasiro. We need we need the law to be laid down right here, right now. Because I certainly don't know what our official word would be on that. I'm good at the talking part. The judging part, I'm gonna leave that to the professionals. Like I said, we've got our top men on the case. But it's possible that it might result in a game loss, which looks like they're getting the deck laid out right now, so they're gonna get the official word on things.
Yeah, so it looks like we're doing the deck has to be placed back to point of presenting. We're getting an answer momentarily here.
Yep. We have the word coming in. Breaking news coming in right now, folks. Yeah, apologies, guys, for the little holdup on our round, man. I feel we had such an action-packed game one that we had to then put the brakes on things a little bit because these guys just absolutely tore through each other in that first game.
Yeah.
And regardless of what happens preceding the round, I think it's going to be a really intense either game 2 or game 3. Having access to their sideboards, there's some things that these players, could be bringing in to assist in the matchup. But all things considered, it's not like it's not like the death of the fire symbols really have things to come in when it comes to, like throw hate or things that could, stop the float combos or the muscle rushes. These are not extremely defensive symbols. That tech is not a thing that they have access to. So I think we're going to see much more of them just trying to brandish their fists even harder going into this next game.
Yeah. So it sounds like from it looks like here is the deck and sideboard are going to be set as to what was submitted. It's possible. My guess in this situation is when building their UVS build out, they had a certain amount of rushes main and one in the board, and
the merciless rush. Wrong rush. Sir.
Merciless rush. My apologies.
See, guys, it's confusing. Cards are hard.
But the deck's being reconstructed to the correct manner. He has to continue playing with that deck for the rest of the day at the build that was submitted. There will then be he receives a game loss for game 2, and we immediately go to game 3.
Yep, so Declan was victorious in game 1, but as per this deck list error, he's going to receive a game loss for game 2. So essentially, when we do resume the round, we're going to be launching right back into game 3, and then all the bets are going to be off. Basically, we're going to be launching right back into the action for one more game correction. But I'm excited to see what these guys can deliver to us in a game 3. Obviously, Declan, as per essentially, losing game 2, right, is going to get to be on the play. So him being able to get that foundation advantage, that resource advantage, that's going to kind of be the biggest thing to leverage here in, a Shigaraki 1 mirror match. It's such a matter of, like you said, right, Jesse, attrition, where both of these guys are going to be going back and forth trying to maintain control over their resources and essentially looking at their life totals as a clock, right? If for every muscle rush you draw, I'm losing 6. For every float combo you draw, I'm losing 6. In the meantime, it's those are the set in stones of this matchup. Everything else is going to be what these players have to actually worry about navigating around. We saw Declan didn't need a single guaranteed 1 damage float combo the whole round. He just pushed through with a bunch of low attacks and a bunch of zone checking and a bunch of stun and a bunch of speed pump.
Exactly. That's sometimes all you need with this Shigaraki deck. It's just like, hey, I'm gonna come in on the proper zone. I'm gonna hit everything correctly, and that's all you need. Like, you got because like I said, you get the one trigger to occur, and then from that one trigger, you have to now how much further damage can you count to? Because there's a lot.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, because the one thing you gotta think about is there's no this deck is kind of more of it's like tempo. That's what I always compare to Shigaraki. There has been kind of these aggressive Shigaraki builds that have existed here and there, but this guy's really a tempo deck. You're all right, I get the trigger, do I get a second attack off, build, and then you rely on your block destroy plan to get back and get control of this game. And when you have 2 Shigarakis doing the exact same plan, it gets really interesting. And that's
most certainly. I think one of the big things too is that when it comes to playing a much more attrition type game plan, which again is very just dependent on how many of their guaranteed 1 damage type of attacks both players draw throughout the course of it. But in a world where they're just playing a more normal game, I think Declan certainly has the advantage when it comes to the death build, because if there's anything Fire is just known for, it's not covering its zones very well. It's not covering them very well, and its mods aren't very good either. Is there can you tell me off the top of your head a very playable, even staple, low block foundation on the fire symbol that's not a +3?
That's played a lot? No. I could say Firestarter's the only one that comes to mind at a +2, but nope, it's not a staple.
Nope.
At that rate.
Nope.
So
I'd say
it's
the closest you really get is like forcing surrender. Arrogant disposition could also be considered that, just for
yep,
like, the fact that it does check a 6 and punches are everywhere. But again, those aren't like hardcore, right? If
yeah,
I showed you a fire deck without those cards, you wouldn't be like, bro, where are the forcing surrenders? What are you doing? Right?
mhm,
So I think covering our lows is what's really going to tax us here. But the actual, normal game plan is going to be set aside for a little bit, because we have Declan coming in immediately with the float combo and responding right away with this awesome evil gaze enhance. If we have that full block here, this is going to be super punishing, losing 50% of our board. Oh, he says, I lose a foundation, you lose a foundation.
oh, the gaze. Oh, come on, let's have a gaze war here. Come on, one more.
Oh my God. I cannot handle this. This is crazy, because it's literally exactly what happened last round with the All Might sort of mirror. Now with the Shigaraki mirror, we're once again seeing an insane war on actions. This is crazy. This is crazy, Daisy. So
And they're both trading like all their +1/-1 effects. Like,
yeah,
all right,
floating pride coming in for that high block here. So a lot of things are going to happen.
all right. So priority. So
Ricky's going to take 1 damage and then
yeah.
get burned for
Well,
5. And then we're going to get a lot of different evil gaze destructions going back and forth. We're going to have Declan's evil gaze pop off first because he's turn player. They both have a floating that activates at the same time.
and then the Shiggy goes off.
Then Shiggy's response is going to go off to force Declan to destroy a ready one.
So
Man, that's crazy. It sucks that we had to lose our own and take 6, but we also got to destroy 3 foundations on Declan's board. We have to hardcore rebuild now. We are back to square one, man. Ooh, oh, it's getting scary now. We really don't want to have to commit Shigaraki for anything, so playing spams here is all that we can do. Man, this is so crazy.
Like, feel free on the recover pass. Now it's like we're in the now you have to pressure here.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we got the beautiful resource exchanges there, but we certainly paid for it. We paid 4 health for our evil gazes and we took 6. Going all the way down to 18 health is a bit of a scary spot for Ricky. If all he does is build this turn, it would put him in a pretty rough spot. We need the efficient guaranteed response, and we're going to get it right here, right now in the Muscle Rush. Going to come in as this super cheap 3 diff that just says we're going to make our rival take 6. Same dance as before. Ooh, going into a cheerful uppercut block, though, it's rough. It's rough. I hope that we've got some real efficient building to do from here on out on Ricky's side of things, because that card in our card pool, it's going to stress us out.
I think we're making sure that things are happening correctly, because the guy's moving to counting damage, and if he moves, like, there's that situation where like they go block with this, and then they go like, all right, take damage. They've missed there's that situation where if they're allowing damage to occur, are they not responding with Muscle Rush?
Right.
Not responding with uppercut. I apologize. I am combining up cards here all day today, it seems.
It's okay. There's a lot of things going around here, man. A lot of rushes and a lot of responses, and that card in our pool proving not to trick us up too much. Even though we had a bunch of non-spams to build, we were able to get at least 2 of them through on some really fortunate checks. So essentially evening up the resource count, the foundation count, and the health total almost exactly the same is a really, really, really good turn for Ricky. It's up to Declan now to once again take back that. It is like you said, Jesse. It's an absolute war of attrition. It's just some very fast attrition.
Yes. Yeah, this is the one thing that, oh, look at that. We're just gonna.
Yeah, that makes sense. We don't really want to let all the turn to dust abilities pop off, as far as just as far as letting that lose 2 or that destroy 1 come in. Those are 2 really big abilities right now when they're both evened up, but Declan's on the aggression, so it really does favor him. Also, letting Declan use snack time there would have been really, really horrid, because if that 1 speed stun 1 comes in and forces us to commit our character for a blocking resource, it's not happening. It's not happening anymore. We're not getting that destruction. We might not even get the block. I think you had to pop the fulfilled duties there.
Yeah, I think there's too many things that could be like turn to dust is just does so much between the trade effect for the trade effect to like, oh, you lose 2 life for destroy foundation, or I lose 2 life, you may lose 2, destroy 1. It's like those are resources that this game like life, like I always say, life is a resource, and life can be chewed up really quick here.
Oh man. So now we got the Vile Season coming in. It was really funny to see the Vile Season make Ricky check a 6, but we still couldn't pay for it without a single ready resource. So this is going to be a really big Vile Season that slams home. We get a snack time usage to make sure a +1 block does not bail Ricky out, and we get that response burn 5, and we get that excited heal off. What an insane turn for Declan. Really taking back control of the game state here.
Yeah, 4 life could definitely. Yeah, we just went like play 2 attacks pass. This is there's a we like I said, we've kind of seen pieces of what Ricky's deck is doing. Like I want to see that. I'm waiting for some of the payoffs here, because you've seen what was the Baku attack we've seen?
The Monster Blast?
Monster Blast. Like,
yeah. Man.
Like,
this is really rough just having the build here.
Yeah.
Especially because if Declan just draws a float combo, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Like, it's just over. That's crazy, man. This is such a cutthroat match right here, right now. The fact that Declan didn't build at all, I don't know, that feels like he has it. It feels like he just has the float combo. And he's like, all I had to do was survive and play float combo. And then that's just it. Starting off with the full cowling, though. It's really funny that I can say like full cowling, and that can mean like a ton of different cards.
Yeah. It's like that card is like the name description just keeps changing. It's like, oh, full, like I'm waiting for like the full cowling. Oh, there we go. That's telling us something.
Yeah, this is really scary. This is a really scary spot for Ricky to be in, especially with the snack time online. You know, Declan doesn't have a lot of foundations, but all we have to do is get through the resources, right? Yeah. This full count impact is pretty slow. It's probably not even going to cost anything to block. So if that full block comes in to destroy something, it's going to be really rough on our stage.
Like I see. Well, the thing is, okay.
So man.
So we have both of them have a gauge trigger. So we're almost doing the 2 for 2 here. It's like I'm gonna gauge you, you gauge me. We completely block.
Yeah, it looks like defrosting coming in to get some minus speed on this guy. Yeah, we have to full block it anyway. We have to anyway. So we're going to get our beautiful arrogant disposition block off, and that's going to be a full block. So we're now in tandem with Evil Gaze, going to lose 2 foundations on Declan's side of things. This is the equalizer here. We can't really stop Declan from playing attacks. However, if we can destroy all of his foundations to stop him from paying for them, that is our only chance for survival here. Now let's see if we can throw down. I think I see a Vile Season in our hand. It just depends on it's literally just, can you play one more attack, and do we have the second low block for the full Cowling impact here? Does he have the second low block? We can't use latent skill, right? We only have 1 card in our hand.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. You have a low block.
I mean, he hasn't picked it up, right? He hasn't picked it up, so there's a chance. There's a chance that if he held 2 low blocks here, he's actually so goated. Actually, so legendary if we held the double low block. Nope. Oh. He shows the Ice Storm block, and that is just going to be it. Does not have a second low, and that Shigaraki burn is going to come in for some absolute lethality. That, Jesse, is about what I expected to see from that matchup, but man, did these guys, there was no dawdling. There was no dawdling. There was no, I was going to say there was no tempo, but no, there was absolutely tempo. It was just an absolute tug of war between them, right? We so many times we went, wow, what a great turn for Ricky. He got the burn in. He destroyed 2 foundations. Crazy. And then Declan comes in and is like, wow, he got the burn in. He destroyed 2 foundations. The Evil Gaze war. what an exciting round.
Yeah, that's the thing is like everybody always considers tempo like a thing that's going to take several turns to get there. In our game, tempo is more of what is the before you get into foundation control and these like just like poke and these strong pokes. And Shigaraki is strong pokes and destruction and foundation control. So you're just gonna tempo, 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 and then eventually you're gonna go two additional attacks that are just like, all right, here's the other 11 damage. Here's the extra 10 that I need to fit it to close this game. And that's
Yeah,
what
it
we got
was
here.
literally just two players just like constantly trying to fight each other back to see how hard they could hold off that burn damage, and it was really awesome to see that tug of war play out. Certainly some of the most like intense gameplay we've seen thus far today, but we've got more than a handful of rounds left throughout this afternoon, this evening, depending on what time zone you're watching us from and or playing in the event from. So Jesse and I are going to take a little break, guys, and get something exciting cooking up next round for y'all. Do not go anywhere, heroes.
You guys soon.
To another exciting round, hot off the heels of that really fast-paced matchup. We've got something that might end up a little bit similar. I am Levi Lalonde, and I've got the lovely Nasiro Nilmerk back with me. And tell the good people at home what we're looking at for this cutthroat matchup.
So, right now we are going to be going into a game, Jiro on air versus Sato on Earth. Gonna be seeing Jiro go first.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna paint a pretty scary image for our Sato player here. So to kind of reference back a little bit, right? Round one, we saw Endeavor 2 on the Earth symbol playing some unique things, but also a lot of the traditional back alley rapid punches, one with nature, snack time, tight lipped, all of that beautiful stuff that the symbol's so famous for right now. And a lot of the things that Jesse and I talked about was everyone's thinking, okay, Ojiro got his head cut off, so to speak. The Earth symbol was left untouched. Who's the next character to pick up that deck and possibly, try and make it a problem? And I think that Sato 1 is easily one of the most discussed to potentially be up to that challenge. So I'm excited to see if he can, prosper a lot of that same scariness that, his previous wielder of that symbol was so infamous for.
For sure. And I mean, we've seen Sato 1 top events in the past. And I mean, he certainly sees a lot of cards.
Yeah, he was, man. If we're gonna go all the way back in time now to when I was a young man, a little fledgling back at the Omaha Provisional, Alex Couch, that was a deck that he was really passionate about for a long time. Brought that deck to 4th place in that event, I want to say. I think I just eked out on him on tiebreakers into 3rd. So he's definitely not a character that people are a stranger to. If anything, he's just taken a back seat these last couple sets ever since some of the more popular characters on his symbols that want to play his cards really came to fruition. But we've certainly seen Sato decks running around doing some interesting things. A lot of them are really hot on like the whole I'm just going to completely stun you out, right? Here's back alley with, or, here's Brutish Swagger with stun 2, I'll give it stun 1. Here's back alley with stun 2, I'll give it stun 1. I'll one with nature here, I'll snack time here. And very quickly, everything just becomes like extremely unblockable, or at the very best, very hard to deal with.
And very efficient, like he gets to stun a good bit. And usually you expect if you're trying to stun people out, it's going to be on either air or order, but he gets to do this on earth and all as well.
Yeah, I think the character is a lot, everyone's preaching about, the terror that is the Earth symbol, right? But I think the character is very strong all around. I've seen really good order builds from him on all. He gets to play a lot of really strong things. The all punch package, super duper popular right now on a ton of characters. He plays it one of the best, has really good interactions with a lot of cards, stuff like Final Smash and whatnot. But on Earth, man, on Earth, he really gets to flex that stun 2 all over the place between the back alley haymakers and the brutish swaggers, the Arctic conflagrations, even just a lot of really, really good stuff for him to be doing. And when it comes to the quality of, just attacks that say draw a card, he gets access to something like high engine kick. That's something that a lot of the Sato players, like way back in the day, were really big on. Here's my 8 high for 5. Once my own response comes in, I get to cycle 2 cards from it. It's really, it's just a lot of really, really efficient resource exchanges. And as you put it so eloquently, Nil, the guy sees a lot of cards.
Yeah.
The guy just sees a ton of cards.
For sure. And while his response does give damage to an attack, I really think that the character's strength is postured based on the utility of that enhance.
Oh, most definitely. The ability to see the you're seeing the same amount of cards that the likes of, All Might 3 and company do. And oh man, but we're talking a whole lot about Sato here. I mean, Jiro is Jiro, right? Still just one of the best in the biz. Very, very, very good.
Players at home.
You
you don't keep that card a face up, by the way.
He said, "Look, guys, the cat's out of the bag. We all know what's going on here."
Hey, man, I've seen people definitely reveal the top of their deck and forget what's on there. That's why I always say
it is not impossible. And okay, so really, really, really heavy spam builds for both of these players right now, putting down some of the best in the biz, though, despite being 1s and 0s. One of the big things here that I want to note on Billy's board is we've got a Thrilled Spectator in there. This is the Endeavor 6 check starter deck foundation that commits to give a weapon -3 speed. No doubt something that can make dealing with Jiro's really, really, really pumped up home run comets a little bit easier, maybe.
Yep. And one thing to note, we did commit Sato for our build turn. Makes sense. However, one good thing to note about Sato, seeing going back to he gets to see a lot of cards. He can also use it defensively to help filter his hand for blocks.
Yeah, that is really, really the duality of Sato, right? Is being able to fish for the right block zones, being able to fish for your answers is really, really, really efficient. But I do have a little bit of breaking news for you guys. To echo some of the sentiments from our previous round, these guys actually are playing their game 2 right now. Jamie Morgan, our Jiro player, had went into mulligans. That's kind of what you saw holding up the start of the game for a bit. Went into mulligans without deciding, so we had to decide them, and they did receive a game loss for it. So Jiro is actually down a game right now. Jamie's down a game. Billy is up a game, and they're playing the game 2, so to speak, of their set.
Gotta commend any player that has that honesty. Just going like, hey, I forgot to side out these cards, so
yeah. Hey, no, look, you can't get away with it. All right, eagle-eyed Cervini is still watching. Okay, he's gonna know. He's gonna know if you got that sideboard in there. Okay. But yeah, so the pressure is definitely on Jamie right now. To try and pull this out in a 2-0 style. But definitely having a good start. Coming in with the immediate season the advantage into Jolt, very, very classic turn 2 Jiro things. Interesting that I guess we're still hanging on to our 0 gravity lift. I don't know. I feel like I would have preferred to send that in, but maybe we just value the defensive committal a little more, since we know that this is going to be just a bit of a poke turn.
For sure. We did end up checking a 3 on that gravity lift as well, so that just kind of gave us some additional security. Starting off this turn with a karate chop, that might indicate we do not have a back alley in hand.
Possibly. Alternatively, Bible has a Jolt in momentum. You wanna open with this bad boy to make sure that Jolt never happens. That on-demand momentum discard, so strong. This is something that we saw specifically Andrew Holder's Ojiro really, really, really play to its fullest throughout the Oceanic event. Is Karate Chop's Karate Chop's just being such a premier side against a lot of the momentum reliant decks. We saw him literally tear and rip through a Moneta 2 on stream like it was nobody's business, utilizing cards like that. So it's interesting to see, even the other Earth decks still adopting this as a very, very heavily favored main deck card. I mean, we've got 4 of those bad boys in there.
For sure. Yeah, it's like maybe we get to up the committal on the first enhance, but just playing an attack and saying you have to discard that momentum. Now you can't use that requesting assistance ready to if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's also super big here. Yeah, no, I think leading with this, no matter what we've got to follow up, if anything at all, totally the correct play. I want that jolt out of there. I don't want to have to deal with that no matter what, no questions asked. And now we've also really crippled Jiro's offense going into the next turn as well. Jamie's going to have to figure out how to do some Soundwave strings without the help of that start off momentum. Granted, instant explosive release is always ready to do some heinous things, but we'll have to see if we can put those lines together.
We do still have that gravity lift in hand. However, on the Earth symbol, we do have access to Faith Shields, potentially.
There's certainly a chance that we could see some Faith Shields come into play and kind of mess that game plan up. Again, I think Faith Shields and Sato are super strong because when you really need them, you do get to dig through 10 cards to try and find them every cycle of turns.
For sure. So, Jiro's going to have to play through with 0 momentum in this turn. Here's a jolt coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been time warped, right? We're just going to go back a turn and do that whole jolt poke build type of thing again, which, for Billy here, that's everything that he wants, just trying to slow down the game a little bit into a more mid-range game state, which is exactly what he wants. Now, he doesn't want to drown the game out too long, because if you just let Jiro sit there for long enough and get a bunch of momentum, maybe you even fall into deadlock and then double jab pummel starts punishing you. You don't want those things to be happening. So you got to kind of try and find that sweet spot to finish the game against Jiro. And so Sato, trying to navigate himself into that game state and how well he can do that is going to be a big part of how he moves through this game state chronologically.
For sure. And we have 1 card in hand. Wonder what that'll... Oh, we got a little pixies of the Jiro. See an amplified sound blast in there.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting stuff going on here. It also looks like we're late in skilling, so odds are that we found ourselves some kind of attack that we wanted on the top. We've also used Sato on this attack. Yeah, getting rid of a seizing is...
We didn't play the seizing.
Yeah, what the heck is our hand?
Good
Lord.
We for sure wanted to play the seizing before this jolt.
Yeah,
right?
To flip learning the standards. Yeah, all day, every day. But maybe not. Maybe we just kind of wanted it to be more of a poke turn and we just weren't worried about it. But I mean, I guess like Jiro also can play around learning well enough because, well, as long as we can pass our checks, that sure is just more stats for us as a card in the card pool.
And
we're gonna get that snap momentum going on now. I mean, a few good things can happen from here. We've got +1 progressive difficulty, but we've also got +1 of X stat on our move now. So might not be the worst situation in the world. Again, as long as we can continue to pass our checks.
Unfortunate thing about learning the standard. So Jiro got to look at the top 2 off of the jolt. She got to know, I have 5 as my second check. So I'm free to play this explosive release on a 5. And also that specialist of sound in the card pool also counts for additional stats.
It most certainly does. So these are going to be some pumped up jolts, but we're seeing the punishment now from that thing sitting in our card pool is we are going to start committing a couple foundations as we make our way through our checks here. Granted, instant explosive snapping itself in turns both of our requesting assistances online. So we're still looking pretty when it comes to the amount of resources that we have to aggressively commit here.
For sure. And still haven't blocked any of these attacks yet. Makes you wonder what's in the hand.
Yeah, sitting on just the 1 card in hand, I mean, with now the requestings and the instant explosives and all of the things firing off, that make Jiro so potent, I honestly think that that Billy here is kind of just in a position of, yeah, I guess I'm not allowed to block until it's lethal. Because if you have a sound waves, you can just like start counting. And if you can, and if you figure out how to count to my health total, and I've already expended my one block, then I just lose for sure, right? There's nothing I can do about that. I don't think like, 'cause, like he doesn't have like a chivalrous or anything on board, does he?
Oh.
Yeah, this is okay. This is
wait,
large.
what saves us is a faith shield.
Oh my goodness, if he's been holding on to a faith shield throughout this, I mean, there's no way, right? If
It
we
would
had a faith
be
shield,
so funny.
we would have shielded Jolt a long time ago, right?
It would have been so funny.
That would be the most like wild. I mean, we do know that he still has the grav lift, right? So maybe. No, it's just gonna be a karate chop with a beautiful +1 high block. Probably wanting to save that for a home run comet that might come in. But I think that I think that we're, you know, staring down this 10 damage grav lift, right? Probably have to just, you know, finally use that.
So I feel so the opponent's like, huh, well, we have one requesting assistance already.
Yeah.
We did not ready something else with it. We for sure wanted to ready a release there, right?
Yeah, because now if we open with a stun 2 move, we no longer get to use that requesting. So if we open with back alley, it's going to be bad news. Now, brutish swagger, we're not worried about because that has to gain stun 2 and then use it. Same with something like snack time. Same with Arctic conflagration. So it's really just back alley we're afraid of. But come on, are you playing to hope that the Earth deck didn't draw back alley haymaker to open with? You haven't played enough of this meta yet, huh?
Yeah. So.
But we're blessed. We're blessed with the rapid punches as the opener instead. Although we do need to start using our defensive resources right now because this is the only time we're going to get to after Sato and a snack time could potentially come in here.
Yeah, we're not allowed to respond here with specialist of sound. Otherwise, it's a guarantee. That's a. Or,
Yeah,
well, I guess it wouldn't be a guarantee.
I think you got to like flip requesting here and ready ready the release. Just that way, if a stun 2 does come in, you get to at least use your -3 speed, or you just get to use the release. You get to leave something up is the point, is you don't lose access to your requesting.
Yeah.
I would probably be slamming jolts nonstop as well and just trying to get those best things committed. No, just opts not to use the requesting and then lets it get stunned as well. This is a whole lot of disrespect.
We're putting more value on the specialist of sound that we can only use once over readying the release, which we can use on each attack multiple times. And now we're just going to have to stun out our board.
Yeah, now because we didn't use our requesting, now snack time gets to come in and say, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just stun again.
Oh, word?
Yeah, word. I won't flip requesting. You won't.
That's crazy.
So we're gonna be pretty wide open now when it comes to, you know, Sato just trying to count up the damage numbers here. You know, Jiro's got, you know, a little bit of health to afford, but especially once we're gonna let that rapid punches hit and just put even more cards into the hand, we're also just not using the jolt. We could just be trying to like hardcore bait Billy here.
I mean, I don't think the air symbol. I mean, we have maybe plus ultra as Jiro, but I don't think the air symbol really has any gotcha blocks or shenanigans, really.
Yeah, we didn't use Jiro on that rapid punches at all, did we? I don't think we did.
No.
We could, you know, if we planned on taking the rapid punches, we could have like checked the top and then maybe forced Billy to draw a 5 check and then check a 3 on this one, right? You know, there's worlds where like that could have happened. Okay, we recognize the danger we're in. We are employing the electric jolts now to start to commit that board down. Opts to put down the snack time, which honestly, I would have put down the press conference.
For sure.
Goes to put down both snack times, though. Man, I don't think you're blocking anything either way.
Yeah.
I know it's possible, but definitely not after your rival shows you another high engine kick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, press conference just makes the difficulty curve less. You don't want the Sato to play as many attacks as he can. Even quick to act is online to give everything +1 speed. Snack time, I mean, there's no need to use snack time anymore because this board is committed out.
Yeah,
So
and these high engines are starting at 6 speed at least. If we don't start an attack, they're just not.
oh.
We've gone dark. We've returned. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah,
Checking a back
checking.
alley here,
Yeah,
and we're
checking
just.
a back alley is definitely going to signal this as the last attack of the turn. Unfortunately for Billy.
But I don't believe this is. What is our health total?
After.
Oh,
Hold up now. Hold up now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think Jiro's at a pretty pretty healthy.
It's certainly single digit.
Yeah. I mean, after this comes in,
I think.
the Sugar Rush comes in. Do we have a Sato remove left as well? I don't know if we've twiced our twice per turn yet.
I'm not. I don't know if. It's hard to check what. Okay, so it was not lethal.
No, it looks like we were at 12. We just went
So
to
now
4
we're at
now.
4.
We took 8, and
But
then
we can't afford to attack again. But which
no.
this is gonna be rough.
This is pretty scary now. There was definitely, we probably had another attack in hand, and we just needed the checks to roll our way a little bit differently.
Opting not to take the momentum.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Like we've seen, we've seen back alley, we've seen, Arctic configuration. We certainly have momentum outs in the deck. And I don't think that there's anything where, any reason to not be taking it against, the air symbol of all things. I think Capture Evildoers is like the only reason to never take it, right? In the whole game, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. So, and Jiro coming in with, so this is an attack that, a lot of the Jiros have kind of moved away from. It's our spicy one of in this one right here, which I absolutely love. Sometimes this card just gets the job done. Being able to do things like being able to just like further hit that difficulty curve. He says, "Yeah, man, that's it. All right." He showed him the good ones, and we're gonna wrap it up there. Didn't even need to do anything with that difficulty curve. Gonna be a very, very clean win for Jamie there, delivering us into, once again, guys. Reminder: we're now going into what is the game 3 of the scenario. Given that Jamie had not sided out before we started going into the mulligans, and received a game 1 game loss because of that. So this one's going to be for all the marbles now, trying to play through. Like we said, the pressure is on Jamie now to play through this as what effectively has to be a 2-0, dealing with that game loss. So it's going to be it's going to be no holds barred going into this game 3 scenario. Not being able to be on the play is definitely going to be a massive thing for Jiro. We're going to just have to see, if Sato can leverage that turn advantage into a strong enough position where he's really able to put the pressure on. Put the pressure on and really leverage more control of the game state. It really felt like the second we played that karate chop that the world was our oyster. I felt like we played one karate chop and then we just couldn't lose.
Yeah. I definitely feel like we could have also had a more ideal attack lineup draw into. We never really got to play back alley haymaker, or have an opportunity.
We never got
for
to do our
to-
stun 2, gain stun 1, snack time, gain stun 1, stun 4 on 1 attack type of thing. Yeah, we never got to quite put all that together. Even though we did get the whole board committed out either way, we just couldn't quite find enough damage.
Someone pointed out a Sato player missed responses on his draws with his character, could have had 2 more damage.
Interesting.
If it was only 2 more damage on 1 attack, then it would not have mattered. If it was on 2 attacks,
yeah, I think it would have just been 1 on each high engine kick, right?
Yeah,
we'd
1
start
on
and
each.
draw, which would have put us a little closer, but unfortunately not quite there.
Yeah.
to the realm of lethal that we needed. We just need to be able to count a little higher. High engine kick is the best attack in that deck. When your rival is planning to block you, Jamie had no intention of ever blocking that turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed to find a bit more damage heavy ones throughout that string, or things that built us more stuff like back alley haymaker to just extend our plays more and more. Go and find like a tight lipped or something, right?
Mm-hmm. And to be seen how many Faith Shields we get to see this game, because I really think Faith Shield is impactful in this matchup. Ooh, plus Ultra in the deck.
Yeah, I mean Sato is definitely one of those set one characters. We don't see him nearly as much as some of the others, but he does come packing that set one logo. So plus ultra is certainly something to utilize. When your rival's plan is to just string and chain you until they play the biggest home run combat in the world. Certainly not a bad sideboard option, man. I'm down to block home the 7-8 speed home run on a 5 every single time.
For sure.
Man, that's the double arrogant disposition here, supremely relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is actually a supremely relevant build going up against this Earth, not full punch deck, but karate chop, rapid punches, back alley haymaker. Those are more than enough attacks for me to want to stop.
For sure, though it is two less 6 checks in the deck.
Yeah, as long as we can get one in our discard pile to loop around with our sound waves, we'll be more than happy.
Mm-hmm.
Where's our polite and well spokens, man? That's what I miss. That was that was the technology. That was the technology in that Jiro deck, man. Just having more 6s, so good.
Let's see. So we did opt to give this -3 speed. I'm pretty sure we're on the of the school of thought of you're trying to poke me and then build because you have 2 ready foundations.
Sure do have 2 ready foundations, man. If we have the low block after building 3 low blocks turn 1, we're crazy. We're maniacal. we're just actually nuts with it. All right, so we got Sato. Oh yeah, this is a super duper poke turn. We just removed our high engine kick. We're looking for gray. We're trying to find those sweet foundations right now, Sato.
Yeah. Makes you wonder what is in here.
There's the stun one coming in, gained from our remove. Pumping our stuff up a little bit in the process. We don't want this Hellflame Stomp to touch us. It's not going to be Endeavor responding anytime soon, but we don't really want to, let Sato progress the game state super hard right now.
Yeah.
It looks like we've got a double jab pummel in hand. It's pretty.
Yeah, those are 3 orange cards in our hand. One less now.
Yeah, and so we're going for the half block on this, getting rid of our home run comet. Not certainly a thing that's going to be, finding lethal, at least not in the very next turn. It's certainly the most attractive block. Also, we can't block with our double jab pummel, right? And then it's so funny to see Jamie building the arrogance as our accidental, really relevant speed hate against our rival's deck, and then Billy doing the exact same thing with a thrilled spectator.
Yeah.
We also see the internship with Best Genist come down here. Definitely a 0 that has really, really gone the wayside when it comes to a lot of the Earth decks. But I don't know, man. Flipping your rival stuff for free is pretty darn good.
Hey, the more spams, the better, right?
Right. I think the only gripe that I have with this card is it's a 0 that doesn't do anything when you build it with Back Alley Haymaker. That does feel a little bad, but I think for the more mid-range style deck, that this Earth Sato is playing, I think it's a great fit.
For sure. We did check a Faith Shield, so that means we have 1 less potentially in our hand than in our deck. So
this is true. Not gonna, all the better to wish we could stop this electric jolt with, but maybe we're still hanging on to one. It's certainly possible. That is kind of really going to be the only interaction I think that Billy can really posture here when it comes to Jamie's offense. Their symbol, very, very resource intensive symbol, but certainly not one that is gonna trip you up when you're attacking into it very often.
For sure. Seems like we're just gonna go ahead and do our little pokesies and then build a latent skill, and we're gonna stay chill from there.
Yeah, and then only building one is pretty surprising here. Holding 4 cards in hand is like super duper respectful. Maybe we just saw two
So
threes on the top. Yep,
that
yep.
momentum.
There it goes. There it goes. Like I said, we can't lose now. We can't lose now. We're unstoppable. we're unstoppable. Discarding electric jolt is just like the juiciest play you can do in the world. Every time someone like blocks with like instant shining flash after like the jolt like grab lifts in or something, I'm like, oh my goodness, the value is untethered. Resident air aficionado Nil in shambles viewing this. I have to be the one praising the play. Nil will never do it.
I mean, if it was me, I would have thrown out another attack because you know that there's karate chops in the deck. So hey, there's an electric jolt that's going into my momentum, and I'm gonna play another card, which could have been maybe like a double jab pummel, which would either you take this and I get another momentum, or you block this and I draw 2 and discard 2. So either way, I win.
I feel like Jamie could have gone harder. You're totally right. And I feel like Jamie could have gone harder that previous turn. But maybe our next checks just weren't good. But if we have double jabble, who really cares? I don't know. A lot of respect postured for sure. In game 3 on the tie-breaking round, right? So I think it's okay to be a little bit cautious. But we did certainly learn last game that taking 1 momentum, you can't be happy with that against the Sato deck. That karate chop is gonna come slam you down. And we're going to keep slamming the moves here from Sato's end as well. Rapid punches here. It's going to feel very good, with only one ready foundation. Yeah, this rapid is going to do the work and is going to draw us cards. Maybe we'll even snack time it if we're feeling real wily.
Yeah.
There it is. I think that's our remove stun 1 coming in, or did we snack time for stun 1 and the speed? It looks like we've only got +1 speed, so I think it came from our removing.
Yes. I don't think we would have discarded a back alley haymaker.
No, I definitely don't think we would have discarded a back alley haymaker. That is our check. We did check that 3. That's how our 2 foundations have wound up in this very committed state. So this is more than likely just gonna slam home. Opts to take it. We're going to get the response off, drawing our precious card, replenishing our resources while attacking, just doing a lot of really good earth symbol things here. Ooh, my goodness. He said, bro, couldn't be more obvious. Could not be more obvious, man. Home run comment me, bro. I dare you. I triple dog dare you.
Home run comment, that's crazy.
Home run comment in shambles right now. This guy is tanked up and ready. He's got all the answers right now. Billy definitely ready to dig in here for a bit of a longer game, it feels like. So let's see how Jamie responds. It still feels like, Billy is like accounting for like a real long game state right now with these defensive pieces on his board. Meanwhile, feels like Jamie is still squandering in turn 1 territory, still without even a momentum. And once again, only playing 2 of the 6 cards out of their hand and being very respectful. I don't know about this. This, Neil.
So seems like we are not seeing very much gas. There's a double jab pummel, a seizing the advantage, and then we saw basic training and an instant explosive release. Not quite the things that get you there.
Yeah, it's a rough hand when like you've only really got 3 cards that want to build, only 3 that attack, but they're just not quite the ones that come together for a good attack turn. But also, the more that we just don't swing, the more we're falling behind resource wise, the more it feels, the more time we're spending not taking momentum is just the absolute biggest thing right now. It feels like Jiro right now is in a bit of a clock against themselves. Meanwhile, Billy is just very content to kind of play the game at really whatever pace is coming naturally, and based off of the as you said, the freezing cold temperatures of the hands that Jamie has been finding, it looks like the mid to long game here is going to be a bit more of the natural pace that's coming in.
For sure. And one thing to note is that while Sato has at least access to some forms of offensive of offensive bonuses on his side in terms of his snack times giving things speed. Jiro, the air symbol doesn't quite have as many foundations that can provide such bonuses. So Sato only gains more bonuses with these foundations he's able to kind of put on his board.
Yeah, we're going to be very reliant on a couple of our nice speed reduction pieces, which are only going to last so long as these stun attacks keep coming in. You know, we've got the pinnacle of them all right here. Back alley haymaker coming down to just put so much more pressure on the rival's board. Stun 2 is going to be huge, especially when that requesting assistance is not online. Interesting that the latent skill is the one we leave up. Maybe we're just not very confident in the blocks we're holding, and we want to see if we can fish some better ones off the top. I really feel like Arrogant would have been the one to leave up in this exact situation, just because our rival is throwing a lot of punches at us.
Yeah. Well, we committed the Arrogant and what was it?
We committed the Arrogant and the Requesting. The Requesting that's not online because we still don't have any momentum.
That's right. Yeah.
And then the last stun is going to come in anyway, regardless from Sato. And we're going to see the latent skill come in to filter a season the advantage and a basic training 2 mid blocks. So he might have just had like a super mid block heavy hand. It's a weird one. There's also maybe a world where we're just kind of in the mindset of I'm just going to try and find some attacks up here and then face tank everything to draw them. Yeah, the aggressive You're So Obvious here is so cool. So cool to see this.
I mean, Sato is in a position where he can do that, and you're only threatened by a home run comet.
Especially when we've got this Sugar Rush power up in the hand. Holy cow. I think we may have already calculated lethal. This is a very, very all-in play right now. Losing this card in hand, losing our 10 cards in the discard pile, and popping our You're So Obvious. These are the resource exchanges that you make without hesitation when you've already calculated lethal.
What's funny is that we didn't even use the momentum, which, to be fair, we didn't need to.
Yeah, after reset and then pumping it back up, I think it was simply okay. And now we've got the rapid punches rolling in. Continuing to check 5 throughout this string is really, really going to help us continue the aggression. And the craziest part is that we're playing more punches and we still have a You're So Obvious to use aggressively if it's going to be the thing that clinches game this turn.
Yeah, though if we wanted to use the You're So Obvious, we should have done it before we gave it speed, but we just have another attack.
Yep, we just have all the moves we need in the world, and with our rival at only 3 health and a high engine kick coming down at the 8 speed or so that it's famous for, once you start getting that cycle off, that's going to be all she wrote, and it's going to lead Billy to a very, very victorious string on this turn, leading him to a very, very victorious round overall.
Wow.
yeah, that was fast. That was really, really fast, and it was really, really intense. It's a shame that we didn't get to see Jamie do a whole lot more that round. Obviously, coming in with the initial game loss from the sideboard, the pre-sideboard error definitely doesn't feel too great. Only really got us, that one fewer game to try and pop off, and that's just kind of some of the things. Even when you make these really, really tight, super aggressive 50 card Jiro decks, putting them all together, that's kind of the cornerstone of, we talked about it earlier when we saw Jiro, the 4X instant explosive release builds really rising to popularity, the greed builds that a lot of people refer to them as. The issue is sometimes you have those hands where 2 of the important aggro cards in your hand are a season the advantage or something, and an instant explosive with no way to guarantee it. You have to sit there and kind of go, I cannot make something out of nothing here. And when Jiro starts to slow down, even just a little bit like that, that's where a lot of especially the really, really good decks like these Earth decks can just kind of take that inch and turn it into a mile.
The thing is about Jiro is that she can sort of rebuild kind of rebuild pretty quickly her momentum from nothing. Once the first attack lands and you have instant explosive release, and you just start putting things in your momentum, and it's cool. This is a specialized sound waves. But as we saw, karate chop, just keeping that momentum in check and just never letting Jiro really just build up her resources. So also can't discount Sato's ability to really utilize different aspects of his cards that not everyone may necessarily utilize to their full potential. We saw You're So Obvious going in. Hey, this back alley is underprinted. It's a punch.
Yeah, it felt like Sato getting to like apply extra damage, right, to things like, the back alley haymakers and the high engine kicks is really strong synergy. And man, just all of the stun coming in from those players really just really abusing Jiro's defensive options that whole round. And I think that's what really led Sato to being victorious overall. But either way, great performances by both players, really showing what two of the best things to be doing in the game right now really have to offer in this current environment. But we've got a handful of rounds left in today, so Nomu and I are going to bounce out for a little bit and get another awesome next round ready up for y'all. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon, heroes.
Welcome back, players. We are here for round 6 of the Sheffield RLE, and we have two very different decks for this round. We have Dan Austin on Chaos Midnight, and we have he is playing against. I am sorry, I had the name up and I changed the screens on me. My apologies. And Liam Chawner on Order Shigaraki 3. So we are going to have somebody's trying to push a lot of attacks through on Order with some interesting stuff. And then, like, I don't know, Chaos Midnight, we could be seeing HLC level Chaos Midnight. We could be seeing a whole different attack lineup. I don't know. We're going to find out rather quickly.
We for sure saw how efficient the HLC Midnight can be, pumping out lots of speed on lots of attacks really quickly. But we are going to be seeing. We haven't really seen Shigaraki 3 too much, especially not on Order. So should be interesting to kind of see what's in store for us. Shigaraki will be going first, which you love to see as a 7-hander for sure.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I think that this is going to be an interesting matchup. Like the Shigaraki looks like he did a mulligan away that first hand, just drew up. He's like, all right, I got to keep this one. And the Midnight is, I think the Midnight's just keeping their 6.
Yeah, seems like she's satisfied with what is in the hand. Not too concerned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna see here. We got these are like I recognize both these players' names associated with the UK and EU scene. Dan Austin's been a player for several years of Universus, and same with Liam. So we're gonna see some high quality level play here. Let's see what this build out looks like for Shiggy.
So let's see here. Nice build 5.
Yep, build. Build 5.
So you got final exam failures, self-sacrifice, requesting assistance, House of Cards, one of our new unique cards, and a Mastermind's Apprentice.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we're seeing a lot of like the expecteds from Chaos. Ooh, here we go.
We saw UA High.
UA High.
As well.
Yep. This is definitely looking like the Broberg HLC list kind of lineup, like using the ally numbers to kind of value town your deck really well. UA High can do a lot of work in this deck. Just the idea of like cycling and seeing a little deeper into the pool, into your deck, and then also just being able to like pick up certain ally attacks or actions to help push for a win. We're gonna see a nice solid start here with this throwing this jolt.
Love to see it. Good old reliable for sure.
I want to see how it. There's the first Shiggy check. I am the this Shigaraki. I was so expecting this character to just start running through the format when it came out, and then it just kind of it's there. It's definitely an existing character because it just does so much. But the once per turn hack on top of the, I might just be able to draw a card for every card I draw. It's really interesting.
Ooh, we're just gonna commit out here. So we used House of Cards, I believe. Flip to add the top card of your rival's discard pile to the top of their deck, or or no, that was not House of Cards. It was Final Exam
Failure.
That's right.
Ooh, so he just went like, I'm gonna stun 3. I'm like, oh, and he looks like he is gonna get punished by indiscriminate shock because of it. Like, well, I have health. I can get through this. I'll accept this damage and we'll go from there. It's like, yep, draw your cards. I'll take 11 here.
There's not much I can do about this situation now. It's essentially what we're
Yep, just like
taking it on the nose.
Yep, go to 15. Another Mastermind Apprentice. Mastermind Apprentice is one of those cards that I thought it felt like a card. I'm like, okay, that card might see some play, but I've seen a lot more people wanting to put it in their decks lately, and it really does like push people. I think it really does push people around because sometimes they're like, do I do like you're going for 2 speed on a trade out of I'll remove a committed. This gets 2 speed. What like do you want to commit? Do you want to stun 2 or stun 1? Like it's such an interesting trade line.
I mean, it's just having 1 out when you're trying to kill someone and you got a bunch of foundations you don't care about. You're like, +2 to my attacks. Let's go.
So it looks like we didn't get the aggro from Midnight. A nice solid 3 build, just to build like kind of a protective, kind of like build up the wall a little bit. Hopefully,
interesting that we didn't attack at all. If anything, like for a possible poke, just because our decoy is not going to be online until we get that momentum.
I think we just activated the once per game. Looks like that. I saw we just saw a nice first form once per game, so we're -1 here.
And
that is a Searing Glacial.
So we're gonna commit some foundations here, and that's not going to matter much with this Searing Glacial. Should we use the first enhance?
Yeah, I think we are. It's like, I'm gonna remove these. You must go down to 5.
That's pretty rough. You can definitely see the player trying to.
Yeah.
I mean, decoy has to be one of them, right? We're not going to be able to use that this turn, and we just used our once per game, I believe.
I think we're gonna go. Yeah, he's like, you're just like, all right, let's do this decoy. You gotta go down 1, 2. You gotta do 2 more, so you gotta lose 4.
Yeah. That is rough versus the Shigaraki only having to debuild 2. But I mean, those are foundations that we were going to have to commit anyway.
Yeah, this is Searing Glacial is a really interesting card with that enhance, where like it saw a good amount of, I would say like it saw enough play in like the Crimson Rampage meta that it was like, okay, this is a thing, and then it kind of it fell down the the chain, and now it's like, all right, here we go again.
I'm assuming that we decided to keep the decoy because we have the forced quirk activation, but the thing is that it would be kind of bad. That's going to be, if we do go for that line, we'd be sacrificing 2 foundations to try and get rid of 1 attack.
Yeah. All right, here comes the vile seizing, and this is where, yeah, oof, oof,
This is gonna be rough.
yeah, because this is where now this is the turn where like that Shigaraki, what Shigaraki does most of the time when I see that Shigaraki go like I'm gonna activate my once per game, it's like, well, they drew 3 attacks at least, and they're probably planning to draw 3. They're draw 3 cards here. This is not good.
Oh, wait, why
Re-
did we
Jolt.
target that one instead of the request? Oh, I guess, I
Yes,
mean,
he has no
requesting,
momentum. He has no
that's
momentum.
true. Yeah, and if we don't target the what's it called, force quirk activation, then he does get a momentum.
Yeah, we're gonna get 2 speed on. We're gonna master my apprentice for 2 speed. Yeah, we're just like I think this I have lethal, and we're just gonna pressure.
We should use our own requesting assistance, right? Ooh. We don't see that card too often. That's an engine trouble just to
Yeah,
commit out. It seems like we might have a 1.3 million in hand.
that could yeah. Like well, also it's like I want to draw more cards. Like it's like all
That
right, I'm gonna
too.
just we're just throwing the
7.
board at you. Good luck.
So having to half block this one.
Uh,
Ooh, spooky.
yep.
And checking a 3 here.
Yeah.
So we need a
Uh,
6, 7, 8. So that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we had readied a foundation, that would have been lethal.
mhm.
Oh, but
Yeah.
we had no foundation to ready?
We had no. Well, he has no momentum. Like there's the midnight
No,
is
I'm
0.
saying the Shigaraki.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he kept removing them all. He decided
That's
just to pressure. He thought he was like, "Oh, I'll just check a 5 and win," and sometimes you don't check a 5 and win. So
hmm. But the question is, if Midnight does 19 on 5 foundations, only 2 of which can be utilized offensively. I guess like requesting assistance once you use one of them, but then you're gonna be down a foundation. Yeah, I think we're gonna be building. Oh, there's even a 3 there. And we are giving -1 to each of these checks because of the
yep.
Shigaraki one.
Ooh,
Ooh. Oh, this doesn't feel too great for the Midnight.
yeah. This is the I'm. Oh,
Oh
okay, okay.
my.
We're just like getting through. Like, can we hobble through this build turn? That's what it
Well,
feels like right now.
our saving grace is the fact that um that Shigaraki only has 3 foundations, while we have a pretty good defense set up on the side of Midnight, and we have no longer have the threat of the once per game.
That's a good. That's the one thing when you can get through the Shigaraki once per game and it is not a painful. You get the pass back. And you're like, all right, it's still not
Oh
active. It
no! How
yeah.
painful would a Searing Glacial Storm be?
Yep.
Oh,
Here we
oh
go
my!
again. It's like hi.
I would
I mean,
feel.
it's not that painful because you remove the 2 committed and one of your readies. So you're not go. It's not like last time where it was like,
I mean, you still like the fact that Midnight lost so many resources off the first Searing Glacial, and then we had to build up more of our foundations to kind
mhm,
of cover for those that we lost.
yep,
Eh,
this is the situation here.
it's like,
Oh,
e.
and then here's a vial. Like literally, we're just like, yep, vial seizing. Here we go.
We are going to be able to ready something with this requesting.
Yep, I definitely see
So,
that happening. Like I think we're just gonna like, all right, what's pressure here?
um, yeah, not going to be using that anytime
Yeah,
soon.
we'll ready up. Ready up the mastermind. Okay, so
I
ready
don't
up.
think we should be using
I
this.
think this is gonna be. I think they're gonna fire off that mastermind again. I think we're just gonna go
Oh
through
my.
foundations and see what happens.
Uh, we're
This is
well. This is still pretty blockable,
yes. This
even
is
if
a
we get
one
a
high
two
for
speed.
6.
But we have
Yeah.
a low block in hand, and what else? A mid block. So
yeah.
we have a low and a mid block. So we're
Maybe like
holding the low in case of a 1.3 million mid block. I don't think. What mid attacks are we playing? And aside from electric jolts, electric jolts are only mid attack.
Yeah. You're just kind of holding the mids on hoping. All right, so I think we're checking what has been if the response has been used. I think we're checking like just the one thing with once per turns is like when my opponent doesn't put a thing to say that they're like I'm one of the people who have a dice across the table. I'm like,
Yeah, me
you've
too.
used your once per turn. And I'm gonna mark it here. And as I feel like that art sometimes there's a yep, there we go. He's firing it off here. Oh, well, he's gonna get the 2 speed. So we're back to 3 speed.
Going to
And
have to half block this.
Look, it's on
3, 4, 5. It's on a
4.
5. Yeah, on a 4.
On a 4, I think. All right, so so it goes. All right, so we're at 5.
We committed 2 for this.
Yep. He may have yeah. Oh no, we're just gonna build here. I think the one thing is like I think there's like a verb. We're getting the verb. He's doing like when he does a response with the Shiggy, it responds for the -1 to the check. I feel like we're okay, guys. Just give us a second. Looks like our on-site stream has decided to MIA on us. We'll be back in just a second with that.
There we are.
There we are. Back just a second. They kept rolling. Like we're good. Like it's not like it's webcam. They're in person.
So this midnight. Huh. So we finally get to attack.
Finally. All right. Let's jolt.
Yeah, this certainly is an interesting Shigaraki build. Like the cards on order really letting you posture like I am going to take control of the first 2 turns. Aha, aha. With that Searing Glacial.
Yep. Ooh. An invitation's just like, all right, I'm tapping something down. You are not allowed to have fun with nature. Sorry. Always nice to see the Woodman one with natures. I like that. Those look so cool. I always like that art. All right, so we're checking for the draw. No draw happens. And we are gonna draw some cards.
Yep.
Let's go to
trying to filter. The question is how deep are we able to go as Midnight on 4 ready foundations?
That is a good question. I mean, there's the situation where if like you just try to see what I think you got to play off of what happens on this attack. Like I think you just you get through with the jolt, you get your momentum, and because he's sitting on the indiscriminate. I don't know if the indiscriminate is going to do much here.
Yeah. And Shigaraki's at 15.
Yeah. So
double jolt though.
Yeah. I mean, double jolt into indiscriminate with the speed. Oh, there's the -1. So we're gonna make him commit 1. So that's been used.
One of those jolts is not going to be in the momentum pretty soon with that House of Cards though.
That's
after
true.
After this turn. We're just gonna be dealing 1 damage with 1.
Mm-hmm. So he takes the. Did he take 1 or take 4? Oh, what is? Hello.
Okay, well we are going to have 2 jolts at least.
Mm-hmm. Where it's like, we're gonna put Jolt here. Would you like to respond?
I'm gonna use an enhance. Also, put that right back somewhere not in
Goes
your
back on.
momentum.
Yep, goes back on top.
So that decoy duplicate, no.
I mean, the thing is, he had to use. He has to do a draw discard on backup. I mean, that's your best thing. Like the other one, just his other enhance he has is like, I lose a momentum. Or like,
Yeah.
sorry, I lose a foundation. Which
It certainly wasn't the best moment to use Force Quirk activation, because now we're just down a foundation when we would have had.
Look at like, what is? Do we think we have a line here?
I think these are desperation plays right now.
Yeah, it feels like it. Like he just popped. He's popped some pop friends. Got it. Oh, hi. Okay. So we're playing because the minus check is gone. So we're like, all right, can we check a 3-4? All right, so we have +3 the next and +1/+1. I think if this connects without a block, this is he's trying to bait the
1.3.
He's trying to push with the 1.3.
Yeah.
And he's gonna make sure, like, he's just like, yep, I'm discarding. We're gonna get +1 more damage, and it says +2 to your lock mod.
We do have, I think, 3 cards in hand for Shigaraki, and we do run a couple of 1 low blocks. So,
Yeah.
And we still also have that heroic lineage.
Yep. All right.
Okay, trying to push for it on an 8. Checks an 8.
Perfect. All right, so 1/1 gets applied.
And we're just gonna go ahead and spawn now. And we could even remove a foundation to give -1 speed should we really want to.
Yeah.
Guarantee.
So goes for the stuff, goes for commit to commit. Because doesn't matter what order, it's like, all right, I'm just gonna make you. Okay, so try to -1 speed.
And Midnight will give this +3 speed.
Yep. On the last one, give it +3 speed. And then we won with nature. Okay, so we're just going all in here.
Yeah.
+2 to your block mod, +3 speed. What do you got?
So we need 3, 4, 5. We need a 1 low block.
So engine trouble? I think that's what we're looking at.
This is a mid block. Okay. We live.
We live. I mean, he went with his line. He's like, this is my line. I have to go for it. That is the very, like, you got to take that. You're like, all right, does he get this or not? Like, sometimes those lines pay out and you're fine. You're good. And this one situation just didn't go. And now it's like, all right, Shigaraki's gonna shuffle up and we're doing a cycle.
Yeah. I'm just thinking how
there's not a lot that could. There's
there's not.
That's
not very. That's I don't. Was there any attacks in that?
There was one attack.
Only one.
But I think, just present something that's more than 5 damage.
We can make this very fast.
That's a very fast jolt.
It sure is, and we're just gonna give this. And there we go.
And let's go to the next one. So Dan goes down a game, playing Midnight to the Shigaraki. I will say that was a really good best effort line he had there, where it's like, this is my only line. I have to, everything has to produce, and it just he couldn't get control of the board. to make it produce for a winning line. But we'll go to the sideboards. We're gonna check. We're gonna see what he can do from there. Uh, Maybe you'll find something in the sideboard to get him out of it, to get him back in this. Especially going first. Maybe he's got a better shot.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Searing Glacial Storm come out before. For a character like Midnight, you really like your foundations, and we really saw how just like knee breaking that card can be, especially against certain characters.
Mm-hmm.
Searing. Whoa.
Let's see here. So in the sideboards, like Shigaraki, their sideboard is pretty. I'm trying to think what would go. I don't know. I think actually going. I think like they have an extra glacial here. I think the extra glacial may have to come in. Like I would want to max out the glacials because you're like going second, like on your first attack turn, going like, all right, they go build. If they do a play 2 build out, and you're just like lead with glacial, put you back to even, and I'm gonna take control of this match.
I think it's only one of, but Citywide Crisis could be nice because Midnight gives her big things, or well, a lot of her things speed.
That is true. Putting things back to printed speed, putting your attacks back to printed speed, not bad.
That too. That too is a two.
It's always fun when a nice defensive foundation becomes offensive for you and just wins you games. Your opponent's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, because I win.
Yeah, I've definitely used I see an encouraging training partner on my board. I'm like, this is -3 speed. Actually, I will give it +7 speed.
Mm-hmm. Let's.
Midnight will be able to go first here.
Yep, Midnight will be able to go first. That's gonna help a lot in this game.
Yeah. The thing is, Searing Glacial Storm presents such a strange dynamic because some people, characters like Midnight, are very down to build for 2 turns in a row. But if your opponent just plays a Searing Glacial Storm as their first attack of the game, you're like, oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that line where like if Midnight gets like the right first build and then goes like command pigeon, builds another foundation, and just gets the line, like they could do 19. Like that's not a turn 2. That's not an out of nowhere turn 2 here. I mean, we've seen Midnights do a lot more damage with less. So
yeah. Yeah,
it's like we set that first hand away. We are just gonna hope we're gonna ride and die by this mulligan.
Shiggy is going to feel quite pleasant starting his turn 1 with 8 in hand, though.
A little bit of a side report because we are getting kind of later into the rounds. Table 1, both of the XOs have drawn in round 6. The XOs are Grant Padley and Connor Chitlin. And we have so it's a 4th kind that is in the XO pile. That's a hot thing we'll be talking about. Another 4th kind is just keeps taking names around in this game.
Only building 3 as Midnight. Not.
Those are fine 3s though.
That is true.
Like your speed pump that goes with your one foundation that goes with your character. The final exam failures is kind of one of those cards that really could do some work.
Yeah.
Like your opponent checks bad on that check for a 6. They're just like, I might just be losing a foundation here.
Yeah. Some nice cards on the side of Shigaraki though. Desperate Times
Yeah.
doesn't say a non-character on its response, so.
Mm-hmm. Are we gonna get the? Nope. No, there should be a response. We're gonna let this jolt's gonna come in and say hello, and
Gonna go ahead and just make them check ice 6.
checks a 5, and
No reason to have that ready at the
no, not right
moment.
now.
Especially seeing this jolt.
Yeah. I think the jolt, like you want to have control of that jolt when you're on your turn of like, all right, I'm gonna house cards that away. It makes me actually seeing this is making me think more. Maybe I gotta think of House of Cards in in other decks, because seeing how it's able to control the jolt so well, and we're seeing a lot more face up momentum doing things. Maybe I gotta start thinking about maybe get some House of Cards in my momentum control.
We just went ahead and played a engine trouble to commit that chivalrous, and we're just gonna say you're not drawing cards. Ooh, checking a 2. Gonna commit out.
So hit for 2, and we got the breaker. I think we've done what we wanted here. We're like, all right,
Yeah.
we did what we wanted. Let's. If people are wondering, both these players are at 4-1 currently, going into round 6. Just to let everybody know the current status of these at this time.
Don't have to worry about a Searing Glacial at 5 foundations.
No, I mean Searing Glacial stun 2. You don't need to remove. You just go stun 2.
That is true.
Like that's the one thing people. I have definitely had a Searing Glacial played on me, and it just was like, I'll just play this and stun 2 you. And I'm like, that's not good.
How funny that we were able to use our jolt to commit the House of Cards.
Yeah. Decided to let it
happen. On 3 foundations, I'm assuming this is just a poke.
Yeah.
And making our opponent check a 6.
Check. Let's see here.
If they don't.
Yeah, if they don't, if it fails, it's a target destroy already.
Yeah, so.
Or is it target? No, they destroy. So they choose to
destroy. They destroy. But so it's either you commit one of these 2, or you have to destroy one of these 2.
Yeah. So, protect. Let's just commit 2. Yeah, we're checking. We're doing some checks here to make sure. Check a 5, and I think you save the foundation. You just
yeah
save the foundation here.
But I guess the worry is a 1.3 million.
I think at 28, I'm not. Oh,
that's right.
Respond with chivalrous and just no, I'm just gonna keep 2 ready.
Yeah.
That's chivalrous has been one of those cards we are so used to it as a response to redirect the flip. We forget that you can just flip this to
cancel a destroy.
Yeah.
Or destruction. Ooh, we get to see the citywide crisis. Let's go!
Yay!
The one of.
All right, so we got some backups. We got a nice, we got 8. We got through that ice storm and got a good build out. Let's see what happens here.
League Invitation?
Double jolt in hand for midnight. This might just be another all right, here's more jolts.
Heard you like jolts. This game has only been jolts. Ooh. Interesting.
You know what? that is, I agree. That is an interesting play to go with that. League of Villains.
Huh.
So League of Villains has a really interesting negation because it's respond, commit, and commit one foundation. After your rival plays an enhanced ability on an attack or foundation, cancel it.
Mm-hmm.
And it also has response after your rival plays an ability on a committed foundation, they lose 1 health. If anything, if you could keep, like, this is a situation where you really want to like keep Midnight up, and you just have that and that, and like, well, you can't discriminate shock me out of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it puts him on. You have to use your engine troubles on this to be able to try to go for lethal. Like,
the nice thing is that we do have access to that engine trouble, which not many people have been running.
Yep.
And we do have an out to deal with that asset.
Hey, speaking of engine trouble, he just got one. I mean, I'm happy to see engine trouble being played. I think like a +1 low breaker block that also could be, I'm gonna target commit something. Not bad.
Yeah. And we're gonna go ahead and jolt.
Yep.
Commit that chivalrous. We don't want any shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
We're not too concerned about a 1.3 million on the side of Shigaraki either.
At 27, there's gonna be a lot of. They're just gonna block with the.
Interesting that we decided to block with the engine trouble.
Yeah, that's still. Like, this was 8 speed. This was not like.
And this is hardly lethal.
Yeah. Like 15.
And this is going to momentum anyway. Yeah, I don't know if the Shigaraki realized how valuable the engine trouble it would be against the League of Villains.
Mm-hmm. Well, right now we're deciding, are we committing? I think we're checking to decide if we're committing to pass this or not. And that's yep, we're just gonna commit and pass. We've got 2 momentum, so we're not exactly like gonna go to 0 momentum and then not be able to ready up something with assistance. So we're not like, this is gonna be an interesting turn because I think the League of Villains.
We just drew into an engine trouble. It's okay.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 foundations, so the final smash in hand doesn't get its special effect of it becomes a 4 diff.
Yeah. We also did draw into a glacial storm, but
man, glacial's kind of not wouldn't be a good line here. Well, actually, no. Glacial stun 2.
That would be good, yes. Actually. Checking a 3 on the 6th, yeah, this is a 6 difficulty.
Is that a final smash?
That is a final smash.
It is so high up there, it's like even on our, like, it's a final smash, yep. That is a final smash that's been checked, so.
Gonna add a card from our discard to the top of our deck, and then we'd have to discard a card, but we could then draw it with calling for backup.
Mm-hmm. So we've got a few ways to get the card. So that's a good sign. Like, we have a few ways to get it into our hand. It's not like we're sitting here waiting, like trying to find a trigger to happen.
If we're planning on going in this turn, I would be looking towards trying to turn off that League of Villains ASAP.
Yeah. All right, so I think there's some interactions here. I think there's a question being asked about the House of Card interactions. So House of Cards it's one of the I think I don't know what we're exactly looking for here because he did the enhanced to stack, and we're looking for. What do we check? Or are we looking for what it triggers? I'm trying to think what it was. Oh, I
Nothing
think it's like
came.
maybe it's when he has to decide when he has to respond with it, because he hasn't put the stuff on. He hasn't put the shock on top yet.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna ready up. We're gonna at least try to have a board here. We're trying to.
Wouldn't it yeah, so we can ready up the chivalrous and then we can just draw the jolt that's on the top. But instead we're readying the friends of animals. Not sure if he didn't see the play there. We could still draw with midnight, but being up one card is certainly better.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We're making. Looks like we're
It's
looking
still
at.
not too clear what the Shigaraki's aim is for this turn.
Yeah, I'm like he got the indiscriminate. So it's not like he's. I'm trying to figure like is he like he's at 21, so it's not like.
We also didn't commit the League of Villains.
Yeah. And now we're just now we're doing the situation where I feel like the Shigaraki is doing the what do you want to call it, like the safety play instead of like it's like I'm gonna play these two attacks. If I play these two attacks first, you are in this much worse shape. So I have a better. This increases my odds to make this just indiscriminate shot connect for lethal.
But we're also getting some pretty bad checks.
Yeah.
We have a lot of committed foundations on our own side.
Like he's gonna have to activate assistance to ready on this.
I'm not too sure how I feel about this line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially since checking a 3 on that 6 was rough. Just gonna build here.
All right, we're just passing.
Huh.
All right.
So I guess possibility that we did not League of Villains if we did not plan on. I mean, it makes sense if we weren't planning on playing the 1.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I wonder if we would have seen it should the checks have been better.
Good old command pigeon flock.
Pigeon block. And the card under that requesting assistance, I believe, was another friend of animals.
Yeah. So we're just gonna build a Friends of Animals. I think we're starting to see that this is the bread and butter play of this midnight with the command pigeon flock. You're just like, okay, pigeon's gonna get us something. We're gonna. Oh wow! Look at that! Just like here we go, and we're gonna get the trigger.
Certainly is a whole lot of gray that we're.
Yeah, but it's like let's get rid of these 4 gray. Let's draw some cards. We're gonna get 1 committed here. We're gonna get 2 damage from the special referee.
Special referee says, or the easily excited.
No,
Yeah. Once you discard it.
Yeah. Our spirited referee. Yeah, the response.
Spirited.
Oh no, I keep confusing 2 cards. Midnight cards are. I know one's for commit. One has a commit thing, and one has a discarded thing. I always get those 2. Those are the 2 I always get confused. Like, is this one the commit one or the discard one?
Yeah. But going to make a check here. Then let's see.
All right. Got this. Line. Like this is interesting. Like I think we're just gonna +4. We're just putting all the speed on this. We're just like we want this to connect. We're like, please press all your buttons to try to block this. I want you to.
For sure.
I mean, that's a situation where you want out of this. I think we want to We want to make them press all their buttons, and then we can make a line out of this here. I think now Shigaraki has to think.
Squash. So interesting that we've been having to commit a couple of foundations on our turn, but we have not been committing successful results.
Mm-hmm.
Considering we have a momentum. And we're just gonna commit that successful results.
Like, okay. Well, we committed. Like, he engine troubled that to write, and we're just like, all right, I'm gonna discover momentum, ready it back up. He has a. there is a line here. I'm like, I want to hear the table talk of this is like.
I'm just wondering why we use the engine trouble on
commit that for some like are we so scared of the momentum?
I don't think we're realizing that it can commit an asset.
Yeah. You could have just gone commit asset and be like, okay.
Because we certainly would like to use our enhances on both our opponents and our own turn.
Mm-hmm. I think we just league it. We did a league. We did league here.
Make a check for 5, and we checked a 3.
Yep. We're gonna remove and gain a momentum. It looks like we're fighting over it's kind of a strange fight here, where it's like, all right, we're fighting for this momentum.
For sure.
And it's like, wow, this is a real fight for that momentum. Like, all right, got it in there. Finally, a connection has occurred.
There's
He's at 9.
Strange decisions being made back and forth. There's a jolt, checking a 5.
Yep. 3 mid for 4, and this is. I think you pushed. If anything, we're pushing the jolt through.
Yeah.
I think we want to push jolt through, like make them press buttons. If anything, like here we go. I'm gonna go to speed on this. Would you like to press any buttons?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna go ahead and stun 1. I would keep that momentum just in case for successful results. Question is if Midnight has enough to kill in hand. I think I saw another jolt in hand.
I think I did see another jolt. I mean, you try to push one jolt through, let's just push them both through.
Yeah.
Like the other one's just gonna be like, okay, pressure here.
If we check a 3 though, that'd be rough.
Yeah. Put it to 6 speed. Discard our momentum, ready it back up.
Yep. Question is, do we try pushing the other jolt or do we just build a couple foundations? Gotta feel a bit of pressure here as a Midnight, considering we lost game 1.
Yeah, like I think it's almost the same situation of we're trying to pressure, and we're kind of pressuring into like we might be able to win in this situation. Maybe we can't.
We checked a 3 on this.
3. All right, we're down to 5. What are we?
A jolt is not lethal.
Jolt is not, yeah. And it's not like there's a trick card somewhere that can be like, all right, you lose life by doing something. It's like, I see a ruin.
Oh, a ruin.
But I mean, the ruin's just gonna be fast. That's about it. It's like,
I mean, it is a base 5 damage move, but at the same time, we do have a lot of ready foundations on the side of Shiggy.
Yep.
Ooh, checking a 3.
Checking a 3.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'd have to commit out.
Yep.
Oh, he's contemplating how. Yeah, we wouldn't have any foundations to pump up the speed I wouldn't commit to this.
Mm-mm. You just
No
fail
way.
it, pass, and hope your
Even
your
if
hand
we
survives.
had checked a 5 and raised the speed of this, there's also the citywide crisis on the other side.
Yeah, the citywide is kind of the almost like a taunt at this point.
Yeah.
Of like, all right, this just gets removed and it goes back to printed. What do you got? Anything else? I think we're
Taking a
counting
peek, please.
attacks. I think we're doing attack counts. Like, how many are in the yard right now? What's the situation here? It's like, all right,
17 health is not too bad, especially with the League of Villains and the fact that a couple engine troubles have been used.
yeah, we
Yeah,
just fail
so
this. Take the momentum. You have a jolt up for like they also Shigaraki doesn't have a lot of face ups. like
no.
it's final exam failures, backup, and citywide. Like those are definitely foundations that I'm like I can like if I get the shot I would probably commit the citywide with the jolt and just be like, all right, what else you got?
If we check
All right.
bad on both Shigaraki's enhance and final exam failures, though, when we
Yeah.
only have 4 foundations, ooh,
That's the palm.
it sure is. And we did check the
And
5
Shigaraki has done its once per game.
once per game. Oh, of course, yeah. Why wouldn't
All
you?
right. All right. So, we're just gonna start this off with.
Oh,
We're starting this off with the final exam, and then
yeah,
like we
or
go
no,
final.
we should have discarded momentum for the first enhance first. No.
We're just gonna say no. We're like, all right, I'll just commit 2, and then can't commit to past checks. We're sunning that down. Okay. So we have those 3 foundations are not going to be committing to patch checks. So
No, so they're effectively
they're just existing. Like we can ready successful results. Oh, or did he target the successful results with Palm? I think yeah. That's
yeah, or
but
yeah.
yeah, you just go. I could just like okay, then I'll just still ready it for minus speed. I'll ready it up. I'll commit it for minus speed. So we have speed. We still have our speed reduction. We still have and we have 2 uses of our speed. We have like multiple uses of our speed reduction. So we're not dead, but we are definitely gonna have some problems.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we're gonna -3 speed this.
To be fair, it does make sense in a situation where our opponent is stunning, like we're trying to stun the board with like let's say 1.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
And we do manage to ready the successful results to help pass the star checks, but actually no. This is very blockable at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely in the blockable. It's not like it's checks -1. Is that a teamwork?
Yeah.
Nice and blockable, and gets the response of okay, I get another block that's on, but we get to remove the palm. So we're like, okay, nothing's really happened here. It's like I just locked your board out a little bit.
We remove the attack from the card pool?
Yeah. He failed the pass. It's the death palm enhance. Your rival makes the check gets a 6. If they fail, remove this attack after it resolves.
Yeah.
So he just was like, I'm gonna missile this at you. What do you got?
And then we play another one. Surely there's more. But of course. Checking a 5 on this 6.
Yep. We're playing 6-step attacks. We're just like, here's my big 6-steps. Let's hope I check well.
And we don't even have to put damage on these. They're already lethal at base.
Yeah.
Hey?
Like, I'm gonna put this on top, and you have one foundation. Like,
Gonna ready that one up.
yep. And check a 3, so he draws the card, draws the indiscriminate. We're gonna minus speed. The final smash.
I think we're seeing
I like.
dead
I'm kind of surprised
movement.
we just didn't go like. I understand. I feel like you just like he has the line where it's like you just go. He has multiple final smashes in his discard. I would just go like, can I just go get more final smashes and just keep launching them?
That's true. That is true.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It is a poor man's specialized sound waves.
Yep.
But here comes the indiscriminate. We're gonna be able to commit down 2 more foundations.
Mm-hmm.
And
We're just gonna this Shigaraki just keeps drawing cards. It's just like
I think there's one card left in the deck.
Yeah, there's like one card left. If you want it, if you know what it is, and you know it's an attack, maybe you'll activate back up to do a draw discard. But at this point, it's like, all right,
Is that the discard pile where the league invitation is?
Yes, that's the discard pile.
I don't know. It looks so small to me.
I know.
This is very lethal on a half.
It's like,
oh, never mind. It wasn't. But okay, we just have another one. You know.
Yeah. And I think Dan's like, he's like, that's it. Yep.
Yep. That's what
shows the jolt. Call it a day. Oof.
Oh.
That match was like, it took so long. It took so long for them both to get like going, and then when it like,
oh, there was just another 1.3 in the hand.
It was just like, all right, I'm gonna play all my 1.3s. Good luck. Wow.
Dang. That was cool.
That was a good match. I mean, now Liam easily moves into the X1 bracket, going into the last round. That's a pretty safe draw, played up for top 16. Dan goes down to the X2, 4-2. He's gonna need a win in the last round to move into the top 16, probably. I mean, Heavy Liam was a good tiebreaker, so there's a good line there for him. We have one more round of coverage for Heroes, because let me tell you, Levi is coming back. I'm going to be here with him, and we're going to find a really good winning in to cover for the last round, because people are going to start passing, like looking around, like, do I need to play this last round? Do I have a shot at a much higher seed? People are going to make some decisions in a little bit. But at this point, Nomu here is going to be calling it a day. I appreciate you being on with us. Go get some sleep. It's not even noon. I think it's not even noon on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's 11:35 in the morning. You know?
You call it a day. You just have a nice afternoon nap.
But I will be seeing everyone again tomorrow. Night, day, wherever everyone's watching from. Certainly all night for anyone in the West Coast. But yeah, that's it for me.
All right, we will be back, Heroes, for the final round of the Sheffield RLE, and we'll see if we can find something great for us to cover in that last round with me and Levi, and we'll be back soon.
See y'all. Okay.
All right, welcome back, my dear heroes. I have returned from my break. Levi Lalonde here with my man Jesse Cervini, and it is time to get into this final Swiss round. This one is for all of the marbles. We are sitting pretty still up here at the top tables. I believe we're at table 6 for this matchup, and we have got the aggressive beast, the king of the five-handers, Nomu, versus the queen of defense, the impenetrable wall, Momo Yaoyorozu. This is going to be the ultimate spear versus shield showdown.
This is gonna be everything I want for a final round of coverage for today. Like Nomu is just starting. I think Nomu is another deck that everybody's like, is this the Earth Power Vacuum character we go to? It answers like, oh, you want to try to kill me on 2? Try. I'm just gonna take 6 if you try. And
I think
that's a line.
Nomu is, a character that a lot of players have really started considering as like, their own main deck character on top of the really, really good stuff Earth deck, or even as a sideboard character in another character good stuff Earth deck. Either way, the ability to just go up against that true form All Might deck that everyone's kind of, looking over their shoulder for right now, right? that boogeyman that it is, the ability to just take that deck and say, nope, flip the off switch. I want absolutely none of that. You will throw 6 honest to God attacks at me, good sir, and you will like it. I think that's really, really strong and not even just to that, right? Even into stuff like, like the Jiros, the Tokoyamis of the world. It's certainly not the worst character I could ever be on for those matchups. So I think Nomu is actually in a pretty, with specifically how strong that true form deck is being hyped up right now, I think Nomu's in a really weird position to kind of be a fairly real rogue / anti-meta deck, if you will.
Yeah, that's definitely a line we can see happen here. Is this like Nomu is just kind of has everything you're looking for, and it checks the boxes. Like I have aggression, I have a health total. Like 35 in increments of 6 is, like I said, 6 attacks minimum. And if you start blocking attacks, like when a Nobu blocks, you're just like, did not see that coming. That's the expectation of it to me.
Yep. And then even in the face of, right, we live in a world right now where a lot of decks are just like, I'm going to put every single stun card in my deck, and eventually you will just have no board, and then I'm going to one with nature my bomb, and then you're just going to die. Simple mathematically speaking, you're going to die. Nomu is a character that even once his whole board is committed out, he just gets to sit there and say, hey, when you put everything into that one move at the end there, I will commit my character as cost for foundation, and I'll just take 6, and there's actually nothing you can do about that, sans blood curdling me. And that's just very powerful right now. Like, that just is strong when a lot of these decks are very, very all in on that strategy. It's why we saw, we said it earlier when we were talking about the character breakdown, right? A lot of people took Nomu to Florida because they expected, just like Oceanic, they expected Ojiro Palooza, and 36 was pretty impossible for that deck to do on turn 2.
Yeah, this Nomu is like, we're already seeing we're seeing the super regen. So it's like, all right, now 35 has become 38, essentially 38 damage. Like it's those that like, ooh, I like that battle resolve.
Yeah, there's a lot of zeros in here. There's a whole lot of zeros in here for sure.
That's a nice, 4 build or 5 build out of a Nomu. Like, let's it's like, that's don't come near me.
Right. And then, we built the super regen, which is 3 extra health, right? We built the armored muscles, which is also an extra 3 health if we fulfill the condition. Seeing that card in here is really interesting, especially like alongside the super regen. Like, this guy definitely just wanted more copies of flip for +3 health, which I think is super okay. I mean, we're never not dealing more than printed damage, right?
Oh yeah.
Like that. That's just not happening.
All right, so we've got a crit creation and a study group leader here, along with a self-sacrifice. We're seeing, like, we're starting to assemble like the Momo machine here.
The engine, right?
The engine. And we saw the Wow Christie cast get checked. So maybe we probably got that ally package come in at some point. This is one of my favorite attacks of the newer builds of Nomu. It is Ignite Arrow. Like, you don't want to block this, but you also don't want to take 8.
I adore Ignited Arrow. I've played that card in so many. I've played that card in Fury decks. I've played that card in evil weapon decks. I've played it in fire range decks. I love Ignited Arrow everywhere, literally everywhere. I think that card is just like pound for pound, a ton of raw value. And when you get to make it a card that you're actually never allowed to take in Nomu, unless you're just like 8 damage to the chin feels fine, which I mean, I don't know who you are if 8 damage to the chin feels fine.
Yeah, I think we just went.
Did we just self-sacrifice?
We just self-sacrificed the Ready Foundation.
Holy
and
cow.
-1 damage. It's like I think we're
Bro,
taking this.
are we about to take this thing? After I just finished preaching about okay, hang on. He's cooking. Right. He's cooking. -3 damage. So now 5 is a little more manageable. I could take 5 if I'm really going to be that respectful.
So now here's where, as a Nomu, like, I want to just build and be like, all right, you lost that foundation. Like, all right, I'm
absolutely. Yeah. You do not let Momo build that down. No, absolutely not. 5 damage is 5 more damage than I expected us to deal on that turn. I'm like so chill with that. We, Greg followed the unwritten rule of no matter what, you don't block Ignited Arrow. Followed it to a T, and I think Connor is super content to get away with that. Also, does he have 36 on his health counter?
Yeah, that's his 36 right now.
Guys, Nomu is a beefy boy, but he's not 36. Muscular is 36, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks he's playing muscular.
Well, if we start, it's like, we'll tap the judge here. I'm like, hey guys, it's like, yeah, we'll tap the judge. I'm like, hey guys, just press the button and hit 35. Let's not have another situation. But okay, we got another quick create.
All right, Nathan DeWalt is eating his heart out right now. We've got the bow staff plays coming in hot. Watching the Momo players like really adapt to playing this card super heavily is really interesting because like I think it's really cool when this card is just kind of treated as like another few copies of Back Alley Haymaker. It's that it's in tandem with Momo, right? That I'm going to bring this thing into my pool. I'm going to build it down. Look at that. I am building in ready foundations as I attack, right? The specialty of the most powerful moves in our game.
The one thing he has done that effect twice, and he still has not activated that Precious Lesson.
Wow, you're right.
That is like the one thing that it's like, but you have. Like, you could have another foundation here.
that does infuriate me just a little bit, Jesse.
But now we're at triple quick create.
We are at triple quick create very early on here, which I mean is good in general. I don't think that Nomu planned on going to deadlock anytime soon anyway. But it's nice to know that we're just not allowed anymore. Well, actually, we just take 6, right?
Yeah,
we just take 6 on anything that gets doubled, so it could be okay. It's not really something that we have to respect.
Is that a resolute rushdown?
Connor, you bad boy. What in the world is occurring right now? This is crazy, Daisy.
Here's my 5/5 for 12.
Yeah, figure it out.
Figure it out. And the best part is he's got the momentum to just like send it again if he wants to.
Yeah, we sure did pick up that momentum. I mean, I think there's no world where we're not gonna echo the heck out of this thing.
No, like you have to have some.
I must.
Like yeah, like you must.
No, this is amazing. This is peak gaming right here. Holy cow, this is peak gaming right here. This is Resolute Rushdown Nomu at table 6, people. Holy cannoli. Yeah, I mean,
throw the big punches.
Yeah, so like Greg's board right now. I don't know. Greg's board is weird. I love that we have triple quick create on board. Everything else, I'm just kind of like, yeah, we have a Precious Lesson to go +1. We have double release, which like we only have 5 foundations, so like double release is super duper diminishing returns. Although being able to build in the Starlet and oh my god, we did it, Jess. We use our Precious Lesson. There it is, boys.
Yep, finally.
There it
Finally
is.
press the button.
Yeah, Momo has a nice board here, but I don't think it's something that would be impossible for Connor to overcome. You know,
Like,
maybe not to close the
this
game
currently
out this
it's a
turn.
0 high, but like you just activated a lot of stuff for this. I'm like, okay, guess what? Catch again. Like, I would love. You know what I would have loved if he done like activate press conference, show the one it's in hand, and then just like echoes. Like, oh, like
Oh,
I would
man,
have.
that'd
That's
be
what I
so
would have
sick.
hoped for. Like, you have another one in hand. Like, oh well, I'm gonna just echo this. Good luck.
That's really funny. You also get to not only play like, you know, the block zone lottery here because
Yep.
like, holy cow, you better have another high block.
Yeah.
Taking half damage in Nomu hurts. It hurts a lot.
Ooh.
We also, oh man, that hurts a lot though. Speaking about hurting a lot, holy cow, that is painful. I mean, I think we have to pay for it. I don't know if we're allowed to fail our and end our turn here. I don't think we are. You know, I think this is.
I think we're sending this and being like, okay, activate all your buttons again. Like,
Yeah, pretty much, right? You know,
because now we're in the like you're pressing every like he doesn't have like a. I'm looking at like I'm trying to think of like how we're gonna line this up here.
So we have it Momo'd, right? So like there's a world where we can go remove and then go fetch our high block that we need. If we've got another Starlet in our discard pile, I think he's searching for it right now. He's going to take a ooh, I don't see one. I don't know if we have an on-demand high block. If we have to half block this, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt big time. It also sucks that we didn't, you know, like we did the cool play to build in that Rising Starlet, right? But it might have been just better to actually have, you know, found it into our hand. Oh my god, are we going for the we're just going for the
Like,
damage reduction on this?
Yeah.
Holy
there's
cow.
There's 3 cards in his pool that can't be like cleared away. There's no like trick. Like, we're just gonna eat this. Like, here you go, eat it.
Holy cow, that's rough. That's
now
rough.
that way, so we gotta flip the Resolute here.
We do need to flip our Resolute, although it's, I mean, as long as you don't put into momentum, right? It's not gonna be a massive deal, but it is relevant. Also, oh man, the poor check there. I think I would have committed my super regen to get that armored muscles down. I don't think you have to respect Momo that hardcore here. When you've got 31 health and you're building and learning the standards, I would have taken that extra foundation all day.
I think so.
Like, oh man, Connor's just in such a good position right now, kind of sneaking that damage through.
Like, I hate this. I'm saying the lines that Resolute Rushdown was played and did work. Because it just, okay, well.
Resolute Rushdown absolutely did work, man. It just slogged Momo on the chin.
So, like, here's the thing. Now the thing is, like, you got to do all those activations for quick creation, and you didn't get a lot of heavy builds. You didn't get to like replace some builds.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue here. Is we're playing quick creates like it's nobody's business right now, but we really need to get a stage at some point. And as nice as Back Alley is at doing that, we did not fill the prophecy. We back alleyed on a 5 and we did not check a 5. The prophecy is not being fulfilled right now. We are actually spending real amounts of resources to go through these attacks. And if we get a little too greedy with any future pokes here, it could be spooky. You know, we're gonna have to start committing our quick creates here to bring these starlets back in and, you know, really just refund the resources. And don't get me wrong, the refund's great.
Yeah, we pressed all the cogs and we got the build. We readied our board. That's what we got to do there. Like, everything got readied, and a little bit of life was gained, and we're like about what we expected here. You know.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's like as nice as the refund was, I really wanted to go plus in foundations, right? We play back alley to build even more ones, right? But I mean, we got damage in, right? So, you know, we can only complain so much to a certain extent. Stun 2 also means that we don't have to deal with learning the standards this turn if we did want to go in more. But honestly, I don't know. I don't know if that's allowed. I don't know if we're allowed to, you know, but man, it looks like our hand is very angry. I see a cannon in there. I think I see a pigeon flock that we're playing now. I saw a bow staff, and wow, pigeon flock, check the pussycats.
Yep,
amazing.
We'll just build this off the. He's got another one deeper in. He's like, I'm gonna go get that one.
No, he wants another study group leader. We don't have a rescue completed out. I guess we're just.
He's got a cannon blast. Well, I think he's trying to bait him so he can maybe cannon blast him for some damage. Like, try to chunk him with a cannon blast.
Yeah, maybe. But like he'll take 6. he'll just take 6. Unless he this isn't going to get any bigger. We're not going to get him to activate Nomu on this one or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I think we might be living a little bit in the future where we might need to focus on the now. Again, we're refunding our foundations. We
Yep.
still, we've once again gotten ourselves back to a state where we don't have anything committed, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just too paranoid, Jesse. That resolute just did
All right.
filthy
So
things to us.
19. Noah was at 19. He just took another 6 there, and that hand is all anger. He doesn't have a foundation. Like this is. It's like the hand is just says, "I'm angry."
Yeah,
I think there's 4 attacks in that hand.
Nomu responded on that attack to take 6.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah,
it was only 7 damage, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. He's really disrespecting the potential future aggro here. Like you could just go cannon and and our checks here are really lining up with our quick creates to do some pretty amazing things. I feel like I was doomsaying this whole turn, but I think that play right there might leave us a little wide open to Greg actually maybe pulling out a victory this turn if he can count right.
Like this is 4. You can do that, pop that. Like what do we?
It's
all
really it's the battle right now of the floating coming in now might be what gets us there. Holy cow, this could be crazy. This is wild, and man, this is wild. This is if you were, this is so funny, man. To see Resolute Rushdown put in the work, and then to see Create Bow Staff put in the work. What an oddball! What an oddball sequence of events here.
This is a line here. Like that just look at he has double cannon blast in hand.
He does.
Here's my cannon blast. Do I check well?
Yeah, and we are gonna continue checking well. The 3 on the back alley was the only one that's actually bitten us so far, but otherwise, these attacks are really lining up to do some serious damage. This is gonna be, I'm pretty sure, lethal, right? We're gonna put both things on it, and it gets to 11, and then floating gets it to 12, right? I think this is lethal. I don't know if there's anything that Nomu can do to actually interact with this move whatsoever.
I don't think so. I don't see anything there that says I can interact with this.
Yeah, I think that is just going to be all she wrote. We're going to put the hand down on the board and say, yep, wrap it up. Yeah, wow. That was crazy. I did not think that Greg was going to find a lethal line that turn, but I think the moment that Connor Nomu responded on the pigeon flock, he literally said, "Okay, well now count to what, 19 was it?" And Greg looked at his hand and said, "Yeah, that'll do, pig. That'll do." Yeah,
so right now we're gonna head to sideboards. Now it's gonna. Look at the sideboard lines here for these two. I don't know if he has anything here for Greg that's really like, hey, I need this for this matchup. Like Lost in Thought doesn't do much. Faith Shield is Faith Shield's probably a good line for this. Fading Copy's not going to do much here, except half block if needed. We didn't really see any speed pump coming out of Nomu for the most part. But I mean, at the same time, cards like that are just really good, generally defensively speaking, and we don't really want to get caught, get caught with our hand in the cookie jar, right? Once again, and have a Resolute Rushdown just slug us for 12 damage. The big thing about defending against Nomu is you just have to be very patient when it comes to fighting this character as a defensive deck. You have to understand that your game plan has to be very comfortable pokes and actually just focusing on defense. It is almost always more important to take the safer route when it comes to surviving against Nomu than it comes to actually worrying about hitting him.
Dealing damage just can't be your main priority against a character that's just gonna backswing you like it's nobody's business. It has to be very, very calculated and at very, very correct times, which is exactly what we saw in that game.
So out of the board for this Nomu Cup, the thing that really jumps out to me is probably I would probably bring in the forcing surrenders.
Oh yeah, Force and Surrender is a massive card against Momo, being able to interrupt a lot of like those bow staff plays and stuff. A lot of those things that Momo loves doing, blocking with her weapon foundation. Just get it out of there. No pluses allowed around here. I could see Hulk and Grimace as well, just to not have to deal with so many pesky breakers. Does Sealing take away the keyword? I don't think it does. It just takes away abilities, right?
No, it doesn't take away keyword. It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't get rid of descriptive keywords.
Okay. I was gonna say, can we make those not weapon blocks anymore? I was getting lost in the sauce, Jesse.
I don't know if the line of Hulk and Grimace is a good one here. Like it's a help, but it's not gonna do the job you're hoping for. But I think I'm all for Resolute Rushdown line again. Just hope for better checks.
Like that was kind of the big thing there, right? In a world where we don't check rolling threes, we get a couple more Nomu responses. Our learning the standard stays up, and we're in a very, very comfortable world, I should say.
Exactly.
That's unfortunately just not how things panned out that game for Nomu.
We can we'll give players a little update here from as we're starting to see draws accumulate for final round. It looks like Connor Chitlett and Nicholas Reagan have drawn at table 1. Grant Padley and Liam Chawner have drawn at table 2, and Nathan James and Thomas Horrocks have drawn at table 3. So there's 6 of our players, and 2 of those are Endeavor 2s. My knowledge.
Oh, this is shaping up to be a very, very bizarre top cuts, and I'm 100% here for it. I cannot wait to see what kind of matchups we have going in.
Yeah, there is still a lot of there's a lot of players at 13 points this round, including these 2. That means that there's gonna be a lot of shakeup when we get to that. We cut for tops here.
Yeah, I think, oh man, there's just so many interesting things that could come out in these matchups, right? How are these 5 hand size characters going to deal with some of the defense sitting here? There's so much mid range. We've seen so much Endeavor 2 and so much All Might 3. It's really exciting to see these guys embracing back and forth plays.
Yeah, I definitely think that we have with Connor on 4th kind as well. Like we already got 1 5 hand size sitting up at the top tables. We got some Jiros. We've got it's going to be kind of like it's going to look interesting when we get to top cuts in a little bit. I want to see what interesting things come out of them. I'm hoping obviously one of these 2, a Momo or a Nomu, one of these 2 is going to come say hi in the top cuts.
Yeah, I'm definitely resident resident 5 hand size hater, Levi Lalonde, but at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, I would be very, very hyped to see a Nomu coming into the top cuts here. I feel like all the Nomu stands in the community aside, this character has just been getting so much more technology every single set, and is really starting to become possibly a real contender, especially going into this format right now.
So we got off of the Ignite. He got a back out. He got a back alley in hand. We're gonna decide to pressure here further with a Missouri. Good old Missouri smash.
Yeah, unfortunately, a punch has certainly not dealt damage this turn.
Sadly, Ignite Arrow is a lot of keywords, but a punch is not one of them.
Yeah, that card is literally keyword soup, right? Like it's actually just a smorgasbord of amazing traits. But as far as the punch package goes, it does not quite fulfill us there, but it is just going to start going through Greg's blocks, right? I think that's kind of like the biggest thing that we have to think about here. When you're fighting a character like Momo, it can oftentimes just be in general very intimidating to attack into. Like you really aren't sure what to do, and it's not that you don't attack the character early on, but you have to do it with intent. Right? You have to be very, very careful and very tactical about how you do it, which normally, all these words I'm saying, these are not traits that we're going to associate with a character like Nomu. But if anyone can do it, it is Connor here.
We press conference and show another Missouri. It's like we're coming in high. It's like
literally, how many high blocks do you have?
Yep. It's like eventually you have to start blocking. Nope, no hit. I'm like, all right, built free. Oh, I was over for the free foundation.
Wow, interesting. Yeah, super duper interesting. We are getting a lot of damage through. Holy cow! Yeah.
Like, all right, I as Nomu, I don't think this Momo on this many foundations can put something together. Just keep going. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any reason not to, right? Yeah. Like, there's literally no reason not to, and they've already postured that they're not interested in blocking these. This is going to get really, really, really cutthroat. Going into like the future of this game here, it's going to be like Greg's just going to have to hardcore stabilize. We're already committing "I'll protect yous" to this play as well. We're dealing a ton of damage. We're getting through a lot of resources, and we're staying ahead on our own resources. Was Nomu out building Momo on your bingo card?
No.
It's pretty interesting for sure.
All
oh right, man, if he binks this super region.
Come on. All right, so free build. You get the free build. Come on, can we get one more out of this? Yeah, I kind of wish he had done play the Missouri, got the first one hit, played a foundation, got the free build, and then played the second Missouri, gets the second free build. They're like, all right, here's my next attack, and just like the catch you, like you have a catch you with the after you've triggered everything. It's like
yeah, man, and we have so much momentum now. Our Resolute Rushdowns are so online.
Resolute Rushdowns are online. The Merciless Rush, EX, the Back Alley EX.
Yeah, EX, triple EXing a Back Alley or a Rush next turn could be like massive.
Yeah, that's like, all right, well, you're at one. I think you're dead.
Yeah, right. And what happens in the world where Back Alley builds in a tight lipped, right? Then you're just dead. Yeah, there's a lot of lines there. I think Greg just actually has to like super stabilize this turn. I don't think he's allowed to play.
I got some interesting information for you.
Oh, really?
There's no tight lip.
There's no tight lipped in this Nomu deck?
There is not a single tight lip.
Holy cow. We've seen so many zeros and none of them are tight lipped?
Wowza. Nope. Plus one mid, very mid to this Nomu. Yeah.
We don't need it. We don't need it, bro. That number, Jesse, that number's for blocking. We don't do that here. Nope. That's the blocking number.
Like,
we're not worried about that one.
Like we're playing like battle resolves over. Oh. Come on, let's find another battle resolve. Let's put all the speed on this.
Oh man, this is gonna be a really, really fast back alley haymaker, dude.
Yep.
This is going to be a really fast back alley haymaker. I think this is blockable for sure by the end of it, but holy cow, is this going to eat a lot of Greg's resources? And man, that's just everything that Connor needs right now, is the ability to just keep the pressure on Greg's resources. The second that this is exactly like the finals of Florida, right? Momo versus Ochako 2. You just don't stop attacking. You just cannot let up. You just can never relent. You can never allow the Momo player to breathe, because the second you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You just have to play for the highest of high rolls.
Yeah, I played freaking like post Gen Con last year. I was playing Life Asui, and I played into a Momo at the Toronto RLE, and I had to play 7 attacks a turn for 3 turns to take a game off that deck. And it's just like, because you can't let the Momo get any type of like stability. You just have to all right, I'm gonna make you press every button possible to get this 10 damage in. and I will go through and I'll go through this loop every time.
Yeah,
That's what you have to do.
That sounds about right. That's I've definitely lived in that world as both the aggressor and the defender there several times. It's just it's a tough matchup to approach, and I think the ones who are going to find themselves on the victorious end of that aggro 5-hander into Momo type of matchup are going to be the oh my, you must be joking. You must be joking.
Hi.
Wow. One back alley haymaker into the second back alley haymaker. That is that might just be all she wrote, man. That might just be all she wrote.
At 12. So we're not like we still have to we're gonna do what we can here. So we're like, all right, -2 speed this. Like eventually they're gonna pull the trigger and start throwing EX on this, and then it's then we're gonna be in this might be all she wrote.
Yeah, I think maybe we're saving up a merciless.
We're gonna celeb and draw. We're like, no, we're just gonna celeb and draw.
Now, is that a Missouri or is it ignited arrow?
That's a good question.
Okay, it looks like we have the Momo once per turn coming in here.
Yep.
Gonna remove this and go grab that quick create. Possibly saying that we're getting taxed from here on out as far as the mid blocks go. So could be pretty scary depending on what comes next.
I would be EXing this, I think, at this point. This is if I'm and from the view we have, I would be EXing, just be like, all right, you have to press more buttons. You have to pop a release here. I'm gonna send you if I'm gonna pass turn, I want you to have the least amount of resources possible.
Absolutely. The leverage that Connor has right now is just maintaining control over Greg's resources. As difficult as Momo is to get damage on, and especially to find lethal on, all of her abilities have a cost. Sometimes when she's really ahead and she's very set up, it doesn't feel like a real cost. But right now we're in a scenario where it very, very much feels like a real cost.
Here's the damage.
Yep, we are actively destroying major parts of our board to continue to survive these attacks. And,
go to 2.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. So there's our ignited arrow that we picked up.
Check 5.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I know you picked up a mid block. Do you have a high? You did your ability to get a mid. Do you have a high?
Yeah, we have one other card in hand, right?
Yeah. I think it's all right. So we're going -2 speed. We're just gonna all right. I think we're saying this is gonna be blocked. We're presenting blocks here. I'm gonna put damage on it.
Yeah, I mean, if we get so the new training method block comes in beautifully, but now we know that they have a mid block in hand. So if we just have a non-mid attack to play right here, that's literally all she wrote. Will we find it though? Well, that's not exactly what the doctor ordered.
Are we willing to fire? I don't. Okay, we have another.
Oh, we just have another ignited arrow. Okay. Right. Man, I wanted the rush down. All right. Come in.
A low and a mid. You had a low and a mid.
Okay, we did have a third card in hand, but it was a low block, so it wasn't gonna save us from this second ignited arrow fate anyway. Holy cow, man, that was Nomu doing exactly what he needed to do to win that matchup.
It's really crazy. We expected both of these matches to be all right, we're gonna get to a drag out match, and it's gonna be all right, and then they've just been, nope, we're gonna pedal to the metal and take this game.
I genuinely wasn't sure what to expect, Jesse. I genuinely wasn't sure. I didn't know if we were gonna have a Nomu just Momo just blocks Nomu forever and just slowly kills him. Are we going to have a game like that where Nomu just comes swinging out the gate and never stops drawing attacks? I was not sure where the line was going to get drawn. We kind of saw a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B so far. So it just remains to be seen how this third game is going to play out, especially with Momo on the play. Are we going to see Nomu get that really, really good build again? Are we going to see him get to steal that momentum really early on? Are we going to see the resolute rush down come in again?
That's a possibility here. Okay, so going in, what now? I'm going to take a look at these boards again and be like, I'm hoping there's 4 Seer Surrenders are in the deck at this point. I don't think there's anything else on this. I'm looking at this Nomu. I'm like, is there anything here that I feel like could help give him any advantage going second? There doesn't feel like it. But the Momo's I'm going first. I'm doing this line.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Momo's main objective is just survive, right? If we
Yep.
survive long enough, like if Momo gets to play a long game, like Greg will eventually just reach a game state where he's built so much and has so many resources available to him that I think Connor just won't be in a winnable position anymore.
Mhm.
Right? Like it kind of feels like Nomu is a bit on a clock when it comes to trying to kill a character like this, where there's just a point where only having just a million damage on all your attacks hits like a diminishing return game state. Where he just might not be able to actually win the game anymore unless Greg messes up and gives him an opening. So like if Greg can survive to a point like that, he'll be in a much more comfortable position, but he's going to have to navigate this early game a lot better than he did in game one. Like he
Yep.
did win game one, but we sure like got attacked twice and lost like
Mhm.
over half of our health.
You know what's another interesting thing I've noticed that this Nomu deck is missing?
What's that?
Snack time.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Snack Time or One with Nature come out really, and those are like the real pinnacles of the Earth symbol and its ability to push attacks through, especially on a character like Nomu who excels at putting damage on. The only the other piece of the puzzle that you're missing is Speed Pump. That's
Mhm.
what One with Nature and Snack Time are. So it's really surprising to not see cards like that present in this list.
Yeah, like this is gonna be like this Nobu is 63 cards. It's a big deck. It's got a lot of, I would like to call it a spread. It's doing a lot of, it's got some interesting one ofs, some interesting twos ofs, and but very few four ofs. And
Yeah,
that's
it's a little bit of a pile. It's a little bit of a pile, which sometimes is what it takes, right? But I
yep.
do agree with you. The 63 card range is a little big for a Nomu deck.
All right. So
Generally, no Nomu's game plan is, play an extremely aggressive ratio of attacks and then just draw the big ones. You just draw the big
ooh,
ones. And wow, yeah, that's a
got
gorgeous build.
the five build from the Momo. That's a good sign. That's a good start.
That is a very good start. Hopefully Connor can show us hopefully an equally as impressive build here, or else he's going to did he not draw his extra card?
I don't think so. No,
I,
maybe. Eh.
I don't know. I
I
feel
have.
maybe I was looking away, but I feel like I didn't see it happen.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
in a second.
it looks.
Uh,
Oh, okay. No, he did. He
he did.
did.
Okay. Yes.
I was looking at the list. So he does show us an equally as impressive build, exactly, and exactly an equally as impressive build. So
Yeah.
at the very least, he's going to
Connor
be
did
keeping
not.
up really well
Connor has
when
no
it
cards
comes
in
to.
hand. Connor played 5 cards. Played
Did
five
he?
cards. Yeah.
Oh,
He has
okay.
no
He
cards in
didn't
hand.
draw his extra. Wow.
He forgot his extra.
Hopefully, it does not come to bite us in the butt. Hopefully, it does
Well,
not come to bite
we
us in
got
the butt.
five. We got super regen and a lot of resistance. So
Yeah. I mean, for sure, we're not dying this turn. But at the same time, every damage is free damage.
yeah.
When it comes to Greg's point of view right now, so literally no downside whatsoever to him just playing attacks. Especially, if he just continues to play attacks that are just going to do that build while attacking song and dance. I think we drew another back alley.
Yep. And we pitched a draw. We're gonna build out. I think we're just like trying to get everything to like if you're not. I think if you're sending any attacks under 6, you're just throwing the number. Your numbers game gets a little weird. Like I would just be like, all right, can I remove the 3 off the top here? Can we do everything?
Yeah, I think it would require removing a starlet. So
Yeah.
we don't really. So we're gonna go and pick up the starlet first,
Starlet.
and now remove? Question mark.
This that is that's a line. Like
Yeah,
all right, we're
I
gonna set
mean,
this up. We're gonna use our once per turn and just we're gonna instead of just giving the Nobu a few hard pokes, we're gonna do probably poke, build out, and just start building the Momo fortress.
yeah, the fortress definitely feels like it's coming online right now, and at the same time, Greg's just gonna get so ahead of in this turn because he's just gonna be dealing a ton of damage for free.
Yep. So it deals 5, it takes essentially 2. So we're like, okay, at 33, like you got something in. You want to keep going.
Yeah, but let's say we're going to be super respectful of a potential 3 check that might lie on top of our deck, and we're just going to go for a build. We're not going to get baited by the no cards in hand. We're in general just going to be super duper respectful of what Connor's output is actually like on a whopping 5 foundations plus a press conference.
True. All right. So let's see what this Nomu can put together here. It looks like a Night Arrow is gonna lead us off here.
Yeah, once again, kicking things off with the very, very pesky Ignited Arrow. Going to either replace itself or put some serious damage onto Greg's face. Once again, he's got to face that decision of, okay, am I going to block this? Am I going to give him what he wants? You're going to give him what he wants either way, right? You're going to give him damage or another attack. It's just up to Greg to identify the lesser of two evils here.
Yeah, we're just like, all right, you get up. The block is good, and we're gonna do our thing.
Yeah, I think given that we're holding on to that beautiful Rising Starlit block, there's no reason not to stop this. I think, oh my goodness, a lot of foundations. Ooh, a Texas Smash. I think it's the first time we've seen that one come in yet.
Yep, value in the hand. We've seen it checked, but we haven't seen it in the hand here. But I think here we go. Like, let's get the regen. Let's get our regen up again. Let's get the armored muscles up in. Let's get. I think one more. I think you want to. I think. Okay, we're gonna pass. We got a +1 mid in hand. I think that's a good start. Like a +1 mid with this board, and expecting like, hey, is he gonna throw another back alley? Like I have like you have the blocks for days.
Yeah, we're just seeing these guys play a real nice, respectful mid-range game now.
I mean, here's the thing: is I'm not gonna say that the clock is a factor, but we're at 17 minutes left in. We're at 17 minutes left for them, and that's a time frame that like you gotta start like this Momo's gotta like play consistently. You gotta keep the game progression because there's a situation where the Momo can go into like the poke build, like get a little bit of advantage, go, and then Nomu's just like, okay, keep trying to pressure you, and you kind of go into like, did we really get anywhere for a couple of turns except like throw one attack, pass, build out.
The clock is definitely something to think about right now, for sure. Because if you're going to play the more mid to long range game that you have to actually, play into this character, especially when he just keeps building super regenerations, you very much have to think about, am I actually going to be able to close this game out, in the realm of, the 15-ish minutes that we have left. In that is not a massive time frame. So we really need to take the damage outs where we can find them. Because these players can't really afford to draw. They can't.
Yeah. And then once again, we got the super regen response out of the back alley. So back alley did 2. It's like, okay, that's a little essentially 2, and you're like, okay, well, let it do its thing. We got the quick creation though. Now we've got the other cog we've been looking for, and here comes the Starlet.
Yeah, things are really starting to go together now. We're going to start building on our foundations. We're going to replace our committed ones. It kind of feels like right now it's just a matter of output, right? How many moves can we find that continue to build us in new ones? Interesting to discard the instant shining flash there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see what other attacks we might be hanging on to. We probably don't plan on letting Connor get momentum anytime soon. He certainly doesn't have it right now. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, it is a low block. We haven't really seen him throw any lows at us, right? We haven't seen like rapid punches. I think we've seen hard and chop on some checks, but it's definitely the zone we're probably the least worried about so far in this. And then there's another one.
Yeah. We're just it looks like we're just like, all right, we're just going to build. We've gotten our board's in a good spot. We will take some momentum if we need to take momentum or not. And yep, looks like we are. And we're gonna see what the Nomu can do here. Like this is definitely a line where like this is where the Nomu has to start. Like I have to play 3 attacks, and they have to pressure.
Yeah, these guys are in a weird game state right now where if Greg plays his cards right, he probably can't lose this game anymore. But can he win it is the actual question. And depending on how Connor plays, right, is he going to give him that opening? Obviously neither player wants the draw, but at the same time, you can't exactly play. You can't play to lose.
No, that's definitely a situation here we're going to see is Like you just go like, all right, I'm gonna play my cards, start activating the enhances, make sure you check all your checking all the boxes for this enhanced step. Like that's the thing you got to do. It's like, all right, just keep a good rate of play at this point. I think leading off the back alley is solid here. Like you could easily draw another card. You could build a 0 to recoup one of the ones you committed to pass the check. Let's say we're gonna draw. We're just like, all right, let's go a little deeper.
Yeah, the thing about fighting Momo is stun. It's really all about the stun, right? Because until you really get deep into your string, stun is the only actual way you're going to get any of her foundations committed down.
Yeah.
Fighting through so much speed hate is just so hard.
Momo just took that back alley on the chin and was like, all right, I'm gonna take that. And
interesting. Very interesting.
And that was definitely a response for the armored muscle to gain 3.
Yeah. Connor identifying, survival is probably the more important thing right now until they give me an opening. But very, very interesting choice to have just taken the back alley there.
Yeah.
Maybe we only have like a cannon blast or something like that for our mid block, and we just really don't want to let it go. But that's a lot of damage to take for free.
Looks like we are just like, all right, Texas Smash is doing smashy things.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 2 high blocks and a Faith Shield in hand. Gonna flip Press Conference and show off a Merciless Rush. That's gonna feel pretty nice playing on essentially a 5.
Yeah. So playing that on a 5 or a 4, no, it'll be on a 4 or 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So because it'll be it'll be a 5. Yep.
How dare you insult my math, Jesse?
I have to do my own math. I have to check it, and I have to do it my own way.
Can you show your work?
I sure cannot.
Detention. It's been a long day. Math.
I don't know new math. I don't follow this new math stuff.
I don't know new math.
I do it on my fingers. I'm like, yep, he's right.
Math is math.
Right. So the Merciless Rush is coming in +4 damage. You have the +5 additionals. We're at 14. I think we're just kind of like, you have to block. Like I'm making you block this, and I'm gonna make you block this, and like just to do something. It's like you're doing I'm making you do something. I'm making you interact with this line.
Yeah, we have the high block in hand, right? We have the new training method, and I believe we also have a Faith Shield sitting in our hand now. And we have not used Momo's remove. I don't know if we're getting any more damage in this turn.
Yeah, I think we're just like in a bit. This is the point where like you just build like a foundation if you think it's an auto pass, like build a 0 and pass and be like, all right, I'm gonna. Well, no, I wouldn't do it because he pitched a card for the Texas Smash. So we got 1 attack to connect with the back alley. So now we have something to go get with Prehensile Tail if we get a draw effect.
You mean we have ammunition for Resolute Rushdown?
We have both.
You mean the best card in our deck is now online, Jesse?
I do want to say there is the line. The one thing I've always been scared about Nomu's doing is they give the damage bonus with Nomu and then deadlock with Prehensile Tail and just be like, all right, this is +7 to 8 damage, and it's now a throw. And you're like, oh, well, that's not good.
That is a very real win con if Greg does end up skating into deadlock. But yeah, you're about to say it yourself. I'm so sad, Jesse. Our precious momentum has gone the way of the dodo. There will be no Resolute Rushdown in our future.
Not yet.
Not yet. Keywords, not yet. So these guys are looking at about 10 minutes left on the clock right now, and man, Greg doing 28 here feels like a real big stretch.
Yeah.
Feels like a real big stretch. When we had our momentum, I would say that 16 felt a little more real for Connor, but without the help of some serious echo moves or some serious EX, it's going to be very hard to actually go in on Greg here with anything resembling lethality. We actually just need Greg to misplay and give us an opening.
Yeah, and I don't think Nomu is gonna it's gonna take a lot to get like Nomu out of it's like all right, here's the stomp. I don't expect like stomp's gonna go like build like what are we gonna do? Build in like it's like there's like, you gotta like set something up. Like all right, we gotta set something up here to go there. It's like it's gonna
Yeah,
be
taking a peek
it's
through the discard pile, I think we've got a cannon way down in the bottom there. I think he's just kind of trying to, get a feel for his options and say, okay, if I go grab this and then I play this and this and this and I check, well, is there any line where I can find, probably not lethal, but at least some real serious damage. But honestly, we kind of just have a bunch of 4 damage moves for the
yeah.
time being. We haven't racked up our roster of, plus ones, plus ones, plus ones, plus ones.
Yep. The good thing is we have the on command go get a +1 low. I mean that's perfectly fine for Momo. Like you have like hey I have it. It's like you're low. Hey, you're trying to set low. Well I have a block for that.
Yeah. Like I said, Greg's just in a really good position as far as surviving goes. But I would say that neither player is in a super great position right now when it comes to the clock ticking away. It's like I said, I think one of these guys has to severely misplay right now for either of them to find an opening. Just plain old forcing your way through Momo's ready board. It's just gonna be a pain.
Yep. Like I think we're just gonna be like I'm gonna press all my buttons. Like all right, here's my back alley. I'm gonna stun 2. You start doing your things. I'm gonna do mine.
You start doing your things. I'm gonna do mine. We both know what's going on, but also like Connor knows that if he doesn't start playing attacks, and keep playing attacks, it's gonna he's obviously never gonna win the game if he lets Greg get too comfortable. But I don't know, man. Greg just might already be too comfortable.
Yeah. Like we're just gonna draw in here. When the Noah's doing the back alley draw, it's like all right, I'm just gonna try to find my value here. Like you're looking for at this point. I really think you're looking for you're just looking for things that are like off zone. You're trying to throw the off zones, like make them have to. You want to make the like this. This is the one you're looking for. Like here, like all right, I commit 1, but I can refresh that. This is gonna come in for a lot of damage, and you also get a card out of the hand, which now is like okay, we're gonna get closer to having him fire off the once per turn.
Harden Chop is a massive move here. Just forcing the okay, -2 damage and bring that in. Are we just looking to build this? Are we actually planning on taking this? I think it's just looking to build it, but I mean, it's just going to say that if you can find I don't know, they would have to play 1 more move, get the last block out, and then the next 2 for lethal. It's a lot of attacks that we're asking to play here, but I don't know, man. These attacks resetting our foundations is going to feel real good. And it's very worth noting that Greg's block on the back alley was not with a quick creation. It was with a Wild Pussycats, meaning that card is not going anywhere. It's staying in our card pool, and he just took the Harden Chop. Holy cow.
But he didn't do the blow up the face down to refresh on the chop. He didn't refresh his committed.
Did he not? Yeah, you're right. He didn't because he's still got 2 committed. We just committed 1 for this. Oh man, these guys
that makes me feel. Now it makes me feel like Greg's like I got a line.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, possibly just being super mindful of the clock here, and he's not to say that he didn't do the enhance because it would take too long, but our head is so in the game right now that things are just kind of bypassing us.
Yeah, it's definitely that feel for us here. All right, so we're blocking with. Okay, so we're blocking with there's a hard block.
Yeah. Once again, though, we're blocking with a non-weapon, right? So our progressive is starting to actually rack up. And at this point, with the chop having gone through, any move getting through is going to be lethal, but we just don't have it. We just don't have it. That Texas signals the end of our attack string. And now building and learning the standards does feel really good here. But again, these guys have only got a few minutes left, and they've got to play with that in mind. Draw those 6 cards faster than you can possibly imagine. It looks like we have a back alley in Greg's hand here. Definitely the best place to start off this string. Right, but
Okay, we're checking which one hit, which one dealt
Yep.
damage. They're doing a verification.
Yep, most definitely only the chop. The back alley was very blocked by the pussycats. So this we got a back alley and a pigeon flock in our hand, which is not a bad way to start off the turn. 3 check though, I could do better. I could do better.
Yeah.
I could certainly ask for a lot more when it comes to this check. As much as we're going to be able to do some Momo things and some back alley haymaker things and reset a lot of those foundations.
Yeah, I think the situation we're looking at here is like right now the Momo's got 4 activations. So right now almost the mid, like he has 4. It needs we're gonna stun 2 here, and we're gonna have a learning the standards, which gets Momo. I wouldn't be firing that off until probably the 3rd. If the 3rd attack comes in and it gets like unblocked, you're like, all right, maybe it's not a fire learning the standard.
Yeah, I totally agree. If you do it like too early on in her string, she's just gonna play a weapon foundation and then build it down. And then if she checks well on like a 4 diff or something on a 6, then like you actually just gave her +1 foundations.
Yeah. So we're really trying to get the line together for this note. The note is like trying to all right, can I get through this? Also, the other thing that I note is the Nomu went 2nd here. So Momo doesn't, and more or less, I have a feeling the Momo is going to enter time on this turn, and there's going to be that point of the exit strategy of like, I have to, if this doesn't kill him, I have to now defend with what I have left.
Yeah, with 20, well, I think Nomu has 24 health, right? Yeah. With 24 health on the board and only a couple minutes on the clock, I just don't know if Momo can deal that. It might just be more intelligent right now to just start playing the survive.
I think the Momo is just like, I'm going to try to kill you. I'm just going to go for it. I think I have it. Like if I check stay in line, I'm good.
Yeah, we definitely did just pick up a home run comet. So we certainly have something in mind. We've got something in mind for sure when it comes to trying to close the game out. Which, I mean, I get it, right? Like you can't really do much with the tie, sitting here if you tie. So, if you overextend and then you end up losing out, it's kind of the same result for you, right?
Yeah.
As I said earlier, we can't play to lose, right? Or play to not win. We have to play to win here. This is the only thing that actually makes sense, even if it's what might potentially give Connor the only opening to win the game, it's also our only way to possibly win the game ourselves.
Now, here's the thing is, all right, so we got this to 6.
Oh, this is so big.
Yeah.
Checking the, and then readying the, and then bringing the quick create in. This is textbook Momo stuff right here.
I think we're like, all right. So this comes in for 6. We go to 12.
Yeah.
So we have to play another. We get to build this quick create. So we get the next attack to 6, and then we're just like, okay, we're in. Like it's like you have to. You just have to play 2 6 damage attacks to follow this up.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna get there.
It's feeling more and more possible for sure. We've got the floating as well to pretty much bring anything into that range. We just did a little bit of preparing for battle filtering as well, which is kind of spooky. Definitely trying to go the distance right here, right now, this turn. The home run coming in as the 3rd one, and we're checking very, very well this turn as well. We are beautifully flowing through these checks. Once again, we opened back alley, checked the 3 on it, but then it was all uphill from there. we put our 1-3 check tax, and now we're locked in for the good ones from here on out.
Yeah, I think we got. I am pretty sure there is. I think he's got a second. I think he has a second comet in hand.
That would certainly make sense. It looks like oh my goodness, we're flipping encouraging training partner to essentially just get +1 speed on this home run comet.
Yep. We definitely just saw that. That's a line, when
dude, he's going the distance.
No,
Jesse. It's going the
Nope.
distance. We're absolutely playing to win right now. We are 100% playing to win right now. It's the only way. We're gonna bust one for 2 speed and bring this Starlet down. Man, these quick create chains this turn are out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
We have reset so many foundations at this point. It's kind of wild.
All right, let's see here.
So Nomu is fully committed out, right?
We're making him pretty much say you have to Nomu this.
Yeah, you have to Nomu this because you cannot block a 6-speed move.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just depends what's in our hand. If we have like basically any follow up, I think we're golden.
Yeah. Oop.
Yeah, Nomu response coming in. We're gonna go to 6, and now just show me one more move, man, and that's gonna be all it takes.
There's the second home run we saw.
As you said, Jesse, the second home run is going to bring it all the way home, and I don't think that there's anything that Nomu can do here. Yep, he's gonna put down his dukes, extend the handshake, and that's gonna be all she wrote, leading to, man, literally by the hair of his chinny chin, Greg Moss coming in victorious over Connor Middlemass, bringing in Momo to her top cut victory slot. Man, that was really, really, really crazy back and forth set of rounds.
Yeah, that could have, like I said, like when he went so early to pick up that comment, I'm like, and then played one, I'm like, okay, I think he's got this game.
Oh yeah. He had most certainly calculated what he needed to close things out that turn. It was just a matter of, making sure all your sequencing is right. Not only making sure all your sequencing is right, but also doing it under the pressure of that clock, man. Some really exemplary stuff going on here.
Oh yeah. We are like literally we're in time for the round. There is still a few matches at the top tables that are going per the UGN. I can't wait to see what comes out here. Like this is going to be an interesting top cuts. I can't wait to see what everybody's playing here.
Yeah, we've got a few more that we're waiting on before we can wrap this bad boy up. But as soon as these guys finish, we're going to have your amazing top 16 players that are going to be moving into day 2. So guys, Jesse and I will take a quick break while the rest of this round plays out, the rest of overtime files out, and then we're going to come back to you guys to tell you all goodbye, bid you all a good night, but more importantly, bring you